My right hand had stopped being a hand about a week earlier. It was a claw now, locked in the shape of a pen, and when I wanted my fingers open, I had to pry them apart with my other hand like I was opening a stuck drawer. Above me, a ceiling fan pushed the hot air around without any real conviction. Below me, through the floorboards, came the sound of my family's tea restaurant doing lunch rush, woks banging, my father shouting for more soy sauce, 40 people eating at 28 seats. Around me, on a folding table, sat 180,000 words in blue ink. Every one of them written by hand because it was March of 1977 and the nearest computer I could actually use was about 15 years and 8,000 kilometers away. I looked like a corpse that had been propped up for a photograph. My mother had told me so that morning, affectionately. So I took my 180,000 words, put them in a cloth bag, took 2 buses across the harbor, and got exactly 4 steps into the lobby of Ming Pao before a hand landed flat on my chest. The guard didn't even look angry. That was the part that got me. He looked bored, the way you look at a delivery that's come to the wrong address. "You're not even 20, he said. "I'm 18. "Right." He kept his hand where it was. "Teachers come through that door. Lawyers come through that door. University men with letters of recommendation. We don't print them either. Go home." Here's the thing about being 18 with somebody else's 50 years of memory in your head. You know exactly how stupid this man is being. You know that in about 4 months, he will be standing in that same lobby, watching reporters chase you down the street, and none of that helps, because right now, you are a kid in a cheap shirt holding a bag, and his hand is on your chest, and he is winning. "The novel's the thing people read," I said, "not the author's biography." He gave me a look that said he'd heard that one before, from men twice my age, and he'd been bored then too. They did let me upstairs eventually, which I think was the polite Hong Kong version of throwing me out. The editor was a man named Zhang Bo, who had the specific gentleness of a person who has already decided the answer. He explained the requirements: a degree in Chinese or history or law. Failing that, a recommendation from a known writer or a professor. Failing that, nothing. And even if we took it, he said, warming up now that he could see I wasn't going to argue, our serialization queue is 3 months. In practice, 6 months. In practice, a year, because when a famous name shows up, we move him to the front. A year. I stood up and thanked him and left with the manuscript still in the bag. Never took it out. Never showed him a page. I found out later he sat there for a second, genuinely relieved, because he'd come downstairs specifically to get rid of the kid without making the kid cry. Fine. Big newspapers were closed. Small ones then. Let me kill one question before it eats the rest of this. Yes, I knew things. No, I could not use most of them. I knew there was going to be an oil shock, and I knew gold was going to do something spectacular, and I knew, with the total clarity of a man who watched a documentary once, that Hong Kong property was going up forever. What I did not know was a single horse's name, a single winning number, or the closing price of anything on any given Tuesday. And every one of those beautiful, enormous, world-shaking facts required the same thing to be useful: money, which I had none of. I was 18, I had finished Form 5, and my family owned a tea restaurant that they were not going to hand to me so I could gamble it. The one asset I actually had was a lifetime of reading and one very specific memory of a wuxia show about a warlord and 2 disciples, which nobody in this year had written yet, so I wrote it. Half a month, almost no sleep, the claw hand. And it was a good manuscript, and I knew it was a good manuscript, and it turned out that a good manuscript with an 18-year-old attached to it is worth roughly the paper. I went to more than a dozen small papers over the next 2 weeks. Most of the time I didn't reach an editor at all. Twice somebody flipped through a few pages, said the style's a bit thin, and then asked if they could keep a copy to think about. I had 1 copy, handwritten, 2 weeks of my life, 1 copy. They did not get to keep it. At home, nobody fought me about it, which was somehow worse. My parents had decided among themselves to let the boy get it out of his system for a month, and then they'd find me a job. My father didn't even say it out loud. He just started asking me at dinner whether I'd eaten enough, in the tone of a man pricing a funeral. Then, in the last week of March, the phone in the restaurant rang, and it was for me. The man on the other end said his paper would be willing to print it. Then, immediately before I could enjoy that, if it's not too bad, then, immediately after that, although I should tell you our situation is difficult. Difficult turned out to be a hell of a word. Stars Daily was the smallest newspaper I had ever physically stood inside. 5 employees, 1 room, the kind of place where the receptionist is also the accountant and also the person who goes out for lunch. The owner and editor-in-chief was a man in his 40s named Guo Wen, in glasses, with the careful posture of somebody who has been polite through a great deal of bad news. He didn't waste my time, and I've liked him ever since for that. "The paper is mine," he said. 2 years old. We were doing 5,000 copies a day. By December, we were under 3,000. This month, we're under 2. I can't carry the losses. He took his glasses off and rubbed the bridge of his nose. At the end of the month, I'm closing it. So that was the offer. My novel, in a newspaper that had 4 weeks left to live. I can't pay you, he added. There's no fee. What I can give you is equity. Now we were talking. The paper's assets are worth about 100,000, he said. I'll give you 10%. I did the arithmetic out loud, because arithmetic done out loud is the cheapest weapon there is. 2 million words, I said. At $25 a thousand, which is what a nobody gets, that's $50,000 in fees. Your 10% is worth 10,000. So you're offering me a fifth of the going rate. I let that sit for 1 second. And if the paper folds, it's worth less than that. And if the paper folds, the novel folds with it, because no other paper is going to pick up a serial that died in somebody else's pages. He didn't argue. He asked if he could read it. He read for the better part of an hour. Nobody reads for an hour to be polite. When he finally looked up, he had an expression I would get very used to over the next few years and never entirely get tired of. Mr. Lee, he said, did you actually write this yourself? Every word. The prose is too plain. He said it apologetically, like a doctor. It should be more classical. It should be readable on a bus. He thought about that longer than I expected. Then we fought about numbers for a week and a half. I asked for 30%. He shouted that 30% was insane, which it was, and came up to 15. 2 more phone calls got him to 18. I came down to 25. And there we stuck, 7 percentage points apart. And I had run out of newspapers in Hong Kong to threaten him with. There was no next call. He was the last door in the city. I will admit, about 4 hours from folding. Then he called and said this was the last conversation, and if we didn't settle it, we'd drop the whole thing. He made tea. He made tea for half an hour. We discussed the weather, the price of pork, the general decline of the young. Then he set down his cup and gave me the deal he'd clearly been building the entire time. 18% base, he said. If circulation reaches 3,000 a day within half a month, add 2. That's 20. After that, every additional 2,000 copies of daily average adds 1 more point. Maximum 5. I ran it. 13,000 copies a day inside 6 weeks, and I'd have my 25% trial, and I'd have it because I'd earned it, which meant he wasn't giving away anything he hadn't already been paid for. It was, I realized, a genuinely elegant offer from a man who was 4 weeks from bankruptcy. I shook his hand. Then I came back the next morning with a lawyer. His name was Zhang Lei. He charged by the hour, and the look on Guo Wen's face when the two of us walked in together was worth every dollar of it, because he greeted Zhang Lei first, not me. The kid was clearly the assistant. This was going to happen to me for the next 2 years with such regularity that I eventually stopped correcting people and started enjoying it. Zhang Lei wrote in my clauses, newspaper rights only, first part only, film rights, comic rights, everything else stayed with me. Written confirmation that the paper carried no debt and that if it did fold, the net assets would still be over $10,000. Guo Wen read the clause about film rights twice, looked at me, and signed anyway. Later, he told me that was the moment he decided the novel would work, not the manuscript, the clause. 3 days later, he put the layout in front of me. The storm riders across the top of the front page in characters the size of my hand, 10,000 words of text under it. He'd edited it himself, cleaned the style, converted my simplified characters into proper traditional ones, and I didn't argue with a single change because he was a professional and I was a boy with a claw for a hand. There was one difference from the version in my head. In the show I remembered, the warlord Xiong Ba is simply the monster in the middle of the board. I'd written tens of thousands of extra words about how he murdered his own master and built the Tianxia society out of the wreckage because a villain who wants things and pays for them is worth 10 villains who simply loom. Then I told Guo Wen the other idea, and he went pale. Give the newsstand men 50% of every copy they sell, I said. For 5 days. 50. Mr. Lee, that is a catastrophic loss on every single... We're printing under 2,000 copies a day. There is no loss available to us. I leaned forward. If we're gambling, gamble properly. 5 days. They'll push it because pushing it is the most profitable thing on the rack. He sat there. Then he clapped his hands once, like a man throwing a chair through his own window, and said fine. On the 28th of March, 1977, Stars Daily printed 3,000 copies. The next morning, a woman came up the stairs at a dead run to say the newsstands were on the phone, all of them, demanding more. Guo Wen told her to print 3,000 more. Day 1 ended at 5,300. Day 5, the last day of the kickback, hit 11,000. Then came the test I actually cared about. Day 6, no kickback. Nothing for the newsstand men but their normal cut. We printed 5,000 conservatively, like sensible people. They were gone by 9 in the morning. We printed 5,000 more. Those went. We printed 3,000 more. 12,000 copies. On the day we stopped paying people to sell it, that number is the only number from that spring I actually remember with my body. Not the money. That one. Because 11,000 with a bribe means you bought an audience, and 12,000 without one means you have an audience. And the difference between those two things is the difference between a stunt and a career. 2 weeks later, we were adding over 1,000 copies a day and settling somewhere north of 30,000. My hand couldn't keep up. So I hired 2 scribes at a few $100s a month each and started dictating, pacing a room the size of a bathroom, and the output went to 20,000 words a day. I have never in either of my lives worked that hard. I've also never enjoyed anything that much, which is a slightly embarrassing thing to admit about a warlord serial. And the publishing people of Hong Kong, who are a small circle and a chatty one, began to remember that a kid had been through all their offices a month earlier with a bag. The same men who'd had me walked out started calling to ask whether I might consider giving them my next novel. I was very polite to all of them. I have a long memory and a short list, and being polite is free. The money conversation happened at dinner because in my family, everything happens at dinner. My little sister Li Mei, who was 15 and had no filter whatsoever, put down her chopsticks and asked how much I'd actually made, so I laid it out. Circulation 33,000, paper sales running $30,000 to $40,000 a month, advertising starting in May, no less than $50,000 a month, net over a year, $600,000 to $700,000. My 25%, about $100,000 a year. And the stake itself, I said, is worth a few million right now if I ever wanted to sell it, which I don't. Nobody said anything. My mother, Wang Fen, finally said very quietly that $50,000 was what the 3 of them made in a year, all of them, the whole restaurant. Li Mei announced she was going to study Chinese literature and write novels too. I shot that down immediately, and I was being kind. A normal beginner gets $25 per 1,000 words. Write 1,000,000 words. 1,000,000, Mei. That's a year of your life. And you've made $20,000. I didn't get rich writing. I got rich because I found a newspaper that was drowning and I sold it a rope. My father, Li Feng, listened to all of this without expression and then asked whether I'd eaten enough rice. He would go on asking that question for the next 2 years. Through the factory, the arcade halls, the Americans, and a number of very large sums of money, it became the family's official unit of measurement. Any news at all, no matter the size, had I eaten enough rice. Then Guo Wen called during dessert and said a publishing house wanted the book rights. The man from Haohan Publishing was named Song Lan, and he came in with the standard offer, which was a 10-year license across Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia. Then he made the standard argument, which was actually a good one. Piracy in Hong Kong was total. Little underground presses everywhere. Impossible to sue. Impossible to find. What a big publisher gave you wasn't distribution, it was that they knew every pirate in the trade personally. What if I sold it outright? I said. Permanently. He looked genuinely troubled. He was a decent man, and he tried to talk me out of it, the way you'd talk somebody out of selling a fruit tree for 1 basket of fruit. A license is a stream, forever is a bucket. I have plans, I said, and then I did the only clever thing in the entire meeting. I told him no, not no forever, no for now. There's 100,000 words published. Come back when there's a third of it out, or half. The price will be a different price. He laughed and said I seemed very confident in my own novel. I was. That was the whole trick, and it wasn't a trick at all. I wasn't confident because I was a genius. I was confident because I'd already seen how the story ended, and I'd seen what it did to a room. By July, Hong Kong had a new problem, and the problem was me. The serial was everywhere, and of course they'd worked out who I was. I'd personally walked my name and address into every newspaper office in the territory 2 months before, so tracking me down took roughly 1 phone call. Journalists started standing outside the restaurant. Fans started standing outside the restaurant. Lunch service went to hell. The media decided I was the second Jin Yong, which was ridiculous. Several established writers responded by explaining at length in print that I was an upstart, a fluke, a one-book wonder with a thin style and no education. I said nothing at all, not one word. It evaporated in about 2 days because a fight where only one man is throwing punches isn't a fight. It's a man alone in a room shouting. Here's where that summer put me. Stars Daily was doing 80,000 copies a day and 200,000 a month in advertising, and it was now the 4th largest paper in Hong Kong. My quarter of it was worth 2, maybe 3 million. And Hao Han came back like Song Lan said he would, and bought the book rights outright forever for $1.5 million, which was more than anybody else offered, and considerably more than the number he'd had in his head in May. $1.5 million in cash in 1977 at 18. And then Zhang Lei, my lawyer, my perpetual stand-in as the man people assumed was in charge, came to see me with a folder because I'd asked him a strange question a few weeks earlier, and he'd gone and found the answer. There were exactly 3 factories in Hong Kong that assembled arcade cabinets. All 3 of them built under American or Japanese license. Kuntong was the big one, running since 1974, over 40 workers, and critically, it owned its land, 2,000 square meters of it. They wanted 3 million. Yuan Long and Tai Po had about 20 workers apiece, both renting, asking 800 and 700,000, worth maybe 5. I visited all three. What struck me was that none of them were failing. Assembly was profitable. It was just hard money. The license holders took the fat part of every cabinet. The margins were thin, and the 1973 crash was well and truly over, which meant every man who owned a factory in Hong Kong was looking at his neighbors in textiles and plastics and feeling like an idiot. I took Kuntong. 3 reasons, and only one of them was the factory. The land, first. 2,000 square meters, owned outright. I already knew what Hong Kong land was going to do over the next 20 years, and I can tell you that buying property in this city in 1977 felt less like investing and more like being handed the answer sheet. The workers, second. Experienced men who'd been building cabinets for 3 years. And third, the thing that actually made me sign, the owner, a man named Mei Xiangyang, had 2 people on retainer, one in Los Angeles, one in Tokyo. Their entire job was to walk into arcades and report back on what was popular. He thought of them as a small marketing expense. I looked at them and saw 2/3 of an international company, which brought me to the money, and this is the first reckless thing I ever did, so the arithmetic matters. I had 1.1 million in cash after tax. The factory cost 2.85. I could have sold my quarter of Stars Daily. 2 to 3 million, clean, and no debt. I pledged it to a bank instead and took 2.5 million against it because the bank would lend 70 or 80% of assessed value, and because I was going to write a sequel to The Storm Riders and that circulation was not going to drop. Every adult in my life would have told me to sell. That's the safe move. That's the move you make when your downside is real. I don't have a downside. I have a memory of the next 50 years. 2.85 million for the factory and the land. Mei Xiangyang took his money and went into textiles, delighted, a man escaping a difficult business at the top of the market. He gathered the whole workshop to say goodbye and gave every man an extra month's pay out of his own pocket, which I've always thought was decent of him. Then he introduced the new owner. You could hear the room change. 40-odd men, and every one of them had spent the last 10 minutes assuming the new boss was the lawyer standing next to me. Zhang Lei, 40 years old, good suit, briefcase. That would have made sense. That would have been a normal Tuesday. Instead, it was a kid who was 2 months out of Form 5. I let the silence run a second longer than was comfortable, because I'd learned by then that a silence you choose is different from a silence that happens to you. I know I'm young, I said. I know I don't look like anything you'd want to bet your family's rent on. So I'm not going to ask you to trust me. I'm going to tell you 3 things, and you can watch whether they happen. Nobody is being dismissed. Not this week, not next month. Every wage in this building goes up 5% starting with this month's pay. And after that, wages move with revenue, up when we do well. I looked around the shop. I will never cut them, not once, not for any reason. If we ever have a bad year, the cut comes out of my end. The noise they made was not polite applause. It was the sound of 40 men who had spent a fortnight assuming they were about to be sold along with the building. Then they introduced me to the 7 men who actually ran the place. Xu Peng, the director since Foot 74. Zhao Wei, who handled copying and testing games. Wang Minjun on loading. Zhou Liang, everyone called him Lao Zhou, past 50, in charge of assembly, and in 3 years he had not sent out one defective cabinet. And Gao Qiang, security, an ex-soldier from the mainland with a face like a closed door. Gao Qiang's contribution to our first conversation was to warn me that arcade halls in Hong Kong were run by triads, that Kuntong wasn't the center of anything, and that sooner or later somebody would come by to knock politely on our gate. I liked him immediately. 2 of Mei Xiangyang's relatives, the accountant and the purchasing man, left with him. Nobody was surprised. Nobody was sorry either, which told me something about the accountant. I got Xu Peng alone the next day and asked him the only question that mattered. Why didn't Mei take you with him? He didn't flinch. Because he's making his wife's brother the director. Good. A competent man with a reason to be loyal to somebody else is the cheapest senior hire in the world. Then let me tell you what this factory is now, I said. I did not spend 2.85 million to keep assembling other people's cabinets under other people's licenses. We're going to make our own games. He was careful with me. He'd been careful with me since the handshake. Mr. Lee, there are no game developers in Hong Kong. Development takes years and enormous money. I'm writing it myself. It's a simple game, half a month. Then I told him I'd already spent $200,000, about 50,000 USD, on an IBM machine, the most powerful thing I could legally get my hands on, and that it was arriving next week. I watched him do the arithmetic on his face. $200,000 on one machine for a boy's project. After the current order ship, I said, take no new contract work. Buy components for 100 cabinets. Mr. Lee. He hesitated. There's nothing in the company account. Mr. May took the cash out before the sale. Of course he did. We registered the new company that week. Galaxy Games Company. I drew the logo myself on the back of an invoice, a galaxy, a solar system, 8 planets in 8 different colors, and Xu looked at it with the expression of a man watching his employer waste an afternoon. Nobody in Hong Kong manufacturing was thinking about brands in 1977. You made a thing, you put your name on it in whatever font the sign painter had, you sold it. I wanted a logo people would recognize upside down, at night, through a dirty window, from across an arcade floor. Last item that week, security. We had 4 men, 2 of them part-time. I told Gao Qiang to make it 10. My criteria were specific. Married men with families, no criminal record, able to handle themselves, and veterans first. I had a budget of 100,000 for equipment, and I told him to spend it. I found out later what happened after that meeting, because Huang Yi told me years afterward when he'd had a few drinks. The 2 of them stood around the side of the workshop, and Gao Qiang repeated the instruction, and Huang Yi said, "Did the new boss ask if we were from the mainland?" He didn't ask. Then how does he... He said, "Take veterans." Gao Qiang apparently looked at the wall for a while. He knows. He just isn't going to make us say it. There were 6 more men they could pull off day labor at the docks and put on a steady wage. 6 families. In Hong Kong in 1977, finding one boss who didn't look at a mainland accent like a stain was luck. Finding 2 in a row they decided was a lifetime's worth. I told my own family what I'd done all at once, after the fact, which is not the recommended approach. Sold the book rights, $1.5 million. Pledged my newspaper stake, $2.5 million. Bought a factory, $2.85 million. Current cash position, not much. My mother was appalled. You should have bought a flat. A flat is something. A flat is a cushion. My father chewed for a while and then said, "You're grown. It's not for me to teach you. Just don't drive it into a wall." Li Mei hung off my arm and asked whether I would still pay for her to study abroad. "Even if I have to sell the factory," I said. "I'm not economizing on your school." And then my mother, who had watched all of this in silence, made the decision that mattered more than any of mine. From tomorrow, my elder sister Li Hong would be working at the factory, and she would be holding the money. Shufang was 20. She was not an accountant. She had never done anything more financially complicated than a restaurant's till. She was also the only person on this earth I would have handed the key to without 1 second of thought, and my mother knew it before I did. Xu Peng met her the next morning and called her manager Li, and I watched my sister's ears go red. We hired her a cashier because she wasn't an accountant and was going to have to learn on the job, and a purchasing man out of our own people. My only rule for the purchasing job was the one that matters. I did not care what he paid. I cared that he never took a single dollar to look the other way on bad components. Xu Peng mentioned, in the careful voice he used for uncomfortable facts, that Gao Qiang's men were all northerners, meaning mainlanders. My sister asked him to repeat that because our mother is from up there. "It doesn't matter where a man's from," I said, "as long as he works." Then I gave Liu the instruction that actually mattered that week. Those 2 people we had abroad, in Los Angeles and Tokyo, the ones who wandered into arcades and reported back on what other companies were doing? They stopped doing that. From now on, they're not scouting other people's hits. They're scouting markets for ours. He pointed out reasonably that both men were part-timers on pocket money and would never agree. Then offer them full salary and tell them they'll run our branch offices. Xu Peng said yes, Mr. Li, and privately, I am certain, thought, branch offices, in America, sure. Let's just try to still have a factory at Christmas. 700,000 of my remaining 800 went into the company account. Then I locked myself in the room over the restaurant with the IBM and had to make the single most important decision of my life so far, which was, which stolen game, because I had dozens in my head and almost all of them were useless. Too much memory, too much color, too many sprites, too many man-years for a team of 1. Hardware in 1977 was a shoebox and half my library was a cathedral, so I went down and down the list until I hit the one that was almost nothing. 4 squares, 7 shapes, a well, falling, Tetris. Some Russians would invent it in the 80s, and I could not remember the year, which meant the only safe thing to do was invent it now, myself, first. It wasn't ideal for an arcade cabinet, it's a console game really, a thing for the machine you own, but it plays exactly the same way whether the box is in your hands or bolted to a floor. I called it Hong Kong Tetris. I considered Chinese Tetris for about 90 seconds and then dropped it. Hong Kong was British, the West was not in a warm mood about China, and I was not going to hand a distributor in Ohio a reason to shrug. I also crossed one whole category off the board while I was at it. Fruit machines. Poker machines. Gambling cabinets. They were easy to build, they printed money, and every single one of them in this city belonged to somebody with a boat and a very short temper. While I'm poor and have no power, I wrote in my notebook, they'll eat me and there won't be a stain. On the 16th of July, I finished The Storm Riders, 1,900,000 words, half a year. I closed the notebook and went to build a video game. Gao Qiang's men moved the IBM to the factory like they were transporting a body. Xu Peng gave me the numbers. 10 new hires had pushed our costs up, and materials for 100 cabinets had eaten almost 300,000, roughly $3,000 a cabinet, and the expensive part wasn't the wood or the glass, it was the board, processor, ROM, RAM, video memory, one board, one game. You could not load a second one onto it. That's not how any of this worked yet. He was worried about the cost of music and voices. That's not where the money goes, I told him. The money goes on patents in every country that has them and on convincing foreigners to care. Everything else is rounding. I finished the game and tested it on the management team first because they were the ones who thought I was a lunatic and I wanted to watch their faces. Lao Zhou played for 11 minutes and then apologized to the machine. Xu Peng got up from the stool with a very different look than the one he'd walked in with. That was the day he stopped humoring me and started working for me. I don't think he ever said so, but the way a man carries a clipboard tells you. We recorded the music and the sound in a single day. We slotted the board into an empty cabinet. The first Hong Kong Tetris in the world stood in a Kuntong workshop with sawdust on it, and I made every single employee in the building play it. Then I made it harder, not by a little. I cranked the difficulty until you had to be genuinely good to survive 10 minutes on one coin. And when Zhao Wei asked why I was ruining my own game, I gave him the only lesson in that entire business that I actually believe. We don't sell to players. We sell to the man who owns the room. If a player can sit on one coin for half an hour, the owner makes nothing, and if the owner makes nothing, he doesn't buy the second machine. The last piece was the software I wrote in the 2 weeks after that, and it's the reason any of the rest of this happened. Coin handling and encryption on the board. It was not brilliance. It was a man from 2027 writing perfectly ordinary code in front of engineers from 1977, and to them it looked like a magic trick, and it was going to keep looking like one for about a decade. On the 25th of July, I stood in front of the management and told them to remember the date, which is exactly the kind of thing you say at 18, and which in this specific case turned out to be justified. Every arcade hall in Hong Kong takes one, I said. All 40 odd of them. Xu Peng asked how, given that we were unknown and our salesmen were 3 men and a van. Money back guarantee, 1 week. If it isn't physically broken by their own customers, they can return it and we refund every dollar. I held up a hand before he could enjoy it. 1 machine per hall. We don't have the capital for 2. Nobody in that industry gave a guarantee like that. Nobody in most industries did. Xu Peng thought about it for maybe 4 seconds and then said with total confidence that every hall in Hong Kong would take one. Of course they would. Their downside was 0, and in 7 days the box would earn them something. Price: $5,000 a machine, about $1,200 US. It cost us $2,800 to build. 2,000 plus of profit per cabinet. Atari sold into Hong Kong at 7,000. I undercut them by $2,000 on purpose, and I would have gone lower. I wasn't trying to make money that summer. I was trying to get bolted to 40 floors. Wang Minjun took delivery. Gao Qiang took the trucks and the gate. And I told my sister, cash on delivery, every unit, no credit to anyone regardless of who they say they are, and check the notes for forgeries. We had 50 machines built. They were gone in a day. The bigger halls took 2. Then, for 3 days, nothing. No repeat orders. Xu Peng came upstairs twice a day with the same non-news. The halls were saying, let's wait and see. He looked ill. I was delighted, and it took me an embarrassingly long time to work out why he didn't understand. Half the return window's gone, I said. How many machines have come back? He blinked. None. So they're playing. On the 4th day, I sent 10 of our own people out with notebooks to sit in arcades and count coins like the world's least glamorous surveillance operation. The numbers came back that evening. A Hong Kong Tetris cabinet was taking about $20 in 3 or 4 hours. Call it 50 a day, conservatively. 50 a day against 5,000 up front. 100 days to pay for itself, on a machine whose golden period is 3 years and whose working life is 5. I ordered raw materials for 500 units the next morning. Buying at that volume knocked $100 off each machine, which is $50,000 for the sin of ordering in bulk. 1.35 million total, paid 30-30-40 over time, and the first 30% came straight out of what the first 50 machines had earned. By the end of that week, we had sold 300 cabinets into a city with 40 arcade halls. Which is when I learned something I should have known. The men who own halls in Hong Kong also own halls in Macau, and quite a few of them own halls in Taiwan. And Taiwan has 20 million people. Not one machine came back. Not one. I hired a wedding banquet cook and had him set up in the factory yard, and we ate fish and roast pork off the workbenches, and Lao Zhou got drunk enough to tell me that his son thought the boss must be about 40. Then I ordered materials for 1,000 more machines and told Xu Peng to hire another 20 men. There's a line in this part of the story that I don't want to skate past. The reason we collected all that cash from all those arcade halls without a single incident is that 10 large men with military haircuts came with the trucks. People tried small things. Nobody tried a big thing. If I'd hired 10 cheaper men, this would be a different story with fewer chapters. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, a 23-year-old department store clerk named Tanaka Kenji was quietly deciding that his employer had gone insane. Yamada had a school certificate and no prospects, and a family in the provinces he sent money to, and for 2 years he'd had the easiest side income in Japan. A Hong Kong factory paid him pocket money to notice which arcade cabinets were busy. Then the factory got a new owner, and the new owner gave him an ultimatum: quit the department store and work for me full-time, or don't work for me at all. Also, he'd run the Japan office. He took it, he hired 2 men, and then he heard how long the new game had taken to build and privately buried the company. A game made in a few weeks is not a good game. Everyone in the industry knows that. Then the sample cabinet arrived and he played it for 2 hours and went home and couldn't sleep. His first stop was Taito. In 1977, that was the largest game company in Japan. Capcom didn't exist yet, Sega hadn't climbed, and Nintendo was still figuring out what it wanted to be when it grew up. A sales manager named Suzuki Takeshi played Hong Kong Tetris in a corridor with his face completely still, thought this is not bad at all, and said out loud, "Leave the machine and your contact details." Yamada gave away 7 of his 10 sample machines to 7 companies in a week. He sold 0. Some of them told him the game was mediocre. Some of them offered to buy the rights outright for an insulting number, which is its own kind of compliment if you know how to read it. He called Hong Kong at midnight, through a translator, sounding like a man reporting a death. "You did it exactly right," I told him. "It's day 1. We're not looking for a buyer, we're looking for a distributor. Those are different animals, and the second one takes longer." I hung up and looked at the 2 contracts that had arrived on my desk that morning. 500 machines to Taiwan for 2.5 million Hong Kong, 500 to Southeast Asia for 750,000 US. We hired 100 more people that month. The payroll passed 200, average wage $500. On the 15th of August, a Japan Airlines flight landed at Kai Tak and an executive director of Taito Corporation walked out of it. His name was Kimura Hiroshi. He'd brought Sato and an interpreter named Aoki Yoko, and I took them to dinner and then showed them the harbor at night, and I did not take them to a sauna because I've never liked them and because I had decided that this negotiation was going to happen while everybody was sober. The next morning, Nakanishi opened with what he'd flown in to say: "We'll buy the Japanese rights, permanently." 75 million US dollars, I said. "There's no negotiation." Aoki Yoko's voice did something strange in the middle of the number. Nakanishi's face didn't move at all, which is how I knew I'd hit him. The arithmetic I'd done at 4 that morning went like this: $750 of profit per machine. A hit arcade game in Japan does 300,000 units over 3 to 5 years. Even at 100,000 machines, 75 million was fair. He turned it down in about 6 seconds. Their ceiling had been 20. I was asking 4 times it, which was fine because I never intended to sell the Japanese rights to anybody, and the 75 million was not an offer. It was a rock I put on the table so that everything I said afterwards would sound reasonable by comparison. "Then let's talk about distribution," I said. "My terms. 3 years. They manufacture. Retail price not below 1,500 US. Right of first refusal on renewal, and the one that stopped the room. Boards get copied at our factory in Hong Kong. Only there, ever." Nakanishi put down his cup. "Why does it have to be your factory?" "Because there's software burned into every board we ship. If anyone tries to copy the board, the core destroys itself, and it takes the game code with it." His face did something I have thought about many times since. He stopped caring about my game. For a company like Taito, piracy wasn't an irritation, it was the wound. You'd spend 2 years on a title, and 8 weeks later, there'd be bootleg boards in Osaka you couldn't trace. Kill one workshop of pirates and another grows in the same building. "License it to us," he said. $300 a machine. We sell no fewer than 100,000 machines a year. He leaned in. "Mr. Lee, that's 30 million US dollars a year. For nothing. For doing nothing at all." Behind me, Xu Peng made a strangled noise and got as far as President Lee. "No," I said. Yamada, translating, was so happy he was practically levitating. Nakanishi asked me to reconsider twice, in 3 different ways. Afterward, Xu Peng asked me, very carefully, whether I understood what I had just refused. "They'd have the code inside a month," I said. "Then they'd have their own version inside a year. Then I'd have nothing, forever, and I'd have sold the only genuinely unbeatable thing I own for 1 good year." I shrugged. "I haven't even patented it. A patent means publishing how it works." What I offered instead: ship us your boards, we'll burn the protection onto them, and you'll pay us every time. Not a sale, a tax. Nakanishi went away to think about it because a permanent fee is a very different animal from a check, and every executive on Earth would rather write the check. He came back with a counter-demand: exclusivity, 5 years. Exclusivity comes with a first order of no fewer than 10,000 machines, I said, and a separate payment for the exclusivity itself. He agreed to both without blinking, which told me I'd underpriced something. Then he adjusted the deal in a way I hadn't expected. Taito didn't want our cabinets, only our boards. Your cabinet construction, he said, and he was being as delicate as a man can be through an interpreter, is not at the industry standard. I didn't argue. It wasn't. I had 1 million Hong Kong dollars. I couldn't afford to build a beautiful box. We fought about the board price for 2 hours. I asked 1,300 US. Nakanishi worked it at the exchange rate and observed accurately that this was more than my entire finished machine sold for in Hong Kong. Xu Peng, who had by now completely stopped being a spectator, came in over the top with component grades and labor costs, and the fact that a Hong Kong assembly line is not a Tokyo one. We landed at 1,200. My private floor was 1,000. The board cost us 500 to build. Somewhere in the middle of that afternoon, Nakanishi told me why he was buying so hard, and it's the most human thing anybody said to me that year. In 1972, Taito had a chance at Pong. Nakanishi had hedged, brought Sega in to share the risk. The game went off like a bomb, and Taito made a fraction of what it should have. He was not going to make that mistake twice with a game he'd played himself. Exclusivity. I asked 3 million. He offered 2. We closed at 2.5, half up front, 20% on delivery, 30% a month later. Xu Peng had advised me not to squeeze the last stone. The market matters more than the fee, he said, and he was right. He was right a lot, and he never once said so afterwards. 3 days later, Nakanishi came back with the contract signed by the owner himself and instructed his bank to move the money that afternoon. 2.5 million exclusivity plus 6 million deposit into Standard Chartered. And then he bought the software after all, not licensed, bought as a service, for their own new game. They opened at $20 a board. It costs you nothing, Nakanishi said. We even handle shipping. 100, I said. Without piracy, your sales go up by at least 30%. I'm not charging you for the flash memory, I'm charging you for the 30%. We settled at $70 a board, minimum 50,000 boards, no returns. 3.5 million US dollars for a thing I had already built that cost me nothing to make again. That evening, my sister came up to my office holding the bank slip in both hands like it was hot. 8.5 million US dollars, over 37 million Hong Kong. I sat down. I want to be truthful here. I sat down because my legs weren't interested in the alternative. In 2 entire lifetimes, I had never had that much money, and in one of those lifetimes, I'd been a professional adult with a payslip. Shufang was worse off than me. She just kept looking at the slip, and then at me, and then at the slip. Then she asked what we were doing to celebrate. We bought the empty lot next door and started building a real factory. The second thing we bought was a house, and that was a whole day out. We shut the restaurant for it, which my father agreed to the way other men agree to surgery. All 5 of us went to the sales office in Taikoo Shing, and I brought my 2 bodyguards, because by then I had 2. I'd picked those 2 personally. Both had elderly parents at home and small children. I'd met the families. I'd paid them 6 months up front. If you are going to hire a man to stand between you and a bad afternoon, hire one who has an enormous amount to lose by running away. The estate agents in the lobby scattered like pigeons when the 4 of us walked in. The manager who eventually approached us was a woman named Tao Lan, and she did the thing. She greeted my father. Naturally, she greeted my father. He was the oldest man in the group, and I looked like somebody's nephew who'd been dragged along. My father, who had been in the property market for exactly 11 minutes of his life, gestured at me without a word. Nothing under 1,000 square feet, I said. My father took immediate offense. We live in less than that. You've never complained. I've been complaining since I could talk. I just did it quietly. Tao Lan gave us the geography of Hong Kong in 1977 in about 90 seconds, and I've never forgotten the numbers because they were the last honest prices this city would ever see. New territories, 150 a square foot. Kowloon, 200. Southern District, 250. Central, 300 and up. What she showed us in Repulse Bay was 1,650 square feet of house sitting inside 3,500 square feet of land, with trees on it and a strip of beach at the bottom. They wanted 2.3 million. The trees and the beach aren't product, I said. They're maintenance. We settled at 2.1, and then my mother and my father and my sister went through that house like a demolition survey. My mother found a crack. My father disapproved of the kitchen on professional grounds. Shufang found a window that stuck, and I got it for exactly 2 million. Then I bought 5 flats of 1,000 feet each, one for Shufang, one for Li Mei. 3. Because the property market in Hong Kong in 1977 was a bank that paid interest in gold. $3.6 million in one payment, no mortgage. Xu Feng started refusing hers before Tao Lan had finished writing the number down. My mother, who had said almost nothing for 2 hours, said, "It's settled," and that was the end of that discussion forever. On the way out, I asked Tao Lan about the mid-levels, about the peak. She smiled the way you smile at a child who is asked to buy the moon. "Those are tycoons and British gentlemen up there, Mr. Lee. Nothing comes up for sale." I said something polite. What I thought was, in about 5 years, Britain and China are going to sit down at a table and talk about what happens to this city, and every gentleman on that hill is going to discover he has always wanted to live in Surrey, and they will all want to sell in the same 18 months. I'll wait. The move-in date got picked by a fortune teller. I did not argue with the fortune teller. When you have personally been reincarnated, taking a firm public position against the supernatural feels like tempting something. Before we moved, I got on a plane to Japan to steal a man. The shape of Nintendo in 1977, as far as I could remember it. 3 pillars, Endo at the top, who ran the place like a shogunate. Koji Akira, who built the hardware and could make a toy out of a stick and 2 rubber bands, and Saito Ren, who had been there about a year and was currently drawing characters for other people's projects. Yokoi I couldn't afford. Hardware men come with laboratories attached. Saito was a junior artist that nobody was watching. I took him to an expensive kaiseki restaurant and did not introduce myself as the owner of anything. "I'm a developer," I said. "I made Hong Kong Tetris." He'd played it. Of course he'd played it. He was 24 and worked in that industry. He put down his chopsticks and stared at me and said, in the most sincere voice I ever heard from him, "They told me the person who made it wasn't 20 yet. I assumed that was marketing." Then I made him the offer. 1 or 2 years working directly under me as my assistant, then head of development. He asked for a few days. What he actually did was not sleep, come to work like a man with a concussion, and make 3 stupid mistakes in a row until his supervisor called him into a room. The supervisor was Koji Akira. And Koji Akira, who was Nintendo through and through, and who could have picked up a phone and ended the entire thing with one call to Endo, listened to the whole story, and then took the kid to dinner. Saito told me what he said years later, and I've repeated it to about 9 people since. "As your company," Yokoi said, "I don't want you to go. As your friend, go. We're a public company. The board looks at this quarter's profit. Nobody here is going to hand a game to a man your age unless Endo personally forces it through, and he has better things to spend that fight on." He was talking about himself, obviously. His own hardware ate money, and the board hated it. Then he said he'd like to meet this Li Chengxiang, so we did the same restaurant a second time, and I sat across from the man who would eventually put a Game Boy in every pocket on Earth, and I told him the truth. "I knew your name before I came to Japan. I wanted to hire you. I didn't approach you because I can't afford your hardware." Yokoi tested me with one sentence. "No less than 1 billion yen a year on development, in the contract." "Done," I said. "And a penalty clause of 1 billion yen if I ever fail to pay it." There was a pause at that table that I enjoyed more than the food. "I'll be watching your company," Yokoi said finally. "I expect it to be somewhere in 2 years." Saito switched to calling me president that night and accepted on the spot. Double his Nintendo salary, plus 1 to 5% of the profit on any game he led. Nintendo did not give profit shares to anyone. That was the whole hook, and it cost me nothing until he made me money. He resigned the next morning. His father and Endo were old friends, so he warned Endo personally and apologized, which is a very Japanese piece of business, and also, I suspect, the reason it went so smoothly. Endo called him in and asked why. "I want a chance now." I know exactly what Endo thought, because he said it later to people who told other people. He thought, impatient, short-sighted, some talent, no judgment. Japan produces boys like this by the thousand every spring. He signed the release without a second conversation. About Galaxy games, he reportedly said we'd got lucky with one passable game and would be gone inside a couple of years. If Yokoi had walked into that office, I promise you the conversation would have lasted 3 hours and involved money. That is the entire difference between a man who is visibly valuable and a man who is quietly valuable, and I have made a great deal of money on the gap between the two. Saito's contract with me, 10 years, salary up at least 10% a year, and if he left early, he repaid triple everything he'd earned. He signed that too. His first job, recruit 5 developers in Japan and bring them to Hong Kong. "For what game?" he asked. "It's already in my head." Nakanishi gave me a tour of Taito while I was there, and 2 things happened. The first was educational. Taito's owner turned out to be a Russian Jew with Japanese citizenship called Dmitry, who held almost all the stock himself and refused on principle to take the company public, because going public means reporting to people and having your projects approved by people, and he had not got where he was by asking. I understood him completely. I also knew he was finished, long-term, and that Nintendo would eat his lunch by the mid-80s for exactly that reason. The second thing was a punch in the stomach. They walked me through development and introduced me to a designer named Honda Jiro and mentioned in passing that the company was a month into building a new title. It was called Space Invaders. The patents on the mechanics were already filed. I had flown to Japan with a plan in my luggage. That plan was to go home and build an improved Space Invaders, because I remembered it as the thing that ate 1979 and 1980 whole. And there was the man who actually invented it, sitting 6 feet away, being polite to me. Apparently, he'd watched Star Wars in the States that year and come home with an idea. So that one was gone, filed, protected, and I'd now stood in the room, which meant if I built anything adjacent, they would sue me and they would win. I flew back to Hong Kong thinking a genuinely useful thought, which was, the future is not a warehouse I own. It's a warehouse I'm racing everybody else to. Kwun Tong had turned into a construction site in the time I'd been away. I told Xu Peng I'd expected the land clearance alone to take a month, and he explained something to me that I'd genuinely not understood about this city. Land in Hong Kong doesn't belong to the people on it. Essentially, all of it is the government's, leased out. There is no village elder to buy off, no last stubborn tenant in the middle of your site holding out for a fortune. The government had even given us a break on the terms. 5 days to clear, half a month for the workshop, 2 months for a 5-story office block. Workshop first, I said. The office can wait. Nobody ever made money from a lobby. 3,000 square meters of industrial land, a little over $2 million. 2 production lines, boards and full assembly, running 3 shifts around the clock. And even then, we were doing under 50 cabinets a day and shipping orders in the sequence they'd arrived, like a bakery. Tens of thousands of dollars a day coming in. Another million odd went on IBM equipment for a development department that until recently had consisted of me and a folding table. On the appointed lucky day, we moved into the villa in Repulse Bay. No banquet. My mother wanted one and I talked her out of it, which took some doing. This is the temporary house, I told her. We'll throw the party at the next one. She said something about my head and the size of it. She was, in fairness, correct. Now for the part where I stopped being a manufacturer. We rented a second floor and put a stockbroking firm in it. Baisheng Securities, registered months earlier, back when I had no money and no business registering anything, because a license takes time and I knew what I was going to need it for. The man I hired to run it was called Xu Hao, 41 years old, 10 years in HSBC's investment department, never made department head. He was very candid about why, which is what got him the job. There are too many talented people in HSBC, he said. Perfect. I did not need a genius. A genius would have opinions. I don't need you to pick stocks, I told him. I know which stocks are going up. I need you to buy them without the whole of Hong Kong noticing. Terms: 1.5 times his HSBC salary, plus a percentage of the profit on the million I gave him to run himself. Separately, $5 million to be spent strictly on instruction. Don't think about whether they'll rise. That's my job. Annual profit threshold, 10%. He took it in the room and had 5 staff hired in 3 days. Then we went through the board. Hutchison Whampoa first, because it was the biggest prize on the water. HSBC had poured $150 million into it in 1975 and held around 30%. The Kadoorie family had another 20, which meant Hutchison could not be taken without HSBC's blessing, full stop. Wharf, second. Controlled by Jardine, except that Jardine only actually owned about 20% of it. The rest was scattered across retail investors, and its market value had fallen to $1.1 billion because it was in the middle of building Harbor City, and the billion-dollar hole in the ground was terrifying everybody. 20% of control, a billion-dollar asset, a share price on the floor. Wharf, I said. $5 million to start. Buy in pieces. Don't move the price. Tell nobody, including your own family. Xu Hao wrote it down without asking why, which is precisely what I was paying him for. I did know that in the early 80s Cao Zhenhong would come for Wharf and take it. That's not a reason to stay away. If a fight is coming to a building, the profitable thing is to already be standing inside it. A week later, Saito landed at Kai Tak with 5 Japanese developers behind him, and I met them at the airport myself, took them to dinner, and had them signing contracts by dessert. Their terms were much worse than his. That's what being first is for. The IBM machines were installed and waiting. I stood in front of them with an interpreter. I'd hired a Japanese tutor by then, and an English one too, because I already knew where I'd be spending 1978 TAS and told them the name of the game. Pac-Man. A maze. Dots. 4 ghosts chasing you. Power pills in the corners. Eat one, and for a few seconds the ghosts turn blue, slow down, and run away from you. And if you catch one, it goes back to a box in the middle and comes out again. Over time, the pills last a shorter while and the ghosts get faster. Saito put his hand up like a schoolboy. He said the dots alone were monotonous and the maze needed objects. Fruit, I said. Cherries, oranges, bananas, grapes. Appearing in the middle, worth points. Gone if you're slow. And side tunnels that take you out of one edge of the screen and in the other, but the ghosts use them too. He looked at the whiteboard for a while and then said, and I'm quoting, "That is a genius design." I did not tell them the win condition. I let the team work out for themselves when a level ends and how difficulty escalates, because they were going to be making games without me eventually, and I wanted to see them think. 2 weeks later, Xu Peng called me at 11 at night to say an American distributor had rung, wanted a meeting, was already boarding, and would be in Hong Kong at 3 or 4 in the morning. While he had me on the phone, he also confessed a small disaster. Our man in the United States, Lee Charles, who went by Charles and who was 1 year out of university, had taken a sample machine to Atari once and then spent 3 months seeking distributors. The company had been paying his rent and his travel. What he'd actually been doing was going to job interviews. On our money. He'd sold 7 machines at weekends, presumably out of guilt. I decided that morning to fire him in person at the Los Angeles trade show, which I admit was petty and which I do not regret. I drove to the airport at 3 in the morning myself, not for the money, because a man who gets on a plane 2 hours after making a phone call is telling you something about how badly he wants this, and I wanted to see his face while he was still tired. Tom Johnson was in his early 20s and had the specific glow of somebody spending family money. Bodyguards, a lawyer, an interpreter of his own. I fed him, showed him the factory, and let him watch our line for an hour. Then he opened, 10 million US for 20% of the company, $50 million valuation, for a factory in Kwantong that had existed under my ownership for about 4 months. We've signed an exclusive with Taito, I said. Their first order alone is over $10 million. He went a very deep red and said out loud in front of his own lawyer, I didn't research this properly. Then he doubled it. 20 million for the same 20%. Mr. Smith, I said, I'm going to give you my valuation and it's going to make you angry. He said he doubted that. I held up one finger. $1 billion. My interpreter made a small sound like a kettle. Tom Johnson did not get angry. That was the moment I started liking him. He asked for a piece of paper and explained it to me the way you'd explain money to a bright child. The market values a private company at 10 years of profit. 20 in a mania. 1 billion means $50 million of profit a year, every year. For 1 billion, I could buy 10 Atari. And Atari is the biggest company in America in this business. I did say the valuation was very high, I agreed. I did not say, in about 4 years this number is going to look conservative and you will remind me of this conversation and I will be gracious about it. Then we talked about the thing he'd actually flown 13 hours for, North America, exclusive, my terms, 10,000 machines as a first order, returns only for defects. 1,400 USA machine, and he could not retail below 1,500, plus an exclusivity fee. I asked 5 million since Taito had paid 2.5 and America is a bigger country with better weather. He offered 3. And then he did something I have never seen a buyer do before or since. He asked for a calculator, a pad, and an hour, and he sat at my conference table with his lawyer, a heavy older man he called Uncle Ben, and did the entire business out loud in front of the seller. Atari sells at 2,500, other brands at 22. The absolute floor for anything in this market is 1,700. So even at the floor, he clears 300 a machine, and realistically, he'd price at 2,000 and clear 6. Break even at 20,000 units. A decent game in the United States does 50,000 a year for 5 years. Uncle Ben pointed out, in the tone lawyers use when they want it on the record, that if the game did not perform, he would personally be down tens of millions of dollars. I know, said Tom Johnson. I like the game. His father had given him $50 million, and in doing so, more or less set him outside the family to see what he'd do with it. 10 million had already gone on buying the distribution business. We closed at 5 million for exclusivity and 14 million for the machines, 19 million US dollars. I told him 3 months for delivery because there was a queue, and there genuinely was. He winced. Then he said, what if I pay the entire 19 million now, today, all of it? 1 month then. My profit on that single conversation was 13 million US dollars, 55 million Hong Kong. Money that size doesn't move quietly. 19 million US arriving from America was the second unusual transfer into my accounts in a month, and somewhere in a tower in Central, a man had a folder open. Kenneth Chung was the taipan of Standard Chartered, and he'd flagged us a fortnight earlier when the Japanese money landed. Now the total had gone past 100 million Hong Kong dollars in 30 days from a company nobody in his building had heard of in March. He had them assemble the file, and the file read like a lie. March. Began writing a novel, The Storm Riders, best wuxia serial since Jin Yong stopped writing. Book rights sold for over $1 million. Bank loan against a newspaper stake. Bought a factory. Made a video game. 6 months from a Form 5 certificate to a personal fortune of $20 or $30 million. He received me himself, which is not something taipans do for teenagers, and called me a commercial genius. Anyone in my position would have done the same, I said, which is the only completely honest sentence I said in that building. Then I asked him for an unsecured line of credit. He looked at me for a while. He was weighing the actual risk of lending a large sum to an 18-year-old with no collateral against the risk of some other bank getting to keep me. 30 million Hong Kong dollars, he said. I did not negotiate. When a man reaches for a number that fast, the number he said is not the ceiling, but taking it without haggling buys you something a better rate never will. 30 million from the bank, 65 from Tom Johnson's payment, all of it into Baisheng Securities, $100 million aimed at Wharf. Xu Hao actually held his head in his hands. 100 million is nearly 10% of Wharf. We can't buy that quietly. The price will run away from us. Then don't buy quietly the whole time, I said. Accumulate, then push it up, then dump enough to knock it back down, then accumulate again in the hole you just dug. And then he taught me something, which is the best money I spent that month. We'll need multiple accounts, so no single holding shows above 5%, and we'll need a lot of different faces on the floor. There's no computer, Mr. Lee. Shares in Hong Kong are bought by men walking across a room. Send the same man in every day, and the whole exchange knows what you're doing by Wednesday. We opened the accounts in the names of my parents and my sisters. My father signed his without reading it and asked whether I'd eaten. By the middle of September, the new workshop was finished, and the office block was still a skeleton, exactly as instructed. I'd budgeted for cheap production lines. Tom Johnson's money meant I bought the good ones instead. 6 of them, 1.5 million Hong Kong each, 9 million for the set. One line with 30 men on it produces 100 cabinets a day. 6 lines is 600 a day, which meant Taito's order of 10,000 machines was now half a month of work instead of a season. Headcount went past 800. 3 shifts of 8 hours. The payroll was over $400,000 a month, which sounds enormous until you work out that at $2,500 of profit per cabinet, the entire wage bill for the entire company was 200 machines. I do not understand employers who squeeze wages, and I never have. Show me your margin and I'll show you where you're actually losing the money, and it isn't the man on the line. Taito sold their first 1,000 cabinets in a single day. A week later, they had nothing left in Japan to sell, started calling us daily about the shipping schedule, and paid the remaining $6 million early without being asked, which is the corporate equivalent of begging. I also learned something expensive that week. Taito was retailing at $2,000 US against my floor of $1,500, meaning my exclusivity fee had been worth roughly double what I'd charged for it. I made my peace with that in about a day. $700 off every board and $800 off every machine will soothe a lot of feelings. In October, the book came out. I had a contractual obligation to do 3 days of promotion for it, and I want anybody who has ever fantasized about signing books to understand that after 4 hours, your name stops being a word and becomes a physical injury. I signed until my hand went back to being a claw for a book whose royalties would never send me 1 cent because I had sold it outright, forever, for $1.5 million in July. I have never regretted that deal for a second. By October, I was worth over 100 million, and the 1.5 million was the ladder, and you don't grieve for a ladder. Taito ordered another 10,000 machines and paid 12 million up front, purely so they wouldn't end up behind Tom Johnson in the queue. The government sold us 3 more acres in Kwantong, 12,000 square meters, 3 times what we had, for a little over $10 million. I asked for more. They said no. I have often wondered what that no cost me, and Pac-Man was finished. We tested it in-house, and then, because in-house testing is a machine for lying to yourself, we brought in a dozen men who actually worked in arcade halls, sat them down, and watched. Unanimous. The cost sheet, $3,000 in black and white with the best components we could buy, plus $400 for color, a filter film over the screen, fewer than 10 colors, an absurd little piece of engineering, $3,400 all in, $900 more than a Tetris cabinet. Every arcade game in the world at that moment was black and white. We flew to Los Angeles on the 18th of October, me and Saito, and 2 very large men. Meeting us at the airport was Chris Stone, who was now running our American operation, hired through a headhunting firm to replace the young man who'd been going to job interviews on my payroll. I fired that one in person at the show, by the way. It took about 90 seconds, and I have never enjoyed anything less than I expected to. My English by then was functional, not good. Functional. I could order dinner and lose an argument. Eric's report. 20 staff hired and drilled on both games until they could talk about them in their sleep. 20 Pac-Man cabinets had flown in a week earlier and were in Tom Johnson's warehouse. Smith was lending us 20 Tetris machines, his own laborers, and himself, because he had the exclusive and my success was now his balance sheet. Then Eric explained his promotion plan, and I decided I'd hired the right man. We pay local arcade regulars to come and play on our stand, all day, rotating. And say how good it is? Absolutely not. He looked mildly offended. They say nothing. If they praise it, somebody notices they're saying the same words, and we're finished. He shrugged. They just play. A crowd makes a crowd. I stayed in an unremarkable hotel. Smith raised an eyebrow at it. It's too early for me, I said. He drove me around Hollywood on the free afternoon. We stopped where the stars are set into the pavement, and I stood there for a while doing arithmetic about an industry I had no business thinking about yet. Not now, but not never. The show opened on the 20th. In the games section, Atari had a stand you could have landed a plane on. Taito had a serious one. Nintendo, Sega, all present. Galaxy Games had a corner against a wall with room for 10 machines. We'd shipped 20. 5 would have fitted comfortably. I asked to be moved and was told pleasantly that the floor had been allocated months ago, and where exactly did I imagine they'd put me? Nintendo had brought a color home console built with Mitsubishi, and Endo was on the floor in person. Saito went over to pay his respects. He'd known the man since childhood. His father and Endo were old friends, and he actually called him uncle. Endo asked politely what Galaxy had brought. Saito told him, a color arcade game. I was watching from 20 feet away, and I saw it land. Nintendo's next title was going to be their first in color. He'd just been told that a factory he dismissed 4 months earlier had got there first. I sent Saito back to our corner and gave him one instruction. Don't leave the stand, and don't stand next to it looking like a developer. Play. He'd been inside Pac-Man for 2 months. He could clear it with one hand and a bored expression. From 9 in the morning, Eric's hired regulars played in rotation, and I watched the difficulty curve do exactly what I'd built it to do. Too easy, and the hall owner earns nothing and never buys a second machine. Too hard, and the player runs out of money and walks out of the hall. 10 minutes for a normal man, 20 for a good one, and the man behind him in the queue getting impatient the whole time, because that's the actual product, not the game. The queue. By 11, the queue was doing our marketing for us, because standing around watching other people do something is the most reliably human behavior there is. And then the color finished the job. These were people who had spent their entire lives looking at white shapes on black glass, and there was a yellow thing being chased by a red thing through a blue maze, and grown men were leaning over each other's shoulders to see it. Tom Johnson found me around lunchtime, shook my hand for slightly too long, and asked for the Pac-Man distribution on the same terms as Tetris. Let's talk in 3 days, I said. He knew exactly what I was doing. He told me so later, cheerfully. I was waiting for his competitors to see the crowd, and for the price to find its own level. He also admitted the 3 days suited him fine because he wanted to know whether this was a real hit or a well-lit Thursday. We set the Pac-Man price globally at $1,888 US. One price, every market, no negotiating. It cost us about $800 to build. I found out afterwards that Endo walked past our corner once from the outside and stood there long enough to count the international distributors waiting in line. He went back to Japan and told his people that Galaxy Games was going to be Nintendo's principal obstacle for the foreseeable future, and that there was nothing whatsoever he could do about it, which I think is the single most professional thing any competitor ever said about me. We held our own distributor conference after the show closed. Tetris moved 5,000 machines in small orders because Japan and North America were already locked up. Pac-Man went by exclusive territory, and this is the part where I stopped being a factory owner and started being something else. United States, Tom Johnson, $5 million. Canada went separately, $2 million. Britain, France, and Germany, $3 million each. Japan, Taito again, $4 million. Minimum first orders, 10,000 machines for the US and Japan, 3,000 for the European territories, 1,000 for Canada. Exclusive holders paid $1,750 a machine. Everybody else paid the full $1,888. 30,000 machines to the exclusive holders, $52.5 million. 15,000 to everyone else, $28.3 million. In Hong Kong money, that was about $210 million in orders plus $84 million in exclusivity fees. 294 million Hong Kong dollars in 3 days at a folding table from a corner stand next to a wall. My payment terms were brutal and non-negotiable. Half on signature, half on delivery, no credit, no exceptions, no matter who your father is. I explained it once to a very offended European. If you don't pay me, my only remedy is an international lawsuit. That will kill me long before the lost profit does. I flew home with 64 million US dollars. 150 million Hong Kong of it went straight to Shu Hao. That brought the wharf fund to $300 million, and Shu Hao had stopped pretending not to understand. 3 transfers of that size is not an investment. Nobody accumulates $300 million of a company for the dividend. He was frightened. He was also, I could see plainly, thrilled because he was 41 years old and he had spent a decade being not quite promoted inside HSBC, and now he was going to run an operation the whole of Hong Kong would eventually be talking about. I gave the entire development department a holiday and Saito went home to Tokyo. He told me later what that walk felt like. 2 months earlier, he'd left those streets convinced he'd made the worst decision of his life and that the little Hong Kong company would fold before spring. Now the game he'd helped build was loved on 2 continents. The order book was obscene, the department had all been paid bonuses, and the president had asked him whether he thought he could lead a title himself. He'd expected to wait 2 years for that question. He got it in 2 months. And he already had the answer because he'd been carrying the idea around since summer, an action game with a gorilla in it. I approved it on the spot and put it next in the queue, Saito leading, me as his assistant. He had dinner with Koji Akira and could not resist. You told our president 200 million Hong Kong dollars of development spending over 2 years. One game has already made more than that in 2 months. Yokoi didn't believe him. He said reasonably that a good game takes 6 months to a year, and Saito said the thing that eventually cost Nintendo their hardware genius. He runs development without a single wrong turn. It's as if the game already exists somewhere and he's just carrying it across. Then he passed on the offer. 1 billion yen a year for development. Total freedom. The president will come himself. So I did. Yokoi asked me the question I'd been dreading for 2 months. Why me? Why Saito? Why anyone from Nintendo at all? You'd never set foot in Japan before this year. I could not say, because in the world I remember, you two are famous, and I read about you. I hired a research firm, I said. They gave me a list of the best people in this industry in Japan. I picked 2 names off it. I let that sit. Saito hasn't disappointed me yet. So you tell me, did the firm get it wrong? He was quiet for a moment. I won't claim I'm the best, he said. But I'm not behind anyone in my field. Then I closed. You're not going to get what you want at any company, at any level, from anyone. Not because they don't respect you, because there's a board, and a board approves what it can already see. And then the number. 500 million yen a year, yours, for development, not subject to approval by me or anyone else. Spend it how you like, and if you spend it on something that fails, spend the next 500 million the same way. That's under 10 million Hong Kong dollars a year. I'd have paid it just to keep him away from everyone else. He asked for time. While I waited, I commissioned a piece of research on the Japanese comics market, and the numbers that came back rearranged my plans for the next decade. Hundreds of millions of magazines sold a year, 100 billion yen and more in that market alone, before you counted the animation, the films, and the toys hanging off the back of every successful title. The big houses, Shueisha, Shogakukan, Kodansha, Kadokawa, were not for sale to anyone, least of all a foreigner. But there were middle-sized publishers valued between 500 million and 3 billion yen, with real distribution in Tokyo, Osaka, Yokohama, and Nagoya. Buy one of those and then simply happen to remember 2 or 3 stories that hadn't been written yet, and hand the drawing to people who could draw. 2 days later, Koji Akira said yes. He had a contract with Nintendo carrying a 50 million yen penalty, about $1 million Hong Kong. I paid it without discussion. He insisted on a proper handover, weeks of it, so as not to leave Nintendo's hardware program bleeding. I liked him even more for that, and I've never met a good man who was cheap to hire. Then the phone rang from Hong Kong, and everything else stopped. I flew back that evening and went straight from Kai Tak to Baisheng Securities without going home. Xu Hao had it laid out on his desk. Yesterday, our people on the floor noticed somebody else buying. Not small. My standing instruction is not to chase the price, so we stood back and let a block go to them. How much? Over 2 days? At least $1 million worth. And it isn't retail, Mr. Lee. Retail doesn't buy like that. Retail nibbles. He tapped the sheet. Volume in Wharf has doubled. People are starting to look. Our position. Wharf at $12.85, 90 million shares in existence. Market value about 1.15 billion. We held 17 million shares. 19% of the company for $210 million, 19%, and the market had barely noticed. Xu Hao had done that. I've never forgotten it. I didn't need an investigator to tell me who the other buyer was. I'd written a book about the 80s in a previous life. I knew that in August of 1978, Wang Dexin would sell his Wharf stake cheaply to Chao Jianhong so that Pao could take the company, and that Wang Dexin would get 3 things out of it: a clean profit, a favor owed by the most powerful Chinese shipowner in Asia, and through Pao, an introduction to the taipan of HSBC, and that the introduction is how he eventually got Hutchison Whampoa for a song, which meant he had to start buying now, which meant it was already happening, which meant I was standing in the middle of a story I had read. Xu Hao gave me the 2 options like a man reading a weather report. If we have the money, we go on buying from the market and we buy the big institutional blocks at a premium. He paused. If we don't have the money, we fight him in the open, push the price with rumors, let it run, and sell our cheap stock into the top. We bought at the bottom, Mr. Lee. There isn't a version of this where we lose. I went to see Kenneth Chung at Standard Chartered the next morning and asked him one question directly because I liked him and because I was going to need to know eventually. How does your bank feel about Chinese capital buying British companies? He was more honest than I deserved. My head office is in London, he said. Hong Kong doesn't matter much to it. The British groups here are partners of ours in Europe. He turned his cup around on the saucer. If you buy a British company and its owners come to this building, the bank will stand with them. And I am the taipan, and I will not be able to stop it because there is a board. What he didn't say, and what I worked out later, is that a bank with a London head office is the only kind that would put a Chinese man in that chair at all. Over at HSBC, the taipan was British. The Chinese name on the door was Decoration. So, no war chest from the bank. I wasn't even annoyed. Then if I can't take Wharf, I'll run the price and take the money. There is no outcome where I'm down. Across town, in Chung Kong's offices, Wang Dexin had reached the same conclusion about Wharf that I had, from an entirely different direction and without any help from the future. Wharf was worth 3 times its price because underneath its cargo piers in Sim Sha Tsui was land in the middle of a city that was running out of it, and Jardine didn't even hold it directly. They held it through Hong Kong land, and it was under 20%, and everything else was in the hands of small investors who would sell to whoever knocked. He'd given the order to accumulate quietly and run straight into somebody else doing the same thing. His analyst laid a chart in front of him and pointed at 2 months of trading. It never holds above 13. Every time it gets there, somebody knocks it back to 1250. Then it climbs again. He shrugged. It could be coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences, Wang Dexin said. Which meant somebody had been inside this stock for a long time, and their position was very much larger than his. So he designed a test, and it was a good one. Tomorrow we buy hard and we push the price up. If the other party pushes it back down, he wants the company and he's protecting his cost. If he rides the rise and sells into it, he wants money and he'll take profits. Then he set his own limits. We don't buy above 17. If it goes over 20, we sell everything and let it fall. At a closing price of $13.10, $20 is a 50% gain in a day, and a 50% gain in a day in Hong Kong pulls in every small investor in the territory, like a bell. Either way I don't lose, he told the room. I bought at the bottom, I'll sell at the top. Let me be fair to him. We spent the next 2 years taking pieces out of each other, and I would rather be accurate than smug. That was a good plan. It was a well-designed, patient, low-risk plan built by a man reading the same board I was. He just didn't know that the other player had already read the last page. Hong Kong in 1977 had 4 exchanges: the Hong Kong, the Far East, the Kowloon, the Kowloon, and they wouldn't merge until 1986. The Hang Seng had been drifting between 410 and 440 all autumn, and everyone expected the traditional year-end rally, so the halls were full and cheerful, which meant there was no possible way to move Wharf quietly. In the lobby of the Far East Exchange that morning, a veteran small investor named Zhang Fusheng was telling his friends he was thinking of going in with everything he had. You're going to hear about Zhang Fusheng a few more times. He is not important to anybody in this story except himself, which is precisely why I've kept him. Wharf opened at $13.58, up 3.5%, and did $5 million of turnover before most people had finished their tea. Zhang Fusheng was holding 10 lots. He bought 10 more at $13.50. 5 minutes later, it was 14. Then both of us, Wang Dexin's people and mine, started taking everything that came onto the board, and neither of us knew the other was there in the room, and the price went up like something on fire. 15. 15.50, 16, 16.50, 17. Wang Dexin stopped at 17, exactly as he'd said he would. Xu Hao, seeing a wall of sell orders appear out of nowhere, stopped too, and with both buyers gone at once, the thing fell off a cliff. Below 15 in 10 minutes, Zhang Fusheng bought more at 15.10 and was now holding 35 lots. He'd been at the window trying to sell at 17 when the price passed him going the other way. That's the part people from my other life can't picture. There were no screens. The price on the board was updated by hand, by a man with chalk, and by the time you had walked across the hall to the registration window and told them what you wanted, the number you'd walked over there for had stopped existing. Then Xu Hao looked at $14 with nobody underneath it and swept the entire board. 5 minutes, above 19. Zhang Fusheng did the arithmetic 3 times because he didn't trust it. 3,500 shares. At $20, that's 70,000, and he'd put in 50. He got up and started walking to the window. He was still walking when the noise behind him changed. Wang Dexin had seen the sell wall stacked under 20, and rather than wait for his own limit like a gentleman, he dumped the whole position in one go. 1988, 1875, below 18, 1550, below 15. At the window, they asked Zhang Fusheng the standard question, sell at whatever the next price is or name your own. He hesitated. 4 seconds, maybe 5. Xu Hao finished the job with our own selling and stopped it at 14, where yesterday's buyers were sitting, and let it rest. The morning close was 1368, against a high of 1991. Downstairs in the lobby, 40 men explained to each other in perfect detail how obvious it had been that you should buy at the open and sell at the top. Everyone is a genius about the past. It's the most abundant resource in Hong Kong. Up in Jardine's building, Cunningham looked at the day's chart, decided it was speculators playing games, and told his people to keep an eye on it and only act if the market value dropped under $1 billion. And then, meaning well, he issued a statement. The company had no significant news. Everything was normal. Nothing to report. I laughed out loud when I read it, in a hotel room in America. The whole market had spent 2 days assuming somebody knew something. Jardine had now officially confirmed that there was nothing to know, which is not a neutral fact. If a stock doubles and the company says there's no reason, then the reason is gambling, and gamblers leave. Wharf went under 13 after lunch. Meanwhile, I had a problem that was entirely my own fault. I had $300 million of Wharf and no way to borrow against it, because pledging Wharf shares to a Hong Kong bank in November 1977 would have told the entire island what I was doing by Thursday. So I went to America instead. Tom Johnson made an introduction, and I walked into Goldman Sachs. My instruction to Xu Hao for the rest of that week, stop pushing the price down on purpose, buy up to 15 and no higher, but if the other side runs it above 25, sell them as much as they'll take, because I had understood something by then. Even if I never own Wharf, I told him, I will make $200 million on this stock. That's not the consolation prize. That's just the floor. The next day, in the VIP room of the Far East Exchange, Wang Dexin's manager, Xu Xiaofeng, gave him the diagnosis. He buys the collapses and never touches the peaks. He doesn't want money, Mr. Li. He wants the company. Wang Dexin sat with that for a moment. Then we're late. I've thought about that scene a lot, because it's the first time I was in a room with him without being in the room. He didn't sulk. He didn't double down on a fight he'd already lost. He simply changed what he was playing for, in one sentence, inside of a minute. Fair value for Wharf is $40. We buy up to 30. Above 30, we sell everything. At 3:30 that afternoon, he opened up, and Wharf went from 15 to 20 in a straight line, punched through the ceiling there, and kept climbing to 24. Zhang Fusheng, who had learned something, did not get greedy. He sold all 35 lots at $24.30. $50,000 had become $85,000. $35,000 clear in 2 days on a clerk's salary. I'm genuinely happy for him. Almost nobody in this story gets to keep their money. The price touched $25.88. Then Xu Hao, on my standing order, dropped our position onto all 4 exchanges simultaneously. Wang Dexin tried to hold the line at 23. He had about $200 million to do it with, which was 8 million shares. Bai Sheng was selling 19.5 million. He held for a while. Then he stepped back because he was not going to spend Chung Kong's cash catching a knife thrown by somebody with 3 times his arm. Below 20, below 15. Closed at 13.30 against yesterday's 13.10, a high of 25.88 and a close of 13.30. God knows how many people that burned. There were men in that hall who had bought their first shares that morning. Turnover was over $200 million for the day, and at that point Jardine stopped calling it speculators. I told Xu Hao to buy nothing at all the next day, and to sell anything above 20. Accumulating quietly was finished. Everyone was watching now. Wang Dexin spent that whole day buying, averaging down, and spent his last 100 million doing it. He ended with 9 million shares, a bit over 10%, at an average around $21. Wharf closed at $12.50, $80 million underwater. He did not, for the record, consider himself beaten. His own note on it, which I heard much later, was, "In a year or two, I'll pick it up quietly." Here's my side of the same 2 days. I sold 11 million shares for $225 million. My 19.5 million shares had cost me $250 million, which means the 8.5 million shares I still owned had cost me $20-odd million in total. Even valuing them at the wreckage price of $12.50, I was up 80 million, almost exactly what Wang Dexin was down. I did not beat him because I'm cleverer. I beat him because I knew what Wharf was worth in 1980, and he only knew what it was worth in 1977. Take that away and he'd have had me. And then, with the pressure off, I went back and finished squeezing Goldman Sachs. They could not value Galaxy Games properly because my actual profit was a trade secret and I wasn't handing it to a bank. So they did what banks do and used the industry rule of thumb, profit at 20% of revenue times a PE of 10, 320 million US dollars. Then they added a premium for quality of earnings, which I think meant this is frightening us slightly, and landed at 400 million. I borrowed 100 million US against 25% of the company. 3 years, 9%, which is 27% over the term. I signed it without haggling, and here's why. If I cannot turn $100 million into more than 30% over 3 years, with everything I know, then being reincarnated was a waste of a perfectly good miracle. The first thing I did with the money was buy 2 companies that nobody wanted. I sat in Goldman's offices and gave Robert Greene 2 names. Microsoft, founded 1975. Apple, founded 1976. They were worth almost nothing. That was the point. And because I needed a bank to move fast on a mandate they thought was stupid, I built the incentive to be impossible to ignore. Triple commission for closing both, plus $500,000 extra for every additional 10% of either company they could get me. Their normal fee on a deal that size would have been $100,000. Nothing focuses an investment banker like an unreasonable bonus for a reasonable amount of work. I flew home with $95 million and gave Xu Hao a new instruction. Hutchison Whampoa, quietly. Exactly like Worf, only slower, 100 million to start. And then I gave him the one that changed my life. Gold. He looked at me with the polite blankness of a man who has never once thought about gold in a professional capacity. So I gave him the shape of it, without the dates. Bretton Woods had collapsed. An ounce had gone from $35 to $200, then fallen to $100, and now sat around $160. It's going to $800, I said. He didn't laugh. I want to give him credit for that. He went away and spent 3 weeks learning a market he'd never touched and came back with the one fact that mattered. There are no gold futures in Hong Kong, Mr. Lee. We have 2 spot markets, the Chinese Gold and Silver Exchange, where they trade by shouting and hand signals, and the London market, which has only been running here since '74. He put down his notes. If you want leverage, it has to be America. Somewhere in the middle of that month, I took tea at the Peninsula for the first time, the oldest and most expensive hotel in Hong Kong, a table by the window, the harbor laid out underneath. I was 18, and I had personally moved $200 million across the exchange that fortnight, and I still felt like somebody was going to ask me to leave. Kenneth Chung was careful about it. He turned his cup around a few times. Was that you? In Wharf? It was me, and the other pocket surprised me. He didn't knock the price down. He bought my entire position. He didn't ask how much I'd made. I didn't say. That's what the Peninsula is for. Then he came to what he'd asked me there for. Rediffusion, the British company, wanted out of its Hong Kong television station. Would I be interested in buying their stake in RTV? I already knew I would, and I'd known for a month because I'd done the arithmetic on Hong Kong television in about 4 minutes. There were 3 stations. CTV was legally obliged by its license to broadcast educational programming twice a day and was therefore going to die. It went bankrupt the following year, on schedule. TVB was going to end up with Long Fusheng through relationships I could not compete with and did not want to. That left RTV, where the ownership was concentrated in one place and where one signature could buy me an entire television station. And I wanted it for something bigger than the advertising revenue. A man with a factory can be squeezed. A man with a factory and a newspaper and a television station is a man that people think about twice before squeezing because there is a difference between attacking a businessman and attacking a businessman who can talk to 2 million people at dinner time. Kenneth Chung agreed to broker it. RTV wasn't listed, it was worth a bit over 100 million, and no board on earth argues about that. Koji Akira landed in Hong Kong with a team of hardware men behind him. I didn't even let him see the factory first. I took him straight up to my office and put an Atari VCS on the desk in front of him. He recognized it before he sat down. President Endo brought one of these back from America last month, he said, and told us to work out how long it would take Nintendo to build one and what it would cost. And 1 to 3 years, depending on the money. I don't want a copy of that, I said, and pushed it across the desk with one finger. That processor is rubbish. There's no memory in it. The picture is soft and the whole scene sits on your eyes after 20 minutes. I want the thing that makes this look like a toy. Yokoi looked at me for a second and then laughed, which I hadn't heard him do before. You are saying, word for word, what President Endo said. Then he told me the thing that made the entire hire worth it. Nintendo costed the development at 10 billion yen. They don't have it. The project is shelved. He shrugged. And even if they found the money, it would have to go through the board. Buy whatever equipment you want, I said. Hire whoever you want. Don't show me the invoices. I went back to America with Xu Hao and 5 traders. Tom Johnson worked out why within about a minute of seeing 5 men from a Hong Kong brokerage getting off a plane, and he tried to talk me out of it as a friend, which I appreciated more than he knew. Gold futures, short, long, he waved a hand. Alex, neither of us is a financier. You've got a real business. Real businesses are so much harder to lose. I didn't argue with him. I could hear in his voice that he wasn't coming in, and I didn't push, because pushing a friend into a leveraged position is how you find out how few friends you have. He had a request of his own. Christmas. I need product before Christmas. 10,000 more Tetris machines. He saw my face. And I need them out of order, ahead of your queue. 10,000 machines is $8 million of profit to me. So I gave him what I could. His share of the factory's daily output went from 20% to 30%. 120 machines a day became 180. That's the ceiling. I have contracts with other people, and I'm not going to be the kind of supplier who breaks them for whoever shouted last. He accepted that, and then spent 10 minutes explaining Christmas to me in the tone of a man describing a natural disaster. You genuinely do not understand how much money is spent in this country in December. He was right. I didn't. I do now. Robert Greene came back with the valuations, and they were beautiful. Microsoft, $1.5 million. Gates and Alex were asking $5 million. Apple, $3 million. They were asking $8, and Apple actually needed the money because they had bank debt with the shareholders jointly on the hook for it. Then I said the sentence that made a Goldman Sachs partner stop writing. Value Apple at $6 million, not $3 million. I'll pay 1.8 for 30%. He put the pen down. You want to pay double. And Microsoft, I accept their $5 million valuation, but I want 30% for it. If they'll only give 20, then I'll pay 3. Robert Greene asked me, as delicately as a man can ask a client whether he has lost his mind, why the owner of a Hong Kong arcade manufacturer wanted to overpay for 2 tiny software firms in different states. I said something about long-term positions in technology. He wrote it down, collected an enormous commission, and privately concluded that rich young men need hobbies. While that was closing, I set up the other half of the trip. $100 million of my own, at 5 times leverage, $600 million on the account. The financing rates that winter were a menu of pain. 1 month, 15% annualized. 3 months, 14. 6 months, 12. A year, 10. I took 6 months. $30 million in interest, paid for the privilege of being right on a schedule. And this is why I did not take 10 times leverage when I knew where gold was going. At 10 times, a 10% dip wipes me out completely. I knew the destination. I did not know the road. And the market does not care that you're right in 1980 if it can kill you in February. The Apple deal closed at a $6 million valuation. $1.8 million for 30%, half of it buying out part of Alex Peterson's stake, half going into the company, and with Goldman's fee the whole thing cost me under $3 million US, what I was actually buying, and I did the sum before I signed. Apple goes public in the 80s at over $1 billion. Even if I get diluted down to 20% by then, that's $200 million in 2 or 3 years. 40 times my money. And I wasn't planning to sell at the listing. I was planning to sell on the day they threw Mark Ellison out of his own company, because that is the day that stock stops being worth what it should be. We signed in Apple's office. Markolo was there, and a couple of others, and none of them entirely understood why a man from Hong Kong had appeared out of the Pacific and volunteered to pay double. I didn't recognize Jobs at first, which is embarrassing to admit. Every picture I'd ever seen of him was of a man in his 40s in a black turtleneck. This one was 22, had a bad beard, and looked like he hadn't slept since the spring. I was excited. A bit. That is the honest amount. A bit. Then they showed me the Apple II, a black and white television glued to a keyboard, and next to the IBM machines I'd been buying for $1 million Hong Kong dollars apiece. It was an exquisite little animal, and I noticed the thing that made me a great deal more money than the shares did, and I said absolutely nothing about it in that room. There was no office software on it. None. No word processor, no spreadsheet, no nothing. It played games and it computed things if you told it how in the right language. I had Chris Stone check the whole American market that week, and the answer came back exactly as I'd hoped. A market for office software did not exist. Was small, did not exist. So I told him to start hiring for a software company of our own. 2 more instructions from that trip, and one of them was ugly. Hire finance people into both Apple and Microsoft on my payroll to sit inside my investments and watch my money, and hire bodyguards who were white or black. I want to explain that one rather than skate past it, because it's the ugliest sentence in this whole story. There were places in the United States in 1977 where 2 Chinese men in suits standing behind me got us all stopped at the door, and where 2 large Americans standing behind me got us waved through. That's the entire reasoning. I'd rather have written a different sentence I didn't get to. Microsoft came back with a counteroffer that told me exactly who I was dealing with. 30% for $5 million, but with voting rights on only 20. and 500,000 of the money to go not into the company, but personally to Gates and Alex. Alternative, 20% at a 3 million valuation, all cash into the business. I took the first one and cut one number. 200,000 personally, not 500. The rest goes into the company. I did not care about the votes at all, and I'll tell you why. I was never going to be allowed to control Microsoft. The moment a foreigner had genuine control of the company that ended up writing the operating system of the Western world, that company would be strangled in its cradle, and a different one would grow in its place. Votes were an illusion with a price tag on them. He could have them. But the cash out I cared about a great deal. A hungry founder with 100,000 in the bank is a machine. A comfortable founder with 500,000 is a man who has started considering a boat. We settled at 100,000 each, and I do not regret keeping Kevin Young slightly poorer than he wanted to be. On the flight home, I looked out of the window somewhere over the Pacific and thought a thought so petty, I'm putting it in on purpose. When I've made a bit more, I'm buying my own plane. I am done with airports. Kenneth Chung met me with news about the television station, and it was bad in an interesting way. Rediffusion was willing to sell, but the moment they'd established the buyer was Chinese and local, they'd raised the price. The bank valued the whole station at 110 to 120 million. They now wanted 200 million for the company, 120 for the 61%, an 80% premium for the crime of who I was. I sat there tapping the table with 2 fingers for a while. It was expensive and it was insulting, and I was going to pay it because CTV would be bankrupt within the year and TVB would never, ever be sold to me. And there are exactly 3 television licenses in this city. Around that time, the government of Hong Kong invited me to a charity evening. 26th of November in aid of elderly people living alone and children living worse, black tie, and, I quote, "You may bring a lady." I read the card twice and laughed out loud in an empty room. Apparently, I was now a person with standing. I did not have a lady. I asked both my sisters. Shu Feng went white and said absolutely not. All the important people in Hong Kong will be there. Li Mei, who was 15 and afraid of nothing, said she'd love to, and then also said absolutely not about 4 hours later. So I went alone, and I spent an hour beforehand asking people who'd been to these things what the protocol was, because there is no shame in not knowing and infinite shame in finding out in the room. To that crowd, I was a fashionable novelist. A few of them knew I owned a factory. Almost none of them knew what the factory made. The government knew all of it, obviously. Governments always do. They'd sold me the land, they stamped my export papers, and they collected my tax. The room was every name in the territory, the heads of the 4 great trading houses, 4 shipping magnates, the 4 families, Long Fusheng, Li Dexiang, Wen Yongjian, and me, standing against a wall, alone, holding a drink I wasn't drinking, and feeling every single one of my 18 years. Money doesn't help you in a room like that. Nobody in there was impressed by money. They were all made of it. What saved me was Kenneth Chung, who crossed the room, stood next to me where everyone could see, and started introducing me to people. The taipan of Standard Chartered walking directly over to an unknown boy did more for me in 90 seconds than a year of my own effort. The whole room started asking who I was, which is a completely different question from who is that. Then Chow Jian Hong came over. Understand the size of the man, not the richest man in Hong Kong on paper, the largest independent ship owner on Earth. 200 vessels, a fleet you could see from space. The others don't know, he said pleasantly, but I know your Galaxy Games is growing. You've expanded that factory more than once this year, nearly 1,000 people now. I asked how, and then answered it myself before he could. Every machine I export leaves Hong Kong on his ships. You have cheaper freight, I said. That's the whole secret. He laughed. What he was doing in his head, as he told me years later, was 30,000 cabinets at $1,500 apiece, $50 million of revenue in 6 months for a boy who had a Form 5 certificate in the spring. And he had come over to me. Nobody had introduced us. He had crossed the room to make a friend, which is the single most valuable thing I learned about how the very top actually behaves. Then Governor McLehose worked his way around the room. He was the good one, for what it's worth. The economy climbed under him, and he built the Anti-Corruption Commission that finally cleaned out the police. Everybody put money in the bowl. Everybody got a sentence or 2. I got praise for contributing to the economy and for employing so many people. And then, as he was already turning away, in exactly the tone you'd use to mention the weather, a factory shouldn't be partial in its hiring. It isn't good to take only a certain kind of person, and that was the end of the conversation. I stood there with my drink and understood the entire thing. The next morning I asked Xu Peng how many of our people were from the mainland. He didn't even have to check. 400, maybe 5. Out of 800. It had happened without a single decision by anyone. I told Gao Qiang to hire veterans. Gao Qiang's veterans had brought cousins and old comrades. Xu Peng had watched the boss hire them, concluded the boss didn't mind, and stopped filtering. They work hard, he added, a little defensively. They don't complain, not one problem in a year. I know. I know they don't complain. That's the whole reason nobody else will hire them, and the whole reason I could. Here's the position I was actually in, and I'm going to say it plainly because it's the least comfortable part of this story. Hong Kong was British. There was one prominent family in this city that had openly stood with the mainland, and they had been squeezed so thoroughly and for so long that the richest Chinese man in Hong Kong was a ship owner instead of them. My heart is where my mother's accent is. But a heart with no weight behind it is a hobby, so I made the decision, and I made it in about 4 minutes, and I've never pretended it was noble. Nobody gets fired, not one man. But in the new workshop, mainland hires stay under half, 30 or 40% preferably, and a private line for myself, which I wrote down and told no one. If they push past that, I take a few years in America and come back to China when the reforms start, and by then the market there will be big enough that I won't miss this island at all. Xu Peng carried the instruction to Gao Qiang in a corner of the yard, badly. Have you or your men offended the boss somehow? Or his sister? Gao Qiang's face did something complicated. How could we? We pray for that man. He gave us steady work. So Liu told him the order, and then, because he was uncomfortable and wanted to be honest, he added the part that wasn't in the order. After the new workshop, they'd hardly be taking any more of his people at all. Gao Qiang went back to the security room and smiled at everyone and said nothing to anybody because if it got around, 40 men would stop working and start talking, and that would prove the point for us. At 9 that night, he went to see Chen Yaoxian, one of my personal bodyguards. Chen Yaoxian lived with his wife and 2 small children in a flat I'd bought outright. 2 rooms knocked into one. His wife was from the mainland too. It was, by his own description, immeasurably better than what they'd been renting. By then, I had over a dozen personal bodyguards on 2 shifts, and several of them slept at the villa. I've died once. I have very specific opinions about the value of a locked gate. Gao Qiang got about 6 words in before Chen Yaoxian put up a hand. If this is about President Li, don't. I'm not. He treats us well. He trusts us. We're not going to betray him. Chen Yaoxian looked at him for a long moment. For the sake of our friendship, I'm going to pretend I didn't see you tonight. That is not something men say to each other lightly, and I didn't earn it with money. The bodyguards had already had their own conversation about this, separately, without me. They had concluded that if it ever came to it, they would stand in front of me. Because before me, they could not find steady work, and now their families lived like people. I found out about that years later and had to go and stand outside for a bit. Gao Qiang explained he hadn't come to plot, he'd come to understand, and Chen Yaoxian, who was not a subtle man, worked it out in one go. Nobody's offended anyone. He went to that government dinner last week. We weren't allowed inside, only he knows what happened in there. He shrugged. So stop guessing, ask him. So the next morning, Gao Qiang came to my office in the city and asked me directly. I wasn't angry. I'd been going to have this conversation anyway. He'd just saved me the walk. And I made one decision standing there, which was that I was not going to take the blame for the government to make my own life easier. This isn't mine, I said. The governor made a suggestion to me at a charity dinner in front of 200 people in a voice that only I could hear. When the government of this colony makes a suggestion and I earn my money in this colony, I have to bend. So I bent. He stood there. Here's the part that is mine. As long as your men work and don't cheat me, I will not dismiss a single one of them. Not one. No matter who leans on me, and no matter how hard. He tried to say something and couldn't. For what it's worth, I said, I don't think we're different kinds of people. I think there's one kind of people and a lot of borders, but I have to live here, and sometimes I'll have to bow, and I'd rather you heard that from me than found it out. He went out without managing to thank me, which was the thank you. I sat in that office for a while afterwards, and it was the first time the size of it landed on me properly. 1 sentence at a dinner party. 400 families. I was not a clerk anymore. From now on, the thinking has to happen before. Meanwhile, in an unremarkable building in Wan Chai, the Hong Kong branch of the Xinhua news agency was reading a file with my name on it. The branch was the mainland's de facto embassy in a city that could not admit it had one. The outgoing head, Mei Jiangguo, was handing over to Su Wei and He Yong, and my file was on the desk. What stood out to them was not the money. It was 400 mainlanders on one payroll. Nobody did that. Nobody except one openly pro-Beijing family, and everyone in Hong Kong had watched what that cost them for 20 years. The best anyone else offered was the absence of discrimination. They hadn't approached me earlier for precisely the reason you'd think, because the fastest way to destroy a young Chinese businessman in British Hong Kong is to be seen having lunch with him, and now the British had got there first anyway. Mei Jiangguo's summary of me, which I heard about much later, is the nicest thing anybody said about me that decade. He grew up entirely in colonial schools, and the education didn't take. That's rare. They decided to make contact, Not immediately, he'll think we've been watching him, and through an intermediary. There's a joke buried in this that I only got later. I was completely confident that Xinhua would notice me eventually when I was bigger, and the government had let me get away with hiring 400 mainlanders in the first place, only because they'd decided I was a boy who hadn't thought about it. If Wang Dixin or Chao Jianhong had done the same thing, there would have been no gentle hint at a charity dinner. In December, I stopped haggling and agreed to $120 million for 61% of RTV, and the government of Hong Kong immediately stepped in and stopped the sale. I'd expected it, though not that fast. Look at the board from their side. TVB, Chinese-owned. CTV, Chinese-owned and dying. And dying because at licensing, they'd been made to run educational programming twice a day, which is a very polite way of drowning something. RTV was the last British station in the colony. But Britain is a capitalist country, and the beautiful thing about capitalist governments is that they can advise and they cannot forbid. So Rediffusion produced the most elegant piece of diplomacy I've ever been on the wrong end of. Certainly, they said, we'll sell to a British buyer for no less than $100 million, $20 million cheaper than the Chinese boy was paying. A gift, wrapped, addressed to Downing Street, and if no British buyer appears within a fortnight, we sell to Mr. Lee for $120. Kenneth Chung told me not to worry. The whole station is worth $110. Nobody is going to pay $100 for 61% of it. The premium's insane. While the fortnight ran, I built the thing I actually needed more than a television station. I hired 3 personal assistants through headhunters and specified degrees over experience because I didn't want people who already knew how business was done. Kudo Yumi, 24, Japanese-American, Kyoto University, plus 2 years in the States. In a Japanese corporation, she would have spent 15 years making tea before anyone asked her opinion. Ma Jun, 27, Hong Kong, 3 years at Cambridge, came home from London because his mother was ill. Sophia Reed, 25, American, German family, UCLA, an enormous student debt with a family leaning on her. Her interview answer, when I asked why she'd take a job with an unknown Asian company, was the best answer anybody gave me. I'll work for whoever pays more. 2 of the 3 were extremely good-looking, and I'd like to state clearly that I did not hire faces. If I ever want to be surrounded by beautiful people, I'll buy a film studio, which, as it happens, I eventually did. I gave them 1 continent each. Haruko took Japan. Pick a comics publisher off the shortlist. Ceiling of 50 million Hong Kong to buy. Credit line of 100. Hire artists. I'll give you 2 of the stories myself, and every shop, every premises. Buy. Don't rent. On credit if necessary. She pushed back immediately, which is why she lasted. That's an enormous debt load. If property doesn't rise, the debt kills the company. I could not say, in 8 years, land in Tokyo will cost more than land on the moon. Don't think about it, I said. Buy. Sophia took the United States, watch Galaxy Games America, sit in on Apple and Microsoft regularly so both of them remember somebody's counting, run the gold position, and start me a software company for the office suite. Ma Jun took Hong Kong, the factory, Baisheng Securities, the television station if it ever became mine, and one more thing, find me a toy factory, a working one, with staff, that I can buy tomorrow. My business isn't big yet, I told all 3 of them. In a few years, you'll be the veterans who were here when it wasn't. Ma Jun brought me a list of toy factories in 3 days, and then I did something slightly unpleasant to him, which he never found out about until I told him at his own wedding. I quietly hired Zhang Lei to value the one I'd picked, independently, without telling Ma Jun. He negotiated it to $8.2 million against a fair value of $8.5. Test passed. I've trusted him ever since, and he never knew there was an exam. What I bought was 3,000 square meters in Taipo, about 200 workers, and 4 retail shops. The shops alone were worth over $1 million. I renamed it Jupiter Toys. The reason it was for sale is the reason half of Hong Kong manufacturing was for sale. Their designers had run dry. Nothing new had worked in 3 years, the owner had been burned on several attempts, and they were now producing anonymous plastic filler for other people's brands. I didn't need designers, I needed hands. I put a drawing on the table, 3 by 3, 26 small cubes, 6 colors. Sophia had done the research on the way, and it was a beautiful piece of work. A 2 by 2 puzzle cube had been patented by a man called David Miller, Canada 1970, United States 1972. The 3 by 3 had been invented in 1974 by a Hungarian architecture professor named Janos Kovács, who had patented it in Hungary in 1975. And had never filed internationally. It had gone on sale in Budapest a few months earlier and was selling slowly, without advertising, to Hungarians. Sophia flew to Budapest and bought the worldwide rights from Janos Kovács for $500,000, and now a sentence I actually mean. He did not know. He was a professor who'd built a teaching aid, and it was not his fault that nobody in Budapest in 1977 could see the shape of the world in 1981. $500,000 was to him an unimaginable sum for a wooden toy. I filed the international patents immediately. Then I hired Rubik himself on a proper contract to develop the 4x4 and the 5x5. And then I bought David Miller's patent because I have watched what happens in America after a hit. Within 18 months, somebody appears holding a piece of paper and they sue you, and they are legally entitled to. My orders to Jupiter Toys were simple and made no sense to anybody there. Stop all existing production, sell off what's in the warehouse, build cubes and nothing but cubes, and don't ship a single one, stockpile. Because when I opened, I was going to open with a flood everywhere at once and leave the counterfeiters no window at all. One last instruction, which the factory manager wrote down with a puzzled expression. Only non-toxic materials, certified, whatever they cost. Children's lawsuits, I told him, are more expensive than plastic. Haruko called from Tokyo to say she'd negotiated the publisher down and had a signature ready. Don't sign, I said. I'll come. She was mildly offended, which was fair. It wasn't about her. I have a rule that I have never once broken. I do not send money out of this company in another person's hand, not because I expect to be robbed, because trust is a thing you build in years, and I had known her for 5 weeks. Then Kenneth Chung rang. The fortnight was up. The government of Hong Kong had not been able to produce a single British buyer willing to pay $100 million for 61% of a television station worth 110. Rediffusion was selling to me. I'll give Miklahos his due here, because I've been rude about the colonial administration, and he doesn't deserve all of it. He was not a hawk. If he had genuinely wanted that sale dead, there were 9 ways to stall it until I lost interest, and he used none of them. On the 17th of December 1977, I signed at Standard Chartered $120 million for 61% of RTV. Kenneth Chung shook my hand and said, "You understand what happens on Monday. The whole of Hong Kong is going to ask where a novelist got $120 million. He was smiling. You're about to become an idol to every teenager in this city. And the game company stops being a secret at the same time." "Yes," he agreed happily. "That too." Ma Jun went out to the station first. Broadcast Drive in Kowloon Tong is where all 3 television stations and both radio stations sit, which is why everybody calls that hill Wu Tai Shan, the mountain of the 5 studios. I have always liked that this city names things properly. RTV's general manager was Sun Liming, the first Chinese man to hold that job. He'd known for weeks that the station was being sold. He had been completely certain it was going to the British. He didn't argue, and he didn't stall. He picked up the phone, called London, had it confirmed, put the receiver down, and told his people to cooperate. Ma Jun's instruction from me was one line: freeze all large expenditure today, personnel later. And then Sun Liming did something that I did not expect, and that decided his future in about 4 minutes. He called an emergency meeting of his own department heads, told them he assumed he'd be leaving, and spent the rest of the meeting arranging his people into positions where the work could survive without him. His stated ambition, which somebody repeated to me that evening, was to make RTV the #1 station in Hong Kong, even if it happened after he was gone. Even if it happened under his students. When I finally went out to Kowloon Tong, staff were watching from the windows. I heard one of them quite clearly through an open pane. "That's the new owner? He's a child." Sun Liming and I talked alone. I had exactly one condition, and I put it first so he'd know it was the only one that couldn't be traded. Under Rediffusion, this station shaped its news around what suited Rediffusion. That stops. From now on, this newsroom reports what happened. He nodded slowly. Specifically, on the mainland, no praise, no smearing. Facts in the order they occurred, and when we don't know something, we say we don't know it. I let that sit. Do you personally have a problem with that? Answer honestly. If you do, you can leave today with 3 months' pay and my genuine thanks. "I don't love the mainland," he said. "I've no prejudice against it either. I'll stay." He kept his job. He kept it for a long time. Then we discussed the remaining 39%, and Ma Jun gave me the best advice he ever gave me. "Minority holders can't threaten your control, so on paper you don't need them. But you have just pushed out the previous owners, and this city is watching how you treat the people left over. Pay a premium. 20% overvaluation is enough. And anyone who refuses," he shrugged, "gets diluted by a capital injection, and knows it. Do that." Now, the honest state of my wallet at Christmas 1977, and this is the only time I'll do this, because a man who keeps announcing his own balance sheet is a man who is nervous. After $120 million for the station, I had under $300 million left. 100 of that was already promised to Japan. Yokoi needed money for the console. Saito needed money for the gorilla. Jupiter Toys was building a warehouse full of unsold cubes on purpose. The only reason I did not run out of money that winter is that every single week, somewhere in the world, a container of arcade cabinets was being unloaded, and somebody was wiring me the second half. The management meeting at the station was 100 people in a room that held 80. Sunliming introduced me and started the applause himself, which was gracious of him. I gave them 3 things. First, from today this station is called Asia Television. I let them absorb that. Not because Hong Kong isn't enough, because a name is a ceiling, and I'm not putting a ceiling on the building on my first day. Second, before we're Asia, we're going to be #1 in Hong Kong, not for a week during a good drama, for years. And then the number, $50 million, into this building, starting now. Cameras, sets, costumes, props. That's when the room came apart, and it wasn't the name change that did it. I have watched your programs, I said, over the noise. I have seen the same 3 dresses walk through 4 different centuries. I have seen a wall wobble. That stops. Rediffusion had not put $1 into that station in years. They'd been running it like a rented flat. Then, when everyone had finished exhaling over, nobody is being dismissed, I gave them the 3rd thing. Don't relax too early. For the next 2 months, you're going to be watched and assessed by people you won't be able to identify. Anyone who's been coasting will leave. I'd rather tell you that now than surprise you in February. They introduced me to the people who made the place work. Luo Jinming, who had a master's from the Yale School of Drama and directed and taught half the talent in the colony, and whom I recognized instantly, with a small internal jolt, as a smiling villain from a gambling film I'd watched on a laptop in another life. 3 producers everyone called the 3 heroes of RTV. A young action director named Fang Jiqiang, a senior writer, Xiaoru Lin. They walked me through the studios, the newsroom, the acting course, the outdoor lot. I did not recognize a single actor, not one. Every enormous star of the 80s whose face I could have picked out of a crowd was, in December 1977, either a teenager in a training class down the corridor or working in a shop somewhere in this city. That was a strange afternoon. The press conference was on Sunday the 18th, and everybody came, including reporters from TVB and CTV, who I imagine were sent to find out how worried to be. I didn't attend. Ma Jun read the statement. 61% of RTV acquired, station renamed Asia Television. The first television station in Hong Kong, British for its entire existence, was now owned by a Chinese man. The room detonated on the first question. Li Chengxiang, the Li Chengxiang, who wrote The Storm Riders. The same. His family are ordinary people. Where does a novelist get $120 million? Is there someone standing behind him? And that's the question I'd been waiting for since March, so I'd written the answer myself. His family are ordinary people from the very bottom of this city, and every dollar was earned by him. The novel was the first capital. He bought an arcade cabinet factory. He designed a game called Hong Kong Blocks, which is now exported to more than a dozen countries. Ma Jun paused there, exactly where I told him to. You have all played it. The second explosion was bigger than the first, because everybody in that room had stood in a hall at some point that year watching colored blocks fall, and none of them had ever wondered where it came from, and it came from a 19-year-old in Kwun Tong. I'd banned exactly 2 topics, commercial figures and my personal wealth. Everything else, tell them. By Monday, I was considerably more famous than I'd ever been as a writer, and the journalists went straight to my parents' restaurant, which was closed, and then to our old flat, where nobody lived anymore, and eventually to the gate of a villa in Repulse Bay, where several very large men explained the situation. I flew to Tokyo for the publisher. The valuation was 1.8 to 1.9 billion yen. I paid 2.1 thars, a premium under 20% because the company wasn't a corpse, just a patient. Renamed it Jian Comics. Then I asked the question I always ask, and the answer turned out to be the most useful lesson anybody handed me that year. The business is profitable. Why were they selling? Haruko had it all written up, and I could hear her enjoying it. In 1972, Prime Minister Tanaka announced a plan to remodel the Japanese islands. Money was cheap. Between 72 and 74, land and housing nearly doubled. She turned a page. In 1975, it started deflating. A 30 tsubo flat in central Tokyo was 20 million yen at the peak. It's 17 now. It falls about $1 million a year. And the president bought property. At the peak, his own money plus 2 billion yen of bank debt at 6%. She looked up. That's 120 million yen a year in interest. What he bought is now worth 1.7 billion. The publishing business makes 150 million a year in profit, just about enough to service the interest and nothing else. So a perfectly healthy little publisher had spent 3 years working exclusively to pay a bank for a mistake, and finally the owner had given up and sold the only good thing he had to cover the bad thing. Bought at the top, sold at the bottom. It's the most common financial event in human history, and it happens to sophisticated men in good suits, not just to Zhang Fusheng in the exchange lobby. I felt genuinely sorry for him, and then I bought his company because sympathy is not a business model. Haruko warned me again because she was constitutionally incapable of not warning me. Land is still falling. It could reach 1.5 billion. We should sell the property and put everything into publishing. I remembered a graph of Tokyo land prices from about 1990 that looked like a cliff face photographed sideways. Don't sell anything. Of the 5 billion yen I'd allocated, 2.1 had bought the company. Nearly 3 billion was left to build with. I took the 3 department heads to a Chinese restaurant in Ginza and interviewed them without telling them they were being interviewed. How should this company develop? There's no right answer. Say whatever you actually think. All 3 of them understood exactly what was happening and immediately said nothing at all, because every one of them was trying to work out what the new owner wanted to hear. Haruko rescued it with one sentence, dropped casually while pouring tea. The chairman believes in comics and in property, and he's prepared to put nearly 3 billion yen into this company, more than the entire company was worth. Ono Kenta went first, which is why he ended up running it. We need our own long-running series, not licensed, ours. Which means competitions for new artists with prizes big enough to be worth entering. Real money, not a certificate. Then our own shops in the big cities and distributors in the provinces, and everything that hangs off a hit, animation, films, toys, models, music. The comic is the seed. The money is in the tree. Mori Shinya said channels mattered more than content, and that we should build a distribution network across the whole country first. I nodded politely and thought, a network with no hits in it is a hole that bleeds every month. Tanaka Akira said we should commission established artists and rent our shops rather than buy them. Sensible, safe. Wrong on both counts. In a country that was about to have the largest asset bubble in recorded history, I said nothing to any of them. Walking through Ginza afterwards, Haruko said Koyama, and I said Koyama, and that was the appointment. One change, I added. Bigger shops than he's planning. I want to sell toys through them. And in a few years, consoles. You build a channel once. What you put in it afterwards is up to you. Then I sat down with the artists and gave them 3 things to draw. The first was Mobile Suit Gundam. I gave them the story myself, sharp lines, war, a boy in a machine, and then the specification that made them stare at me. Every machine gets a height, a weight, an arm length, a weapon load, and all of it has to be physically plausible. Go and ask a professor, I said. I'm serious. Find an engineer and ask him whether the thing could stand up. The second was Super Dimension Fortress Macross. A fortress flying through space, and the fortress is the main character, but it still needs a story, I told them, because I could see one of them already sketching a big ship and looking pleased. A comic with no soul in it is just a fortress. The third one I gave them nothing at all. It's called Transformers. There's an energy called the spark that brings machines to life. The robots think like people. They have factions, they have politics, and they don't reproduce. Everyone that dies is gone. I let that hang. And they turn into cars, and televisions, and cassette players. The room went completely quiet. Write your own plot. I don't care what it is. The transformation is the product. The calculation was not sentimental. In 1977, there were no transforming robot toys anywhere in the world. If I put the idea into the market myself, I own the space. If I wait, I'll be buying the license from somebody else in 10 years at 40 times the price. Standing order to Koyama. Every submission that gets through the new artist competitions comes to my desk, all of them. I don't have every Japanese comic memorized, I told him, absolutely honestly, but if I see the right name and the right first page, I'll know. The artists, by the way, were not stars. They were assistants who'd spent a decade drawing other men's backgrounds and had run out of belief. Their hands were perfectly good. Nobody had asked them for anything in years. And the whole time I was in that room drawing robots on a whiteboard, a clock was running in Hong Kong that I could not see. Because 2,000 miles away, a man was working out where my money came from, and he had already decided what to do about it. One last piece of housekeeping in Tokyo, and it was the least glamorous decision I made all year. The finance department of the Japanese company was staffed entirely from Hong Kong, and my sister started hiring more finance people generally, on a rotation between branches. More expensive. Considerably. Also the reason no one on my payroll has ever robbed me. On the flight back to Hong Kong, I sat down in first class next to a young woman in a wide hat and dark glasses, which she did not take off after takeoff, or during the meal, or at any point in the first hour. I was bored and made conversation. You're not from Hong Kong, it's in the vowels. Taiwan, she said. I don't know many people from Taiwan. The one I know best is Li Sujuan, and she's not exactly a personal friend, she's just what everybody there listens to. There was a pause. You know her? I went to her recital at the Lee Theater in July, which was true. My sister Lee May had begged for tickets for 3 weeks, and the seats I got were so far back that the singer was a bright dot with a very good voice. She doesn't know me. The glasses came off. She does now. To her credit, she recognized me too, and told me so, and then added, although you look nothing like your photograph. which is fair. The photograph the papers were all running had been taken in the spring, when I was a poor writer with a bad haircut who hadn't slept in a fortnight. She listed my year back at me, the way you'd read out something implausible from a newspaper, a novel, a factory, games in every country, a television station, a fortune. That's a legend, she said. Miss Tang, this is going to sound arrogant, so I apologize in advance. I meant it as a joke, and it came out flat and true. It's the beginning of a legend. At the moment, I'm only a rich man. We talked for the rest of the flight. She flew without security, her assistant was back in economy, and when I said something about that, she shrugged in a way I'd see again from a lot of famous people over the years. She wasn't going into films either, though people asked constantly. Acting has to be learned. Singing takes all my time. I'll do a small part. I won't do a lead badly. I asked her for an autograph for my sister and gave her the characters of her name. Li Mei, 15, the one with the water and the heart in it. She wrote a wish about good grades and good health, which is a very Li Sujuan thing to do. We swapped contacts. I had a card. She didn't, so she wrote 2 numbers, Hong Kong and Taipei, on the back of an airline napkin. And what I was thinking while she wrote those numbers down was not romantic in any respect. I was thinking, a media group needs a record label, and then a film studio, and then a chain of cinemas, and then magazines, and then newspapers. And this woman is going to be the biggest voice in Asia for the next 15 years. At home, Li Mei made a noise I had genuinely never heard a human being make, and then asked 40 questions in a row, of which the only 2 I remember are, is she as beautiful as the poster, and will you introduce me? I said yes to both, which was a promise, and I kept it. The last 39% of the television station took until the new year. 2 of the minority holders dug in, right up until the moment Ma Jun mentioned, in passing, the $50 million capital injection and what it would do to their percentage. Then they were happy to sell, at a valuation of $150 million for the whole station, 39% for $58.5 million, which brought the total cost of Asia Television to $178.5 million against a bank valuation of $110 to $120, a 50% premium. I paid it with my eyes open. You cannot open a television station because you feel like it. You need a license from the government of Hong Kong, and the government of Hong Kong had just spent a fortnight trying to sell this one to somebody else. There were 3, there would be 3, and one of them was now mine. For scale, since it made me feel better at the time, and still does, in a few years Chow Jianhong would pay $105 a share for Wharf when it was trading at 50. He'd overpay by a factor of 2 and spend $2 billion doing it, and he'd be right. The first management decision I made at my new television station was to shut down the English language channel. Rediffusion had been getting the programming free from London. Now we'd have to buy it, and there are not enough English speakers in Hong Kong to justify the invoice. The second decision took longer because it was the whole plan. Ratings are dramas, I told Sun Liming. Everything else is decoration, so alongside our own scripts, we buy the novels, Jin Yong, Gu Long, everyone we can get. He started to say something about rights costs, and I cut him off. A popular novel arrives with its audience already assembled and arguing about the casting. You're not buying a story, you're buying a queue. Second, actors. We poach. TVB, CTV, anyone. He winced properly at that one. There's an understanding between the stations. If we start, they start, and salaries go up for everybody, and nobody wins. TVB is our enemy whatever we do. They're number 1 and we're coming for it, and CTV will not survive next year. I shrugged. So there's nobody left to have an understanding with. Take whoever's good and sign them for 10 years with a penalty clause the size of a house. Let TVB poach them, I'll take the penalty. And then I asked him for the thing I actually wanted. Get me the files on every actor at all 3 stations, not the stars, all of them. Contract players, extras, the acting course, the ones who carry spears in the back of the shot. Name, photograph, age. He assumed I was being thorough. I spent 2 evenings with that stack of paper, looking for faces I'd seen on posters in a world that hadn't happened yet, and I am not going to pretend that wasn't the most fun I had that entire year. The rest of the program, in the order I gave it to him. News, our own correspondents in America, Japan, Britain, and France. I don't care if we're second on a Hong Kong fire. I want us first on everything that happens outside this island. Always. Entertainment coverage. Our own paper about our own performers. We employ them. We'll know before anyone. Financial news, shareholding changes in the big companies, the Hang Seng, a rotation of invited professors. One rule, absolute. Nobody recommends a specific stock on my station, ever, and the competitions. TVB had Miss Hong Kong. So we'd have Miss Asia, no nationality restriction, open to Japan, Taiwan, the mainland, Southeast Asia, big prize, and a drama series built around the winner. Make the contest the shortest road to fame in Asia, I said. Then do the same thing with singing, and when we have enough of them, I'll build the record label. Sun Liming wrote all of that down and then asked carefully whether there was anything else. There was. I called the department heads in and started with what sounded like small talk. What do you all earn? There was a shuffle. 3,000 a month. 4, 5. Sunliming, running the entire station, made 8. That's less than I expected, I said, which was tactless and true. Then, if you could win $1 million, risking nothing, no entry fee, no wager, just by entering a competition, would you enter? The room laughed at me. Of course. $1 million was more than any ordinary person in that building would earn in a lifetime of Sundays. 15 questions, I said. 4 possible answers to each. 3 lifelines. 50-50. Ask the audience. Phone a friend. And then something happened that is the reason I stopped writing that show alone. They fixed it. Xiao Rulin, the senior writer, put his hand up and found the hole in about 90 seconds. Nobody knows everything. If it's genuinely 15 questions across every field of knowledge, the prize becomes obviously unreachable, and the moment the audience decides it's unreachable, they stop caring, which is exactly what the 4 answer options are for, and I said so, and he nodded and said, then say that in the first 30 seconds of every episode. Luo Jinming broke the phone-a-friend and rebuilt it for 1978. Ordinary families in Hong Kong don't have a telephone at home, and if they did, the person who answers is your mother, who doesn't know the answer either. He tapped the table. So it can't be a friend, it has to be anyone, someone the contestant has arranged in advance to sit next to a telephone, and there has to be a time limit, or he'll ring a professor and wait while the man looks it up. We argued about the limit. 1 minute, 3, 5. We settled on 3 because there was no internet and a man with an encyclopedia needs a moment. Mai Dongsheng, who was the most commercially minded person in that building, added the piece that made it work. If a man gets to question 13 and answers wrong and goes home with nothing, the audience will hate us. They'll be on his side by then. You need a ladder. So, we built the ladder. 7 questions gets you $1,000, then $2,000, 3, 5, 10, 30, 50, $100,000, and $1 million. Get one wrong after a rung, you go home with half of the last rung. Selection rounds, semi-finals, and the final from question 7 onwards, and the final goes out live. Sunliming made one last push to save my money. 100,000 would be enough. You'd still get the frenzy. 100,000 doesn't buy a flat in Central. I shook my head. I don't want a frenzy. A frenzy lasts a fortnight. I want every single person in this city to explain the rules to somebody else, unpaid, at dinner, tonight. 16 and over, legal residents of Hong Kong, nobody connected to the station or to the government. Finalists can't come back for a second run. And the last item, which I gave to Zhang Lei before I left the building, register the format. Copyright everywhere it can be registered in Hong Kong. Sophia did the international filings from Los Angeles the following month. Nobody in 1978 registered the copyright on a quiz show format. That is the entire reason I later sold that format to 9 countries. Christmas came and went, and there were no reorders, and I decided Tom Johnson had been wrong about America. I was wrong about being wrong. It just took 3 weeks for the arithmetic to reach me. The distributors hadn't finished selling their first shipments before Christmas. Then the halls filled up over the holidays. The hall owners came back for more machines, and the orders arrived in a heap in the middle of January. 15,000 Tetris machines, where the last round had been 5, 9,000 Pac-Man. Roughly $900 of profit on a Tetris cabinet is $13.5 million US, about 60 million Hong Kong. Pac-Man, split across the 2 price tiers, was another 39 million. Call it 100 million Hong Kong dollars in a fortnight, of which half would actually land in my hands. I did not leave it in the account. 50 million went to Shu Hao with a single instruction. Buy this company, slowly, quietly, the way you did Wharf. He asked what for. I'll tell you when it's bought, and this matters later. I was not buying it to take it over. Then Chao Jianhong telephoned me personally and invited me to a private party at his house to meet some people. I'd met the man exactly once, for 11 minutes, at a charity dinner. I read that invitation 4 times. At the door I was met by Wu Zhiming, his second son-in-law, and a man who, in the world I remembered, would end up controlling the larger part of that empire. When the host sends a family heir to the door for you, the party is about you. I stopped wondering what the evening was for and started paying attention to who was in the room. Guo Xiang of Hop Hop, Zhang Tianming, Wen Yongjian, Zhou Guangli of Sun Hung Kai Securities, and a dozen others whose names were on buildings. Not one of them measured me by my age. After the television station, everybody in that room had done the same sum, hundreds of millions, minimum. And the number that actually interested them wasn't the size of it, it was the speed. I had a clear-eyed thought halfway through that evening. Holding a drink, I still wasn't drinking. Hong Kong is small. Everyone in this room is my competitor for the same land, the same banks, the same government favors. These will never be friends. Acquaintance is the ceiling here, and pretending otherwise is how people get hurt. Then Pao took me aside onto a terrace. Do you know what the Xinhua news agency is? I put on my most helpful expression. A news agency? I believe it's the mainland's representative office here, in practice. He accepted the performance politely. The previous head has been recalled. The new men are Su Wei and He Yong. They're calling on business people. They'd like to meet you. He turned his glass. They have no route to you, so they asked me. I said yes immediately, and then did the arithmetic that mattered while he was still talking. There is a very large difference between receiving them and visiting them. Receiving them on my own ground says, I don't reject the mainland. Visiting them says, I have chosen a side, publicly. And the second sentence, spoken out loud in British Hong Kong in 1978 by a 19-year-old with a factory, gets that factory inspected until it dies. So, my ground. 2 o'clock. The factory. I didn't give Su Wei and He Yong a tour because a tour would have made it an inspection and they were not my superiors and I was not their subordinate, but you have to walk through the floor to reach my office and I let them walk slowly, 600 people working, nobody standing around, and both of them knew because it was in the file that had brought them here, that about half of those people had come across the border with nothing. I found out later what they were thinking and it wasn't political. They were thinking that nobody blames a man for leaving, that no Chinese person leaves the place he was born unless staying has stopped working. That every one of those men on that floor was sending money home. We talked for half an hour about very little, deliberately, because both sides knew that reaching for someone's heart on a first visit is how you lose them. What had actually raised me in their estimation had happened 3 weeks earlier and had nothing to do with the factory. Since the day the station became mine, ATV's news had stopped sneering at the mainland. It didn't praise anything, it reported what happened and stopped talking. He Yong said at the door that this was enough. I didn't declare a side that afternoon, I declared a temperature. I'd choose properly when Britain and China finally sat down at a table about this city, and by then I intended to be heavy enough that my choosing meant something. At the start of 1978, 1 year after I woke up in a hospital bed in somebody else's body, I called my 3 assistants to Hong Kong at the same time, and they immediately tried to dismantle my entire strategy. I'd like to say I saw it coming. Ma Jun went first with Hong Kong. Galaxy Games had cleared about 620 million Hong Kong dollars of profit in 1977. Baisheng was holding 8.5 million Wharf shares, 9.5% of the company, which had effectively cost us 25 million, and 14 million shares of Hutchison Whampoa, 3.5% at $100 million. And then he named the mystery purchase, because it was time. Chung Kong, $50 million spent. Market value around 700 million. Instruction is to reach 7 or 8%. Chung Kong is Wang Dexon's company, his own, the one with his name on the door. Sophia did America. Eric had bought 10 shops in Los Angeles and New York for nearly $3 million and had run the branch out of cash doing it. Apple was printing personal computers and turning a profit. Microsoft was not. Gates and Alex had hired engineers and were behind schedule on everything. New Century Software was still hiring bodies. Gold, bought at 163, currently 185, with a peak of 192. At 5 times leverage, that was $67 million of profit on 100 million in about 2 months. Haruko did Japan, which was 2 lines long because nothing had changed yet. Then I asked whether anybody had objections, which I said in the tone of a man expecting none. Ma Jun put his pen down. Why do you own pieces of 3 companies at once? So I laid it out, all of it, for the first time to anyone. Wharf I had wanted to take, and Wang Dexon got in the way. Hutchison I could almost certainly never take, because the Kadoorie family held 20% and HSBC held 20 more, so it was simply a bet on something being cheap. And Chung Kong I was buying in order to hold a knife to Wang Dexon's own company and make him trade me his Wharf stake to get it back. I finished. I was quite pleased with myself, and all 3 of them came at me from 3 directions at the same time. Hutchison is worth nearly $3 billion, Ma Jun said. You are never taking it, that 100 million is asleep, put it in Wharf. 1 public company you control, Haruko said, is worth more than 2 where you're a passenger. Passengers get thrown off. The Hutchison money accelerates everything, said Sophia, and it does it this quarter, not in 3 years. There was a silence. You're right, I said. That's a bird in the hand, and I got greedy. I want that sentence in here because I have watched a great many rich men lose everything rather than say it in a room with employees in it. The decision, sell Hutchison, gradually, without cracking the price, ideally at a profit. Everything into Chung Kong. Don't touch Wharf at all for now, because buying Wharf wakes Jardine up, and Jardine asleep is worth more to me than another 2%. Sophia added the piece I hadn't thought of. Don't just buy on the market. Find the institutions holding big blocks and buy them privately, at a premium, with a confidentiality clause in the contract. Then Haruko, who had clearly decided this was the day, took her second run at me. Pledging the shares of an excellent company to put 5 times leverage into a metal is not correct. Western inflation is going up, I said. American government debt is going up. Neither of those is a quarter. They're a decade. Sophia passed on a message from a friend of hers at Merrill Lynch, who ran a $100 million book. She says 200 an ounce is heavy resistance. You should take profits there and buy back lower. No, I didn't even think about it. I'd rather make less than miss it. But I remembered the friend. Introduce me sometime. Shu Hao started feeding Hutchison out and hoovering Chung Kong in, which in a market that small meant taking whatever appeared and being patient about the rest, and Ma Jun went digging through Chung Kong's shareholder register. And while all that was happening quietly, Sun Liming came to me with a suggestion I hated. Give an interview, to us, prime time. No, Mr. Lee. He put a stack of newspapers on my desk. You have become an idol to every young person in this city, and you have never once spoken, so they're inventing you. Not wildly, they're afraid of your lawyers, but they're inventing you. I read 3 of them. One had me at 500 million. One of the tabloids had me at 1 billion, which annoyed me most of all, because they'd guessed and they were right. So I did the only sensible thing, which was to be interviewed by a television station I owned. 1900 hours, prime time, promoted for 4 days. I gave them the biography straight. Born 1960, 2 sisters. Family tea restaurant in Sham Shui Po. Form 5. Wrote a novel. Bought a factory. Made 2 games. Bought this television station for $178.5 million in cash without a loan. That last clause was the one the newspapers had been fishing for all month, and I handed it over on purpose. Then the host asked the question we'd agreed on, which was how an ordinary boy from Sham Shui Po does that in a year, and I gave the answer I'd built the whole interview around. Knowledge. I said it without blinking. Without knowledge, I couldn't have written the novel. Without the novel, I'd never have bought the factory. Without knowing how to program, I couldn't have made the games. It is, of course, complete rubbish. What I actually had was 50 years of other people's hindsight and no way to say so. But it's the only lie in this story that I feel genuinely fine about, because a whole city sat in front of that broadcast and heard a 19-year-old say that what you know is worth more than who your father is, and in Hong Kong in 1978, a lot of people needed to hear it more than they needed the truth, and it set up the next sentence. Which is why, I said, I now have a way to give ordinary people their first capital, through what they know, 1 million Hong Kong dollars. The host, who had been briefed and who still couldn't help himself, actually said 1 million out loud. 1,000 square foot flat costs $200,000, he said, to an audience that did not need reminding. That's 5 flats, that's 5 families. We ran the rules on air, 15 questions, 4 answers, 3 lifelines. He played the skeptic because we'd asked him to. 15 questions across every subject on Earth? That's impossible. There are 4 answers on the card, I said. You don't have to know. You have to choose. I'm told that in flats all over Hong Kong, people were shouting at their televisions to stop interviewing me and get back to the rules. Nobody switched off. Better than that, TVB and CTV both lost audience share that hour, and it came to us. The next morning, not one newspaper led with me. They all led with the competition. Oriental Daily, do you want to be a millionaire? Ming Pao, more soberly, knowledge is wealth. Sing Tao, who will be the next Lin Bai Cheng? And Tian Tian. Daily ran the headline that was the most dangerous to me and did the most for us. What if someone who knows nothing simply guesses all 15? That was the one that brought in the people who had no intention of entering, because every single person who read it thought, well, I could guess. We had 20 registrars sitting ready. They were overwhelmed inside 2 hours. By the afternoon, we had pulled stuntmen and extras off the lot and put them on the doors to manage the queue. Kenneth Chung took me to tea with an armful of newspapers, delighted, the way a banker is delighted when a client becomes famous rather than notorious. $1 million is more than an ordinary man earns in his entire life. $1 million is nothing, I said. There are people in this city to whom it's a rounding error. He gave me a look over his cup. In a city of millions of people, there are fewer than 10,000 men with tens of millions in assets. You are describing a very small room and standing in it. Then he asked the sensible question. And if there are lots of winners, does the show bankrupt itself? I gave him the honest answer, which is uglier than the answer I gave on television. The editorial department writes the questions. If we don't want a winner in a given month, there isn't one. He laughed. He assumed I was joking. I was about 60% joking. And in any case, the show isn't supposed to pay for itself with advertising. The Hong Kong advertising market is too small to matter. I put my cup down. In my own commercial breaks, I intend to advertise my own games and my own toys. And when the format has run a season, I'll sell it to foreign broadcasters. And the million? The million is fixed, and money gets cheaper every year. In 10 years, that prize will be a nice car, and the advertising slot around it will cost 10 times what it does today. Then I asked him for $300 million secured on the television station. He put his cup down. The bank values that station at 120 at the absolute outside, and no bank anywhere lends the full value of a security. You know this, Mr. Falk. I let it get cold. If I needed 100 million against that station, or 150, why would I be sitting in Standard Chartered? Any bank in this city would write me that check this afternoon. That was rude, and it was calculated, and it worked because he was doing his own arithmetic at the same time. Over $1 billion of my money had moved through his bank in 1977. Losing me was not a lending decision, it was a career. He came back with one condition, and it was a good one. The borrower is you, personally, not Asia Television. I understood immediately and respected it. If the loan sat on the station, then in theory I could strip the station, walk away, and leave the bank holding a broadcasting license and a hole. On my own name, I couldn't. 2 days later, it was approved. 300 million. For as long as I don't have a bank of my own, I told him, my international transfers stay with you. He laughed at the "for as long as." Ma Jun brought me the file on Chung Kong, and it was a beautiful piece of work. Founded by Wang Dexin in 1950, plastics first, then property. Listed in 1972, 42 million shares at $3, $126 million of market value, which had grown to about 678 million. Wang Dexin held roughly 40%. Nobody else held more than 10. About 40% floated freely. 4 institutions held 12.5% between them, and a few smaller ones another 3. Meanwhile, Haruko had opened a door in Tokyo. Mitsubishi Bank was interested in lending, but they wanted to send people to Hong Kong and inspect. What I wanted was $1 billion Hong Kong dollars against 20% of Galaxy Games, which prices the company at $5 billion. At $620 million a year of profit, that isn't even an aggressive multiple, but I knew they'd discount it, and I knew why. All of that profit stood on 2 games. 1 bad year, and the multiple is a joke. So I did something I'd refused to do for a year. I opened the real books, actual revenue, actual margins, to a foreign bank, and I planned the attack on Wang Dexin properly, on paper, in the order it had to happen. The moment I started buying Chung Kong in size, he'd know. Days, not weeks. A share swap would enrage him, and an enraged Wang Dexin does not politely keep my secret. He might sell it to Jardine himself just to watch, which meant the whole thing had to be one movement. Take his wharf block and in the same hour sweep the market before Jardine could raise money or run the price. Otherwise I might still get wharf, at a price I couldn't carry. The final of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire went out live from a studio in our own building with 100 people in the audience and not one more, for a reason nobody watching would ever have guessed. The Ask the Audience votes were counted by hand. I brought my sister Li Mei. And because I had promised and because she was in Hong Kong that week, I brought Li Sujuan. Li Mei made the noise again. There were photographs, there were autographs, plural, because she had friends, and every one of them apparently needed one personally. We watched from the side, out of shot. The production of that show would horrify anyone who works in television now. No screens. The question and the 4 answers were printed on card in advance, and 2 men took shifts holding the boards up. The first finalist was Chen Bingjun, 42, who owned a bookshop. Question 7. The year the Anti-Corruption Commission was founded under Governor McLehose. 15th of February, 1974. He took it clean. Question 8 was the founder of the Eastern Han. He said not A, and then, before anyone could stop him, D, and then went the color of paper because he'd blurted the answer before the host had finished asking for it. The host looked over at Xiao Rulin. Xiao Rulin nodded. It counted. Li Sujuan leaned over. I thought they wouldn't allow that. It's the first final, I said. The editorial team is being soft. The questions are soft too. They want a champion as much as the audience does. She asked how it could be live when the earlier rounds were also being broadcast, and I explained our one piece of genuine cleverness. The transmission ran exactly 5 minutes behind the room, filled with pre-cut selection footage, which meant that when the audience at home was watching question 7, we were already on question 9. Chen Bingjun burned his 50-50 on question 9, took 3,000 and kept going. He died on question 12 and took half of the previous rung, $5,000. And then we did the thing that made the show. Every prize below the million was paid on the spot, in cash. Real notes, counted out on the desk, and then handed to the contestant, who was asked, required actually, it was in the format, to hold them up in front of the camera. $5,000 in a man's 2 hands, on television, at 8 in the evening. I have been told what happened in flats across Hong Kong at that moment, by people who were in them. They're actually giving out money. $5,000 is a year of wages. I'm registering tomorrow. The second finalist went out on question 8 with $500 and held them up and grinned like he'd won a house. Our own research said 3 of the 10 were genuinely strong. Chen Bingjun, a woman named Li Xiaoyan who was 5th, and Zhang Wei, who was last. We had put them at the start, the middle, and the end of the running order on purpose, so nobody could safely go and make tea. There is one thing about that program I insisted on and never once bent, and I want it on the record because everything else I've told you about that show is cynical. I wanted somebody to win the million, badly. A winner would have detonated this city, and I banned any interference with the questions. The last 3 questions of every final were drawn blind, by me personally, out of 30 sealed cards in front of witnesses. When I was out of Hong Kong, a man I trusted did it in front of the same witnesses. I was perfectly willing to make the show hard. I was not willing to make it fixed. There's a difference, and it's the whole difference. Li Xiaoyan took 3 rungs without spending a single lifeline. Question 10 was about the 3 great physicians of the Jianan era. 2 of them were Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing, and the third was the answer. She used phone a friend, and the friend was from a family of Chinese doctors, and she got it. Question 11 was the 4 ancient civilizations. She reasoned option D away out loud, spent her 50-50, and then sat there visibly praying that D would survive the cut, because if D was one of the 2 left, D was wrong, which meant B was right. D survived. She took $10,000. Question 12 was the population of Hong Kong in 1976 to the nearest 10,000. We used 1976 because the 1977 figures didn't exist yet, which is the kind of detail that makes a quiz honest. She'd seen the number. She knew it was around 4.52 million. What she did not know was whether the correct card said slightly more or slightly less. She still had asked the audience. She chose to save it for the last 3 questions and guessed. "Congratulations," the host said. "You have answered incorrectly. Your prize is $5,000. I watched her face do something complicated at the word congratulations, and I made a note to have that word removed from the script. Nobody won the million that night. The person who got furthest was not any of our 3 favorites, but a student who reached question 14 on what I can only describe as an outrageous run of luck, which is in the end the honest mathematics of that show, and the reason it worked on everybody. Every question has 4 answers. Even a man who knows nothing at all has 1 chance in 4 on the final question. That is a better rate than any lottery ever printed. Mitsubishi Bank approved the loan, and then the vice president asked to have dinner with me privately. His name was Fujiwara Takuya, and the reason Haruko went slightly pale when she said it is that the Fujiwara family are the Mitsubishi Group, not shareholders. The family. She had time to give me the basic file, age, university, temperament, and apologized for how thin it was. "That's more than enough," I said, which is true. Everything else you learn in the first 10 minutes anyway. He booked Chinese food, which is a gesture, and I received it as one. I went in ready to refuse an equity offer. Galaxy Games was mine, entirely, and I intended to list it in America later when the console existed and the multiple was different. He didn't ask for equity, he came at me sideways. "How do you see the future of the games industry? The world is at peace, economies are growing, when people have money left over at the end of the month, they buy amusement. That's the whole thesis." He disagreed, and he did it like a proper Japanese banker. "There is a Cold War, there are 2 enormous militaries. Any real conflict destroys that assumption in a week, and we have already had 1 oil crisis inside 5 years. Then, over the fish, the real question. If you were investing in Japan, what would you buy? And here is where I did something I'm quite proud of. I steered him away from comics, because the last thing I needed was a Mitsubishi-funded competitor in a market I'd just entered. Instead, I handed him the thing I couldn't have. A small country, a very large population, almost no flatland. It's Hong Kong with better trains. I shrugged. Property. I'd buy property. It's a shame. As a foreigner, nobody's going to sell me land here. Fujiwara Takuya looked at me for a moment. They'll sell it to me. And that was the actual reason he'd bought me dinner. He'd read the file, a boy, 1 year, hundreds of millions, and concluded that I was either phenomenally lucky or I could see something other people couldn't. And he had decided he'd like to be standing next to whichever it turned out to be. His terms, delivered without embarrassment, equal money, but 51% and full management control to me. I asked him the obvious question because I wanted to hear him say it. "We met an hour ago. I'm 19. I have a Form 5 certificate. Why would you hand me control?" "Because in under a year you made hundreds of millions of dollars," he said. "Either you have instinct or you have luck. Both are useful to me, and I don't need to know which." I tested him once. "I've just told you what I believe. You could do this without me tomorrow." "This is the first deal," he said. "There will be others." Then he raised a hand and named the size. $50 million. 50 each? I said immediately, with enormous enthusiasm. "Excellent. There was a pause of approximately 1 second, during which I watched a member of the Fujiwara family realize that he had meant 50 million in total, 25 apiece, and that he was now unable to say so. Because a 19-year-old who has been in business for a year had just put $50 million on the table without blinking, and if Fujiwara flinched at matching him, that was not a business embarrassment, that was a family one. 50 each, he agreed. I did not plan that. I heard a number and I heard an opportunity and my mouth got there before my manners did. $100 million of starting capital in Japanese property in early 1978, held for a decade. My 51% of what that became is a number I am not going to write down because it sounds like boasting even to me. Then he did me a favor worth more than the money. Mitsubishi's analysts had looked at Galaxy Games' profits and quietly concluded I'd inflated them. They'd halved my numbers, 100 million US of profit times 10, and valued the company at $1 billion and approved 200 million. I'll raise it to 250, Fujiwara said. 250 million US dollars against 20% of Galaxy Games. 3 years. 8.5%, where Goldman had charged me 9. That half point is $3.75 million. People will tell you the rate doesn't matter on a good deal. People are wrong. So, the war chest, and then I'll stop talking about money for a while. 840 million Hong Kong from Mitsubishi after the joint venture came out of it, 300 from Standard Chartered, about 100 from Unwinding Hutchison, plus 8.5 million Wharf shares I already owned, at nearly 10% of the company. Wharf was worth 1.1 billion. I needed half of it. The money was there. Ma Jun got the order to start buying Chung Kong from the institutions at a premium with confidentiality clauses. I had a second dinner with Fujiwara and brought Haruko, who bowed to him in a way that told me exactly how much of her 2 American years had come off in the last 4 minutes. We agreed to hire a professional to run the property venture. I wanted an operator, not an analyst, because I was providing the direction myself, with Haruko watching him. Then I tried to smuggle my own idea onto the table. The venture's idle cash shouldn't sit dead. Put 20 million into gold futures. He made a face like a man asked to keep a snake. He agreed to 10, out of politeness, because his own exposure in that was $5 million, which to him was a rounding error and to me was an experiment. Then I closed the trap I actually cared about. 10 times leverage, and I want written agreement now that we can top up margin to 30 million if it moves against us, because I have watched positions get liquidated for want of a signature on a Tuesday. He signed it, and I later learned what he'd told himself. If all 30 burn, I'll withdraw from the venture, take back 35, and be down 15 million, which he described to his own people as the fee for finding out whether the boy is real. I went back to Hong Kong so tired that Haruko had to say my name twice in the car. She offered to arrange a professional masseur at the hotel. I said yes to that, no to the drink afterwards, and slept 11 hours for the first time since March, which is the closest thing to a holiday I took in 1978. The next morning she was outside my door at 7 with the Chung Kong numbers, and I understood, properly, for the first time, that I had accidentally hired 3 people who were more ambitious than I was. The institution sold, because institutions always sell. They hold shares for money, not for love, and if the number is right, the shares move. The timing helped enormously. The Hang Seng had been sliding since the new year, broke 400 in January, and was drifting around 390, and the Lunar New Year was coming, which in Hong Kong means everybody cashes something in to pay for the holiday. Plenty of sellers, almost no buyers. A 12% premium looked like a gift. 7.6% of Chung Kong, first wave. And then it leaked, exactly as it was always going to, and the mechanism is worth understanding because it is not the one people expect. Everybody who sold had signed a confidentiality agreement. Everybody we were still negotiating with had signed nothing at all. In a tea house in Central, Zhou Guangli of Sun Hung Kai Securities poured Wang Dexin a cup and said pleasantly, "Nothing happening at your company, I take it?" Wang Dexin thought about the exchange first, which is what any professional would do. The price is stable, volume hasn't moved, nobody can accumulate quietly in this market. Not from the market, Zhou Guangli said, from the institutions, privately, at a premium. He put the pot down, and not a small amount. His motive was completely transparent and completely rational. He could have found out the buyer's name in a day. He chose not to, because what he wanted was a favor owed by Wang Dexin, and what he did not want was an enemy he hadn't met yet. Wang Dexin was not alarmed. He held over 40%, nobody was taking that from him, but a large outside shareholder can obstruct, and obstruction is expensive, and so he wanted the name. He had it inside a day. I'm told he read it twice and said, out loud, to an empty office, "How can it possibly be him?" His secretary telephoned the factory because that was the only number anybody had for me. The timing was awful. I was at 12% and change of a target I'd wanted to reach 20 on, and now he knew. The peninsula, 2:30, and we both came alone. Before that afternoon, we'd exchanged one nod across a charity dinner. Wang Dexin did not waste a syllable on the weather. Baisheng Securities is yours. It is. Then why are you buying my company? If it's control you want, I hold over 40%. You're several years too late. I gave him the story Ma Jun and I had built the week before, and I gave it to him without hesitating, which is the only way a prepared answer ever works. I don't want control, I want your wharf stake, and we'd never met, so I decided the fastest introduction was to become your shareholder. He put his cup down and assembled it in about 2 seconds, which is why he was Wang Dexon. So you were the one running wharf in November. I was, and it was going beautifully until somebody else's money walked into my market. He smiled at that and twisted it immediately, and I took a very large loss that week. Then I'll buy your position at your entry price, I said. You won't lose $1. No. He was pleasant about it. I believe in wharf. I'm holding. It'll reach 40. So that was round 1. He'd worked out I was going for the company and he was delighted because a war over wharf makes his 4 million shares worth a fortune. I admitted the plan and added the one true thing I wanted him to carry home. Understand me, I would rather make money than own something. If the price gets stupid, I walk away and take the profit. What he was thinking, and told his people afterwards, was arithmetic. Wharf is worth 1.1 billion. In a fight it goes higher. You don't enter that room with less than 500 million, and this boy just paid 180 million for a television station in cash. So how much money does he actually have? I opened round 2 with flattery, which is a tool and not a compliment. Under your management, Chung Kong will overtake Wharf eventually. Your shares are undervalued. Everyone can see it. He had to agree. He could hardly sit in the peninsula and say his own company was overpriced. Then let's trade, I said. My Chung Kong for your Wharf. At what rate? At today's prices. The market's opinion is the only neutral one available. Wharf is undervalued, he said. So is Chung Kong. You just said so. We're even. He took a moment, and then he named his number. $25 a share. That's my cost. Wharf was trading at 12. I found out much later that his real entry was closer to 21, so he was inflating it by $4 on top of asking me to pay double the market. My actual reaction was not what you would expect. I wasn't angry. He was robbing me, and I'd spent 2 months creeping up on his company with a knife, and a man who does that has forfeited the right to be offended. So I pushed on status instead. I hold over 10%. I am the largest shareholder in Chung Kong after you, and I am still buying. I let that sit for a second. I'd be glad to be your friend. I don't know whether you're willing to be mine. So if I don't sell, we're enemies. Not at all. They're your shares. Do as you like. And then I gave him the argument I actually believed, which is the only part of that conversation I'd say again today. Hong Kong is run by British capital. That was reasonable 30 years ago. It isn't now. Chinese money has grown up, and the largest companies in this city should not stay in British hands forever. I looked at him properly. I want to fire the first shot. I'd like you standing behind me when I do. He agreed with every word of it and refused anyway. Selling Wharf at 12 is a 50% loss. That's too much to give away for a principal. I had a fallback. All 3 of my assistants had proposed it independently, which usually means it's correct, and I did not want to use it because it would have detonated my reputation in this city for a decade. We parted politely and asked each other for discretion. He promised. Whether a man keeps that kind of promise depends entirely on the man, and he went straight out to find out where my money was coming from. Ma Jun brought me the tally that evening. Another 2.3% bought at a 15% premium, 14.5% of Chung Kong, one institution left holding 2.5%, close to agreeing. So barring anything unforeseen, you said it yourself, I told him. Barring anything unforeseen. Wang Dexon knows. He is the unforeseen, and he's going to move. So we moved first. Tomorrow, sweep 5% off the open market in a single day, not over a week, 1 day. Ma Jun pointed out correctly that this would run the price up and cost us more. Good. My block gets more expensive too, and I'm the one selling it back to him. And I gave him one more line of inquiry, which turned out to matter enormously later. Find out whose money he used to buy Wharf, his own, or Chung Kong's. Because if the company paid for it, the shares belong to the company, not to him, and he cannot trade them to me at all. We couldn't find out. Not that year. Fine, I said. When I'm on his board, I'll read it in the accounts. I went to the exchange in person for the first time in my life, which was overdue, given that I'd been moving hundreds of millions of dollars through it since November. I sat in the VIP room and watched Xu Hao work, and what he did was send a signal to traders standing on 4 different exchange floors simultaneously, by pager. I sat there thinking about Motorola and about how these devices would become telephones in the 80s and be in every pocket by the late 90s, and how there was absolutely nothing I could do about it right now with what I had. Some doors you can only walk past and remember. We took Chung Kong in 3 waves, sweep everything on offer, price to 17, up 5%, stop dead, let it drift back down while everyone exhaled, sweep again into the dip. 18. The institutions noticed and did not join, because a 10% move in a day was the edge of respectable in that market, and nobody wanted to be the man who chased it. By lunch, 1.1 million shares at an average of $17.20, $19 million. The target for the day was 2.3 million. Put a wall of bids at exactly 18, I told Xu Hao. $50 million of them. Take everything that comes, and don't pay a cent above it. Because there is no sense in bidding up the price of a thing you are about to hand back to the man who owns it. I want to keep one bit of perspective on the record. In the world I remembered, Chung Kong was worth over $200 billion. In February 1978, it was a mid-sized property company with no great land bank and a founder who was very good. A 10 or 20% premium was fair, 50 was not, and I was not going to pay it out of superstition about a name. 2 days later, Ma Jun and Zhang Lei walked into Chung Kong's offices without an appointment and announced themselves as representatives of a major shareholder. Wang Dexin received them with 2 of his own men in the room and did not send them out, which was itself a message. Ma Jun put a copy of a holding statement on the table. 5%. 5% entitles a shareholder to convene a general meeting and nominate a director. Wang Dexin barely glanced at it. I hold over 40. I control the meeting. Your director will not be elected. That works against a 5% holder, Ma Jun agreed. It does not work against a 20% holder. Refuse a director to a man with 20%, and he is entitled to conclude that his interests are being deliberately damaged, and to act accordingly. There was a pause. So Mr. Li already has 20. He does. He didn't, quite. He had 14.5 plus that morning's buying, and he was a hair short. Ma Jun lied without moving a muscle, which is the single most expensive skill I ever bought. Then why show me 5? You know what our president wants. Wang Dexin's answer was one sentence. Tell him. Below $25 there is no conversation, and I will be calling that shareholders meeting myself. After they left, he called his own people together, and his summary was accurate. He came here with bad intentions. He wants to squeeze my wharf stake out of me cheaply. One of his men said the sensible thing, which was that 20% of Chung Kong is over $150 million, and nobody spends that much money out of spite. And Wang Dexin said, half to himself, he isn't 20 yet. Young men can be very stubborn. Then he made 2 decisions. Sell part of Wharf to draw attention away, and squeeze me out of his company. The next thing that happened was not a meeting notice, it was Chao Jianhong on the telephone. He warmed up by mentioning that my quiz show was in every newspaper in Hong Kong, and I complained about it because there still wasn't a champion, and 2 papers had started hinting that we were making the questions impossible on purpose. That one genuinely stung. Our editorial team had been softening the questions, not hardening them, and you cannot sue a hint. Then he came to it. His position was this. Since the oil crisis, he had lost his faith in shipping. He'd been quietly shrinking the fleet for years and looking for a way to come ashore, and Wharf was perfect. Its piers served his own cargo, and its land was his way into property. He had wanted to accumulate quietly. Then he'd noticed that somebody was already in the stock and stepped back rather than wake Jardine up. And yesterday, he said, Wang Dexin telephoned me. Wang Dexin had offered him 5 million Wharf shares at $15. His own entry was 21. He was volunteering to take a $30 million loss. On one condition, that Cao Jianhong buy my Chung Kong stake off me. I sat with the receiver against my ear and did the sum, and I'll admit I laughed. He'd quoted me 25 and Pao 15. And it was clever. Beautiful, actually. $30 million of loss buys him Cao Jianhong inside Wharf, which starts a war over the company, which sends his remaining 4 million shares through the roof, and it removes a dangerous shareholder from his own register at the same time. Then Pao made me an offer of his own, and it was a serious one. He'd take my Wharf block at $30, 150% premium, and my Chung Kong at 20. I'd have cleared over $100 million that afternoon. I said no. He tried again. Then let's take Wharf together. And I asked the question that ends every partnership conversation ever held. Which of us runs the company afterwards? He didn't answer. He couldn't. 2 men cannot control one company, and he could not walk away either, because Wharf was the whole of his life after the sea. We sat in that silence on a telephone line for several seconds. And in the middle of it, I remembered a chapter I had personally written in another life, in a book about the tycoons of the 80s, about a maneuver that Wang Dexin pulled off in this exact year. This is the single best idea I have ever had, and it was not mine. I stole it from a man I was currently at war with, out of a book I wrote about him before I was born. Mr. Pao, You're a director of HSBC, aren't you? For some years. And you genuinely want Wharf, not as a trade, to keep, if the price is reasonable. Then here is what I propose. You use your seat on that board to persuade HSBC to sell me their entire holding in Hutchison Whampoa. I let it land, and I give you my Wharf shares and my Chung Kong shares. Silence again, but a different kind, because HSBC held 90 million shares of Hutchison Whampoa, 22.5% Chao, and the Kadoorie family, the only other block that mattered, held around 20 and certainly less. Each of us gets exactly the thing we want. Neither of us spends a dollar fighting the other, and there is no public war between two Chinese businessmen for the entertainment of every trading house in Central. Here's what I knew that he didn't quite. Hutchison Whampoa was the real landlord of Hong Kong. It held more land than Wharf. For a property play, it was flatly the better asset. It was also a conglomerate of somewhere between 1 and 200 companies, master of nothing, and its predecessor Hutchison International had drowned in debt during the oil crisis and been forced to sell itself to HSBC for $150 million when the bank refused to simply lend and demanded equity instead. Pao hesitated and told me why, and it was the honest professional answer. I looked at Hutchison myself. Too many businesses, too much debt. You could put $1 billion into that company and disappear. But he agreed in principle. The decision wasn't his anyway. It belonged to Shenzhou, the Taipan. He asked for one thing in return. Stop buying Chung Kong and don't take a board seat. Just show him that respect. I agreed instantly. I was at nearly 20%, and I had never wanted the seat. I'd wanted him to believe I wanted the seat. Ma Jun's first reaction when I told him was to swear, which he did approximately once a year. Then we stopped selling Hutchison. Immediately. We'd already unwound part of it, on his own advice from January, and now I'd be buying it back off the market at a higher price. I have not let him forget it, and he has not apologized correctly. Then we counted, and it was uncomfortable. I had about $1.2 billion. Hutchison Whampoa was worth $2.8 billion. Half of it was out of reach, and buying would only push the price up. And Ma Jun took the panic out of the room in one sentence. You don't need half. The Kadoorie family have 20%. 30% beats them. 40% makes it impossible for anyone. 49 is vanity. And then he gave me the second sentence, which was worth his salary for 5 years. And the shares you buy from HSBC, pledge them straight back to HSBC. The bank makes money twice, on the sale and on the loan. They have no reason on earth to say no. We built a fallback anyway, over the telephone, across 3 time zones, Haruko in Tokyo, Sophia in Los Angeles, both of them awake at wrong hours. If HSBC refused, outbid Pao on Wharf. And if that failed, sell him the block at a profit and stop pretending we hadn't lost. At the factory, ordinary life continued, and I wanted in here because these 2 months are the only reason any of the money existed. The office block was finished. Yokoi had his hardware team and had started the console. Saito was leading Donkey Kong, and I deliberately stayed out of his way. That last one took discipline. I knew exactly how famous that man was going to be, but famous later is not skilled now. In early 1978, he was 24 and had never run anything, and hauling on a seedling to make it taller is how you kill it. So I took a game of my own instead, because I needed cash in the next 90 days and not the next 90 weeks. Tank battle. 2-dimensional, top-down, tanks, a base you have to defend, walls you can shoot through and walls you can't. I'll be honest about it, since nobody else will. The hardware of 1978 could not do that game justice. I had intended to build it in a year or two, when the boards were better. I built it anyway, because I needed the money, and it shipped looking worse than it should have. It still sold enormously, but I know what it should have been. Meanwhile, in a room I wasn't in, HSBC decided to sell me Hutchison Whampoa before I ever asked. Pao went to see Shenzhou, and what he found out was that the bank had already resolved to get out. In 1975, HSBC had put $150 million into Hutchison International and taken 33%. After the merger, their stake diluted to 22.5 to Cree. But on a market value of $2.8 billion, that was over $600 million, $500 million of profit sitting there, and there was a reason for the hurry. Hutchison Whampoa carried over $1.3 billion of debt, of which nearly $800 million was short-term. Its $100 million profit the previous year, the one that had paid a dividend and made everyone comfortable, had not come from operations at all. It had come from the turnaround man, Wilfred, selling down the company's share portfolio into a rising Hang Seng. If that conglomerate went the way its predecessor had, HSBC stood to lose over $1 billion because the bank was not only the largest shareholder, it was the largest creditor. Shenzhou's own summary of the bank's position was given to Pao in one line, and it is the most useful sentence anybody said to me in 1978, even secondhand. A bank is not a charity, and it is not a political institution, and it is not a British gentleman's club. A bank is a bank. Whoever brings us money is our friend, Chinese or British. He genuinely did not care. I have met perhaps 4 people in my life who were that honest about what they were, and every one of them was dangerous. Between the 2 battles, I went to Tokyo for 3 days, because Japan does not stop needing decisions just because Hong Kong is on fire. Haruko brought me 3 candidates to run the property venture. I picked Morita Hayato, 30 years in Japanese real estate, deeply experienced, and crucially, a man with no opinions of his own. I want to defend that choice because it sounds terrible. I was not buying analysis. I already had the analysis from the future. What I needed was somebody who could execute a direction flawlessly and would not spend 2 years arguing with it. We called the company Beilong Trading, 1 character from each of our names. The orders were short. Everything into land, except 10 million into gold at 10 times leverage. Build housing or offices, Sasaki's call, site by site. Get our own construction crew, not contractors, ours. Don't develop everything at once. Train the team on the small sites first. And get the land through Fujiwara's connections, because a foreigner cannot buy Japanese land, and in Fujiwara can buy anything. Separately, to Haruko, buy the futures, put the paper in the bank, and do not sell them without me, no matter what the price does, no matter who tells you. Then she put 3 sets of pages on the table, and I stopped thinking about companies for an hour. Gundam, Macross, Transformers, first 3 chapters of each. I didn't read them for plot. 3 chapters can't tell you about a plot. I read them for the line work, the faces, the way people spoke. Gundam was very close to what was in my head, not identical, close enough. And I sat there for a moment with a strange feeling in my chest, because a thing I remembered from a screen in another century was now on paper in front of me, drawn by a man who had never seen it. Macross 1 approved without a single change. Transformers I sent back with 4 pages of notes because it was wrong, and it was wrong in a way I could name exactly, and I have never in my life enjoyed a meeting more. Then Ma Jun telephoned from Hong Kong, and I was on a plane 4 hours later because the taipan of the largest bank in Asia had agreed to see me about Hutchison Whampoa, and he was the one man alive who could hand me that company or bury it in an afternoon. Shenzhou received me in an office designed to make people feel small and asked one question before anything else. What will you do with Hutchison Whampoa? That question is not curiosity. The bank is the company's largest creditor. He was asking whether I was about to become his problem. First, I stabilized the management, I said. A change of owner is the most dangerous week in a company's life, and Hutchison has 180 subsidiaries. If the people who actually run them start updating their resumes, the whole thing sags before I've read the accounts. He nodded very slightly. Then property. Hong Kong land, developed by the company that owns more of it than anyone else. Then I sell the loss-making subsidiaries one at a time, without panic, and the good ones I buy more of, and take private. I shrugged. A conglomerate only gets big by getting narrow first. I found out later what he wrote down after I left, that I understood the value of other men's management, which meant I was not a boy. Then he made the offer, and it was so good it frightened me. He would sell me the bank's 22.5%, not on Hutchison's market value of $2.8 billion, but on a valuation of $1.5 billion, half price. And I could pay $100 million now and the rest over 6 months. Look at what that is. That is the deal that, in the world I remembered, made another man the richest person in Asia. I permitted myself about 1 second of joy. Then I said, and the condition? The condition was that every company I owned or would own operating in Hong Kong moved its banking to HSBC exclusively. A confidentiality agreement over the arrangement. In exchange, priority on credit and rates below market for 50 years. I asked for time to think, which was theater, because I'd already refused. You do not say no to that man's face in that room, because he can simply decline to sell you the shares at all, and then there is no story. I put it to Ma Jun and Haruko that evening, and they both told me to take it. They were right, on every visible axis. The terms were extraordinary. The largest bank in the colony standing behind me is not an advantage, it's a different sport. So I asked them the question they weren't expecting. And how do I start my own bank? They looked at each other. I watched both of them realize, in real time, that when I'd said the word conglomerate in January, I had not been using it decoratively. There is no such thing as a conglomerate without its own bank, I said. I am not giving that up. Not for a discount, not for 50 years, not for $300 million. Ma Jun, to his enormous credit, argued anyway. Then there's no discount. There may be a premium. You're choosing to lose several $100 million for something that doesn't exist yet. Haruko said carefully, we're assistants. This decision isn't ours. Neither of them believed I'd build it. I know that because both of them told me so, years later, at different dinners, in almost the same words. I refused. 3 to 5 years I'd have signed. 50 was past my line, and even bargained down to 20 or 30 it was still past my line, because the whole point of a line is that it doesn't move when the number gets big. And then I lied about why, beautifully, because you never refuse a powerful man with your real reason if a flattering one is available. Taipan, I've had a relationship with Standard Chartered since last summer. Kenneth Chung gave me 30 million unsecured when nobody in this city knew my name, and 300 million against my television station last month. I cannot turn around and abandon them for a discount. I spread my hands. It's a principle. It's probably an expensive one. Shenzhou stared at me. Mr. Lee, this is a discount of $300 million. You won't reconsider? No. And then he said out loud in a slightly odd voice, you are a remarkably principled businessman. I have thought about that sentence for a long time. I think what he was actually thinking was that a real businessman would have signed, and that he was going to have to revise his file on me. And I think he also decided in that same minute that the long-term Chinese partner he'd been looking for was not going to be me. He'd been talking to Wang Dexin for 2 years already. I didn't know that yet. It cost me a great deal later, but I hadn't finished, because refusing a man is not the same as leaving the room. A different structure, I said. What if I buy the block from you, and immediately pledge it back to you? He agreed before I'd finished the sentence. Of course he did. That is precisely how a bank prefers to be paid, twice, for the same asset, with a security interest at the end of it. Up to $1 billion against my personal guarantee, plus another $500 million to Hutchison Whampoa itself, once I controlled it. The share price was $7.15, yesterday's close, no premium, no discount. 90 million shares, $643.5 million, and against those same 90 million shares, a loan of $1 billion. So I bought 22.5% of the largest landowner in Hong Kong and walked out of that building $356.5 million richer than I walked in. I did not spend $1 of my own money. I spent a signature and a promise to push another $500 million of debt through a board I did not yet sit on. The economics from the bank's side, which Shenzhou explained to me over the contract without any embarrassment at all, deposits cost them 5%, loans earn 8, and $1.5 billion over 3 years is $135 million of clean profit. A bank only earns by lending, he said. Money sitting in our vault is a liability with interest on it. We are not hoarders. We are a machine for pushing other people's money out of the door. Walking to the car, I did the sum I'd been avoiding. In the world I remembered, another man got this exact structure. Same bank, same discount, same pledge it straight back trick. Which means the 50-year exclusivity was on his table too. And he signed it. And he was right to. Without HSBC behind him, he would never have become the richest man in Asia. So I've just refused the thing that made him. Fine, then I'll do it without them. And if in 30 years I'm poorer than he was in a life I remember reading about, then I was never anything special to begin with, and I'd rather find that out, the final position, and then I promise I'll stop. Chung Kong. 7.9 million shares, 19.75% for about 140 million. Hutchison Whampoa, 11.2 million of my own, plus 90 million from HSBC, 25.3%, already more than the Kadoorie family's 20, and I kept my word to Chow Jianhong to the letter. 8.5 million Wharf shares at $20, 170 million against a cost of 25, 145 million of profit on a company I never owned. Out of Chung Kong, I sold him 5.9 million shares at 20 and kept exactly 5%, which meant, once I'd netted it all out, that my remaining 5% of Wang Dexin's company had cost me $22 million, and I sent one message back through Pao, and it was deliberately unkind. Until Wang Dexin sells Pao his entire wharf position, I keep my 5% of Chung Kong. The purpose was simple. I did not want him earning a fortune off the war I'd set up. We were enemies from that afternoon, and both of us knew it, and neither of us said it out loud for another 2 years. He worked out what I was doing in about 4 days, sitting in his own office with 2 assistants and a legal pad, and I've always admired the method. Fact 1, I'd signed something with HSBC, contents unknown. Fact 2, Pao had brokered it, which meant there would be no war over Wharf, which meant we'd traded. Fact 3, Wharf had gone completely dead for 2 days. The moment he took the boy into HSBC, Wang Dexin said, I knew something was wrong. So, a large company in which HSBC holds a large stake, Wharf, Hong Kong Land, Hutchison Whampoa, Swire, Wheelock, Hong Kong Land is Jardine's, out. Swire's London parent holds over 30%, out, Wheelock and Hutchison. They talked about Wheelock for a while because John Madden had lost his nerve after the oil crisis and had actually offered the whole company to Jardine and Hong Kong Land in late 1976, and Hutchison had been in that conversation too, with HSBC's money behind it, and it had come to nothing. And then Wang Dexin remembered $150 million that HSBC had put into Hutchison International in 1975. He got there. Correctly. From nothing but public information and a good memory. Then his assistant asked the question that actually mattered. Where is his money coming from? Wang Dexin had already gone through every bank in Hong Kong quietly and found nothing that fit, which left foreign lenders he could not trace. If it isn't $1 billion, he said, it's certainly more than 500 million. His decision was the correct one, and I'd have made it myself, buy the target quietly and profit from somebody else's takeover. And he made one principled refusal, which he deserves credit for because I have been hard on him. He would not go back into wharf to squeeze Chow Jianhong. I sold him part of my position. There's goodwill between us. I'm not going to obstruct him for quick money. Then, about me. Lee is different. We're already enemies. And privately, to himself, the thing he did not say in front of his staff, he had wanted Hutchison Whampoa too. It had land, like Wharf had land. And if that one went as well, there would be nothing left for him at all. Pao brought him the certificates for 5.9 million Chung Kong shares personally. Why so few? I was told 20%. Nearly 20. He kept 5, and he'll return it only when you've sold me all of your Wharf. Wang Dexin did not flinch. Then let him keep it. His reasoning, out loud, was excellent. If a fight breaks out over Wharf, the price flies, and my remaining shares are worth a fortune. If Pao takes it quietly, the value comes back anyway. Either way, later is better than now. Then he asked Pao for a favor, and it's a lovely piece of technical detail. Would Pao buy 10% out of the block he just received? Because with it returned, Wang Dexin's own holding would cross 50%, and crossing 50% under Hong Kong rules triggers a mandatory offer to every other shareholder at the highest price of the preceding 6 months. Pao agreed. It's a good company. Call it an investment. Then he asked directly, who has he moved on to? And Pao told him, Hutchison, through HSBC. Wang Dexin's reaction, which was reported to me later almost word for word, is the highest compliment I ever got from him. What a perfect solution. If I had thought of it, I would have bought that block from HSBC myself. And then Chow Jianhong said the thing that I suspect changed how Wang Dexin treated me for the next decade. Don't look at his age. In business, that boy is an absolute genius. Wang Dexin nodded, seriously, and gave Pao 5 million of his Wharf shares that afternoon, keeping 4. Then somebody leaked me. Baisheng had managed only 800,000 Hutchison shares that day for $6 million, and somebody else had started buying, and buying only, never selling, and the price had gone to 745. It could have come from anywhere. My people. Pao's people. Somebody in HSBC. Hunting for the leak would have cost me a week I didn't have. So I used the plan we'd built for exactly this. That evening, Asia Television pulled its primetime drama and ran a news bulletin instead. Li Chengxiang has purchased 90 million shares of Hutchison Whampoa from HSBC at $7.15. He now holds 102 million shares, 25.5%, and is the largest shareholder, and from tomorrow morning, he will buy 60 million more shares at 9 Hong Kong dollars. 60 million, exactly 60 million, not one share more. Hutchison's chief executive, a man named George Hayes, learned about this from a subordinate several minutes after it aired, because he was not a man who watched television at dinner time. He was, by all accounts, magnificently angry. Not at me. At HSBC, who had sold their entire position without telling the management of the company a thing. He telephoned the Kadoorie family in London that night. The head of the family was ill, his children were dividing an inheritance, and had no appetite for spending $50 million defending a Hong Kong conglomerate. Nobody rang him back. He was told to wait. Hayes waited about an hour and then reached the correct conclusion, which was that control was being handed over and nobody had asked him. His next thought, which he later told me about quite cheerfully over a whiskey, was, then I had better start thinking about myself, and he called his management team together. The morning papers buried me almost unanimously. A boy cannot carry a $3 billion conglomerate. $9 is a ceiling this stock will never see again. Sell into it. Wang Dexin read 3 of them over breakfast and worked out immediately that I had paid for them. He was right. Ma Jun had spent a very modest amount of money buying pessimism. Because I did not want a single Hutchison shareholder waking up that morning wondering whether they should hold out for 10. The second thing I did that morning was considerably worse. The 90 million shares I'd bought from HSBC were sitting in their own separate account, and I sold them to myself. My own traders at other windows on other exchanges bought them off me at $9. Here's why that worked in 1978 and could never work now. The exchange was manual. There were no screens, so each of the 4 exchanges had dedicated windows and clerks for a purchase this size, and every 5 minutes, a statistician stood up and announced the accumulated volume out loud to the floor. 2 million shares, 5 million, 10 million, 15, 20, 25. 5 million more every 5 minutes in a room full of people holding a stock they'd been told that morning had no future above $9, and every one of them could do the same sum. 60 million is going to be reached before lunch, and the second it is, this buyer stops and the price goes through the floor. So sell now, sell right now, sell before the other man sells. The first 10 million shares of that avalanche were mine, moving from my left hand to my right. Everything after that was real. We filled the entire 60 million in 1 hour. 50 million of those were genuinely bought from the public for $450 million. The moment we announced we had finished, the price fell below 7. From the outside, it looked like I held 162 million shares, 40.5%. I actually held 152 million, 38%, and I went on quietly buying below 7 all week through a different account. Then I had to deal with the part that actually decides these things, which is not shares at all. Hutchison's board had 9 seats, and 5 of them were management: Hayes, 2 vice presidents named Richardson and Mike Zhang, Liu Tao on the commercial side, and John in personnel. This is the lesson that costs people companies. Controlling the shareholders' meeting is not controlling the company. The board runs the company, and the board is made of people, and people have mortgages. Hayes and Richardson opened gently. We have a development plan. Changing direction now would be damaging. You wouldn't want the newspapers to be proved right. I didn't argue with them. I put a document on the table. A share option program. 20% of last year's operating profit every year used to buy company shares on the market and distribute them to management and to the best staff by contribution until 5% of the company has been handed out. 3-year lockup. Leave voluntarily or get dismissed for cause, and it all evaporates. I watched Hayes do the arithmetic, and I watched the exact moment it landed. He was already earning over $3 million a year, salary plus 2.5% of profit under a contract that ran to 1980. But 5% of the company is 20 million shares. As chief executive, he'd get the largest single allocation. Call it 1 million shares, $7 million as a gift this year, and more every year after that, at a higher price. Liu Tao broke first, which I'd predicted, because commercial men are not sentimental about owners, and he had 2 children in school. John went second, and Hayes, seeing his own side dissolve, was the first of the serious ones to come across. I'll convene the board, he said. I'll support your proposal, and I'll bring the management with me. Then he said the thing that told me he was worth keeping. I could have proposed this scheme myself, any time in the last 3 years. He smiled without much humor. The board would never have passed it. HSBC sat on it, and the Kaduris sat on it, and the chairman had a veto. With the new chairman, it would pass with absolute certainty. He wasn't being bought. He was being unblocked. There's a difference, and the difference is the reason he stayed with me for years. I set the frame in the same conversation. A full audit by Ma Jun. A written development plan from Hayes personally, on my desk. My own finance people inside the subsidiaries. And a promise. I will not remove people arbitrarily. But if I'm unhappy with somebody's work, or with their attitude, they'll apologize and they'll leave. In that order. That evening, I stopped paying for pessimism. The newspapers turned around inside 24 hours, and the same men who had spent Tuesday explaining that a boy could not carry a conglomerate spent Thursday writing the words, "Chinese capital takes a British Hong for the first time," and "legend" and "genius." I keep every one of those clippings. Both sets. The last thing I did in that fortnight had nothing to do with any of it. I sat in an office at Asia Television with the files on every actor at all 3 stations stacked on the desk. Photographs, ages, credits, contract terms, and I went through them one by one. Unfamiliar face, turn the page. Face I recognized, tick. Face I recognized from a poster on a wall in a country that did not exist yet. A triangle in the corner, which meant take them at almost any price. The logic underneath it was cold and correct. Poaching a star is expensive and only half useful. The real benefit is that it weakens the other station. The money is in signing the ones who have not gone off yet. Zhou Qingshan, Xu Haiming, Gao Meiling, Li David, Wu Jing, Yang Fan, and a triangle, pressed hard enough to go through the paper, next to a young contract player named Guo Yuntian. And then a piece of luck so absurd I had to sit back in the chair. A boy called Chen Guohua had joined RTV the previous year in the singing competition and had gone nowhere in particular. He was already mine. I'd owned Chen Guohua's contract for 2 months and hadn't known it. Sun Liming raised the sensible objection. We won't have enough dramas for all these people. Actors sitting idle go bad and their careers are short. Then we'll need somewhere else to put them, I said. A record label and a film company. He pointed out correctly that the cinemas in Hong Kong belong to TVB's people and to Golden Harvest, and without a chain, you cannot release a film. Then I'll build a chain, and not the old halls either, American-style multiplexes, more expensive, more floor space, and 4 times as many screenings a day. He wrote it down with the expression of a man humoring his employer. He was still working for me 9 years later, in a building with my name on it. There was one number I made myself write down that week, on a single sheet of paper, in my own handwriting, because I did not want to hear it from an accountant in a year's time. Not what I owned, what I owed. Goldman Sachs, Standard Chartered, Mitsubishi, HSBC. And, at the very bottom, still sitting there like a joke, the $2.5 million that had bought an arcade factory in Kwun Tong. 2.8 billion Hong Kong dollars of debt at an average of 8.5%, $240 million a year in interest before I make anything, employ anyone, or eat. I looked at that for a while. If I do not earn $240 million every single year from here on, I am not a tycoon. I am a bankruptcy with a television station. And then I did the thing that a sensible man would call insane and that I would do again tomorrow. I did not set the games company's profit aside to service it. I sent another $200 million into gold at 5 times leverage, taking the position to $1.5 billion. Because interest is a fixed cost and gold is not, and a 15% move covers 3 years of the entire debt, and I did not think gold was going up 15%. 2 days later, the whole city stopped talking about me, which was a relief. Chow Jianhong was buying Wharf openly, and Hong Kong Land was buying back, and Jardine and the greatest shipowner alive were now in a public fight for control of the same company. Pow is believed in this city the way weather is believed. Every small investor in Hong Kong piled in behind him. Wharf went through $20 in half an hour. $20 is exactly what I sold to him for. So on paper, I had left a fortune on the table, and my first reaction was not regret. It was a very cold feeling at the back of my neck, which is the feeling of having got out of a building before it went up. I'd bought my Hutchison block from HSBC at market, with a 20% premium at the very worst, from a seller who wanted to sell, with nobody bidding against me. Look at what Pow was paying, 100% over, and climbing. If I'd been 3 weeks slower, 200% would not have bought me Hutchison Whampoa. Over at Jardine, Cunningham discovered the hole he was standing in. Hong Kong Land was solidly his, 33%, but he held Wharf through Hong Kong Land, and that stake was 18%. 18. Exactly the same gap the Kaduris had in Hutchison. The great trading houses of Hong Kong had spent 30 years running enormous companies on 20% of the shares because it had never once occurred to any of them that a Chinese man might simply buy the other 80. He started buying frantically. I stayed out of it entirely and put every dollar into pushing Hutchison towards 49.9. Then I did something I had been putting off since October, which was to take my sisters shopping. I'd given each of them $1 million months earlier. They had spent almost none of it. Shufang was still checking prices in a way that made the assistants nervous, and Li Mei bought a bag she'd wanted since she was 13 and then apologized about it in the car. Money in a bank account changes your options. It doesn't change your psychology for about 10 years. I bought jade Buddha pendants for our parents, and Shufang stopped me from buying the expensive ones. "They'll be frightened of them," she said. "They'll say thank you, and then they'll put them in the cupboard and never wear them, and you'll have spent $40,000 on a cupboard." She was completely right, and I bought the mid-range ones. Watches, rings, chains for the 2 of them, and then a separate women's watch, wrapped separately, and Li Mei, who missed nothing, pounced. "Who's that for? Is that for someone you like?" If I liked her, I'd have bought a ring, not a watch. It was a birthday present for a friend, and my sister's expression said she'd file that answer for later use. In Central, they spotted Li Sujuan, who was with another woman in dark glasses, and who turned out to be Gao Hui. I'd like to describe my reaction honestly, rather than gallantly. In my previous life, I had seen that face on posters, on video cassette boxes, on the side of buses, and in a coffee shop in Central in 1978. At 23 years old, she was better looking than any of it, and I noticed, and there was nothing spiritual about it whatsoever, and I am not going to dress it up as fate. Teresa congratulated me on Hutchison, which had apparently been in the Taiwanese papers too. Brigitte said she was in Hong Kong visiting. She was actually in Hong Kong hiding from a tangle of 2 men and one impossible situation that I happened to know the entire shape of because I had written about it in a book of celebrity histories in another life. I didn't say a word about that, obviously. There are things you know that are simply not yours. What I said was business. I'm building a cinema chain and a film studio, not this year. But when I do, if I ask you to work, don't refuse out of habit. She asked, reasonably, why a man who owned a television station and a conglomerate wanted a film company. Because Taiwan is small and Hong Kong is smaller. If I build a studio, I want it playing in Southeast Asia and Japan. I shrugged. If you're going to do a thing, do the big version. The small version costs the same in years. We swapped contacts, and my sister spent the entire taxi ride home making a noise like a kettle. Ma Jun's audit of Hutchison Whampoa landed on my desk, and it was the single most sobering document of my life. 180 companies. 8 of them separately listed, Hutchison itself, Watson's, Hutchison Properties, Metro City, Junyi Warehouse, Anderson Thai Asia, Harbor Engineering, Industries, Import and Export, Wholesale and Retail, Pharmacy, Container Shipping, Docks, Warehousing, Transport, Property, Quarrying, Construction, Investments. And the reality, half of it made no money at all, and a good slice actively lost it. Hayes had already shut or sold over 100 of the worst before I ever appeared, which is the only reason there was anything left to buy. The debt, $760 million short-term, due at the end of the year, $570 long, $1.3 billion against a company that had earned $100 million the previous year and had earned that by selling shares out of its own portfolio into a rising market, not by trading. But underneath the wreckage were the two things I had actually paid for: the largest land bank in Hong Kong and several thousand people who knew how to run things. My priorities in order. First, property. Always property. In the world I remembered, no one in this city became the richest man in Asia without it. Second, retail, meaning Watson's, and I told Hayes plainly not to dream about becoming an American supermarket giant because a defensible position in Asian retail was worth tens of billions on its own. Third, pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, and the third one was not a commercial decision. I have watched somebody I love be treated in a public hospital in this city. I want the medicines and the machines that my family gets when they are ill to be the best that exist, and if the only way to guarantee that is to own the company that imports them, then I will own the company. That is not strategy. That's just a man with money and a memory. Hayes's plan agreed with me on 2 points out of 3. Cut the dead weight, go into property. His third was trade. Import-export was Hutchison's historical muscle. He knew that business, and he was right on the numbers. I overruled him without giving a reason, because the reason was this. Within a few years, Britain and China will sit down at a table about Hong Kong, and I will not be standing on the British side. And when that day comes, foreign trade is the first thing they can take from me at a stroke with a license. You cannot say that in a boardroom in January 1978. The board met on the 20th. 9 seats. 2 for the Kaduris, 2 that had been HSBC's and were now mine, 1 for Jardine, who held 3%, 1 for a British shareholder called Mark, who held exactly 5%, and the rest management. I was elected chairman. First item, the option scheme. Mark objected. The company has run perfectly well without it. This is spending the shareholders' money on the staff. I'd closed that hole before I walked in. The 20% is calculated on operating profit only. Proceeds from selling assets are excluded from the base. I let him work it out. Otherwise, a management team could pay itself a bonus by dismantling the company, and no sale of a major asset is valid without the chairman's signature. Carried. Second item, borrow another $500 million from HSBC on top of $1.3 billion of existing debt. Every external director voted number Jardine, the Kaduri representative, Mark. Their argument was unanswerable. The company's annual profit doesn't cover the interest on what it already owes. I didn't argue with them at all. I called the vote and I watched the management side of the table while I did it. That was the real test. The option scheme hadn't passed yet in any way that had touched their bank accounts. Hayes voted for. His 4 followed him. Carried. There's a rule from that era that explains the whole afternoon. A guaranteed board seat required a 15% holding. Every other director served at the chairman's pleasure and could be removed. Mark understood before he'd finished putting his pen away that the board now belonged to me and that he had 2 options: wait for me to make an enormous mistake or sell. Afterwards, I had Hayes in my office, and for the first time I spoke to him as his chairman rather than as his buyer. I approved everything he wanted. Cut the subsidiaries. Go into property. You hold more land than anyone in Hong Kong and you have been sitting on it like a hen. Shopping centers, offices, housing, that's your judgment. You're the professionals. I blocked trade. He pushed back, hard and well. The people, the relationships, a 2-year payback. I changed the subject, which he noticed, and then I took the investment function away from him entirely. Sell down every position the company currently holds. Add the $500 million from HSBC. That capital is deployed by me personally. He was careful about how he objected, and he objected anyway, which is what a chief executive is for. That money was borrowed for development, not for speculation, and if your investments lose, the other shareholders can't beat you, but they can tie this company in knots for a year. It is development, I said, and if it loses, I lose more than all of them combined, which was true, and which was also not an answer, and both of us knew it. I made Ma Jun a vice president of Hutchison Whampoa, not in place of anybody, as an additional post, with no executive authority whatsoever. I said it to him exactly like this: you may ask about anything, you may decide nothing, you're my eyes and ears, and while you're doing it, you're learning how a $3 billion company actually works at my expense. Then I gave him the list. Keep an eye on the television station, the toy factory, the games company. Find talented people inside Hutchison, especially Chinese ones. The senior floors are too white, which makes the company harder for me to steer. But don't cut white men out either. Bring me anyone who's good. Headhunt 2 chief executives, separately. 1 for the film studio, 1 for the cinema chain. 2 companies, 2 bosses. Because if one man has both, there's nobody to balance him. And because if one of them walks out, I want to be able to replace him with the other by lunchtime. Quietly compile a list of every listed company in Hong Kong holding a large land bank at a low market value. Wharf and Hutchison are not unique. There are others, and I want them before the market wakes up. And utilities. Kowloon Motor Bus. Hong Kong Electric. A bus route that runs past a new estate, I told him, and power connected on the day the building is finished, sells flats faster than any advertisement. Then the last item, and the ugliest. Watch Chung Kong report every significant move, and at every single government land auction where Wang Dexin bids, we bid too. I paused. We don't have to win, we have to make him pay more, every time. For years. Ma Jun wrote it down without comment, and then asked whether we should sell the 5%. Never. That 5% is a window. Through it, I can see what is happening inside his company, and he cannot close the curtains. 10 days before the Lunar New Year, I approved staff bonuses across every company I owned. There was no contractual obligation to pay them. I paid them because I did not want to be known as a mean employer, and because replacing 400 trained people is more expensive than any bonus. My sister calculated the amounts. I signed them without reading, which she told me off about. Xinhua came a second time to congratulate me about Hutchison and to invite me to visit the mainland. The reporting here about us is biased, He Yang said. Come and look with your own eyes. I declined, politely, on the grounds that I was flying to America. The real reason I kept to myself, and I'll put it here. Going alone this year is a gesture and nothing else. I have no business there and can't have any yet. But when the government eventually invites a large group of Hong Kong businessmen at once, I can go with 15 other men, and my position gets stated without me having to stand on a chair and announce it. There's a great difference between choosing a side and being the only person on it. Then an invitation came from Eric Ma, and this one I accepted, not to his house, to the annual meeting of the Chinese General Chamber of Commerce, a body founded so that Chinese businessmen in this city would settle their affairs among themselves instead of in a British courtroom. I joined after buying the television station and had never once turned up. The hall was full of faces I now knew, and my standing in it had changed completely because I was chairman of a $3 billion company, and half the men in that room had contracts with one of my subsidiaries. I went straight over to Wang Dexin and did not offer my hand. I haven't congratulated you. Wharf's over 30. Congratulated me on what? He said it through his teeth, which delighted me more than it should have. If I hadn't been forced to sell cheaply, I'd have made a fortune. As it is, I came out even. His private arithmetic, which I heard about later, was that without my interference he'd have cleared 500 million on Wharf. As things stood, 100, maybe 2, 3 or 400 million dollars. That's not a business disagreement. That is a thing a man carries. I sold my own position even earlier than you did, I said pleasantly. I lost at least 100 million doing it. He turned that around beautifully in front of 6 people. Mr. Lee got Hutchison Whampoa at book value from a willing seller with a 20% premium at worst and not one soul bidding against him. He smiled. Whereas Mr. Pow is at war with Jardine and paying over 100%. And I paid for that, I said, by handing Mr. Pow my Wharf at $20. It's past 30. $90 million of my money is currently in his pocket. He couldn't answer that, so he went to find somebody else to talk to, and I stood there with my drink and thought something genuinely unpleasant, and I'm putting it in because pretending otherwise would be a lie. He cannot be allowed to keep making money on Wharf, not because I need it. Because the less capital that man has, the slower he grows, and I have read the book about what he becomes. Sir Long Fusheng found me about 20 minutes later and did not bother with small talk either. Are you aware that Asia Television is taking my actors? He was the largest shareholder in TVB, but not the controlling one. That was the Lee family, whose head was ill and whose heirs had no interest whatsoever in show business, which meant the man in front of me ran the biggest broadcaster in Asia on somebody else's shares. I have always liked that detail about him. I am aware, I said. I'm the one doing it. He blinked. I don't think he'd expected the confession. Then you'll understand why it can't continue. I understand why you'd like it not to. I put my glass down. But look at it from my side. If I spend 3 years and a fortune turning an unknown into a star, and then she walks across the road to you the week she becomes worth something, I have run a training school for my competitor. So I sign people for 10 years, and I sign as many as I can, and I do it before they're expensive. Not in these numbers. He was genuinely irritated, and he was right to be. You're damaging morale in my whole company. People are looking at the door instead of at the camera. So I gave him a compromise, and then I gave him a piece of advice that was actually a trap. Tomorrow, I'll get the list from Sun Liming. Beyond the few names already signed, I'll leave your established performers alone. You have my word. He relaxed slightly. And honestly, Sir Run, the real solution for you is to do what I'm doing. Sign your people to long contracts with penalty clauses. Then poaching them costs money, and nobody can afford to do it. He thought that was sensible. It was sensible. TVB did exactly that within the year, and the cost of taking anyone from them became prohibitive, by which time I had already taken everybody I wanted. Pao brought me across the room to Eric Ma, who was the actual center of gravity in that hall, more influence than Pao and less noise about it. 14 months earlier, at the government charity evening, that man had not offered me his hand. He'd said good evening and turned back to his conversation. This time, he put his hand out first. A note about that, without bitterness, because bitterness about this particular thing is a waste of a life. It wasn't arrogance. Below a certain level, you are simply not visible. I do exactly the same thing now. Somebody introduces me to a man who owns a business worth a few $1 million, and I am polite and I do not remember his face. That is not a moral failing. It's arithmetic. But it does mean that every single person in a room like that is measuring you, always, and that the day they start shaking your hand first is a date you should write down. The conversation in that circle was all Wharf. Wen Yongjian and Kwok Tak Seng were both telling Pao to make terms with Jardine. After the new year, it's $40, then $50. Neither of you can carry it. And Pao admitted to the group that Cunningham had already gone to Shenzhou at HSBC, and that Shenzhou had separated the two of them like a schoolmaster, and both had agreed to stop accumulating for a period. He obeyed for a straightforward reason. HSBC had banked him for 20 years, and an annoyed HSBC could simply hand Jardine the money to outbid him. Zhou Guangli, sitting 3 feet away, decided on the spot to sell his own Wharf shares in the morning. I watched him decide it. He had the face of a man who has just remembered he left the oven on. The numbers on that table were absurd. Wharf had been worth $1.1 billion in November. It was now worth $2.7 billion, more than Hutchison Whampoa, because 2 rich men wanted it. And Hutchison was below $7, because I had personally paid several newspapers to explain that it was a doomed company run by a child, and the market had believed me rather more thoroughly than I'd intended. I was still buying under 7. I sat there with a glass of wine listening to men discuss how badly Hutchison Whampoa was doing, and it was one of the more enjoyable evenings of my life. Pao said, more or less to the room, he took control at a 20% premium and the Kadoris never even moved. I said something modest about being up to my ears in debt, which was true and which was not why I said it. I said it because every man at that table was in property, and within a year, I was going to turn the largest land bank in Hong Kong loose on them, and there is no advantage on earth like being underestimated by 6 people at once. Pao, incidentally, leaked the news of that truce deliberately, and I only understood why the next morning. He wanted the Wharf price to sag so he could buy more cheaply. Everyone in that room was doing something. Nobody in that room was ever just having a drink. At home, there was a family conversation waiting that had nothing to do with any of it, and it was the first time in a year I heard my mother be the cleverest person in the room. My Aunt Li Ming had emigrated to the United States with her family over 10 years earlier. In those days, a return ticket cost so much that separated families simply did not see each other, not for a year, for a decade. My father had invited them home for the new year, and had then spent 3 days not asking me for anything on his sister's behalf in the specific way a proud man doesn't ask. I said I'd give them money. Don't, my mother said. I looked at her. If you give your aunt money, she becomes a person who receives money. Every conversation after that has a price in it, and your father will never be comfortable in the same room again. She went back to her cooking. Find them good work. Set them up in a business if you like, something they earn, then they can take it standing up. I have used that principle about 40 times since, and it has never once failed me. Li Sujuan called on the 29th to say it was her birthday and that the watch had arrived and that it was too expensive. It's a watch. It's a very expensive watch. Somewhere in that conversation we stopped using surnames. She told me to call her Teresa. I told her to call me Cheng Xiang. She tried once to call me little brother, which is a warm thing in Chinese and also a permanent position in a hierarchy, and I declined it with a laugh that I hope was gentle enough. I have no interest in being anybody's junior without a reason. She informed me, as a condition of the friendship, that I would be inviting her to my birthday. The Lunar New Year was spent receiving my own staff, which is a Chinese custom I had never once thought about before I had staff. They all came. Ma Jun, Xu Hao, Xu Peng, and then, to my genuine surprise, the entire white senior management of Hutchison Whampoa, led by Hayes, in good suits, with the correct gifts, on the correct day. They don't celebrate it. They'd all lived in Hong Kong for 15 years. The 13th of February was the first working day of the year, and I spent it in Shenzhou's office asking for something that made his eyebrows move. I want gold futures, with leverage. There is no futures market in Hong Kong. The trading is in London, and HSBC will execute there for a client of a certain size. How much? 150 million US dollars of my own, 5 times. Which is a position over $600 million. He tried to talk me out of it, and he did it as a friend rather than a banker, which I noted and remembered. Mr. Lee, at that leverage, a 1% move against you is 7.5 million US dollars, over 30 million Hong Kong, in a day. On a Tuesday for no reason at all. I understand the arithmetic. You understand it, and you're doing it anyway. Yes. Then I asked for the financing to be arranged for a full year, which nobody does in futures, because a year of interest eats the trade alive. I watched him stop trying to understand me, which was a relief for both of us. Another 100 million US at the same leverage through Standard Chartered at 9% SAR, worse than my 3-year corporate rate of 8 because size and term buy you basis points and speculation does not. And Hutchison Whampoa's own money, 150 million USD through HSBC. Hayes fought me on that one properly, in writing, for the record. His position was completely correct. A company carrying over $1 billion in debt cannot lose $150 million. It is not a setback, it is the end. His protest had no force, because I was the chairman and the board was mine, and I want that recorded honestly rather than dressed up. I overruled a good man who was right on every fact available to him, using knowledge I could not show him, and if I had been wrong, I would have destroyed a company with 4,000 employees. That is what it actually looks like from the inside. It doesn't feel like genius. It feels like signing something, all in, across 4 sets of hands, about $350 million of my own money in gold, and well over $1 billion of position. The buying had to happen in London, and HSBC sent their own man to run it. He walked into the room and I had to put my cup down. Fang Jiayi, 26 years old, head of HSBC's securities department, and in the world I remembered, one of the legendary hired guns of Hong Kong. A man who spent the 80s and 90s as the strategist standing behind Wang Dexon's shoulder. He was 26 and he was carrying somebody else's folder. I decided to test him rather than believe my own memory, so I made it a competition. 2 teams. Xu Hao, buying with the Standard Chartered money, and a man called Blake from Hutchison's investment department, buying with HSBC's. Half a month to build the positions. 300,000 Hong Kong dollars to whichever team achieved the lower average entry, 100,000 to the leader personally, 200 to the team, and 1 standing instruction to both. Gold is around 190. If it touches 200, you telephone me immediately, wherever I am, whatever the hour. Fang Jiayi looked at the prize money for about a second and said something that told me my memory was correct. I'd have done it properly without the bonus. It's my reputation being priced, not my time. I cleaned up the loose ends before I left the country. At Asia Television, we'd landed Michelle Yim, Angie Chu, Liu Songgren, and Liu Guolong. We did not get Adam Cheng, who was smarter than his agent. The film studio and the cinema chain both had chief executives, and neither of them needed me in the room. At Galaxy Games, Saito had Donkey Kong under control, and I stayed out of it. Tank Battle I did not trust anybody with, because it was a compromise from the start and would only get worse if it went through 4 hands. So I took the entire development team to America with me. The 18th of February was my birthday. I canceled the party I'd been talked into because there wasn't time and had a small dinner with a handful of senior people and 1 singer who arrived with a present and an expression that made 2 of my vice presidents forget what they were saying. On the 20th, I was in Japan. Beilong Trading had a 10-story building, $15 million, not in the absolute center, because the absolute center is for people who like paying for postcodes, and about 30 staff. And Fujiwara's connections had produced our first 2 pieces of Japanese land, 15,000 square meters in Shinagawa at 125,000 yen a meter, about $9 million, 28,000 square meters in Ota at 120,000, 16 million, with the various expressions of gratitude to various officials, $25.5 million. No sentimentality about that last part. Connections open the door. They do not carry your bags. If you don't pay for the service after the introduction, you will find that every permit in Tokyo takes 11 months. Fujiwara, I later worked out, had been trying at about half strength. He could have got me land in Shibuya or Minato or Shinjuku. He didn't because the market was still falling and he wasn't going to spend real favors on a foreigner's hunch. That was fine. I only needed him to keep doing it for 8 more years. Don't stop buying, I told Sasaki. Shinagawa and Oda are edges, but they're edges of Tokyo, and Tokyo is not going to have more space next year than it has this year. Development plan. an office building on the Shinagawa plot, which was good and small, a residential district on Ota, which was large, 1 year and 2 years respectively, with allowances for a construction crew that had been assembled 6 weeks earlier, and one requirement that cost real money and that I would not negotiate. Materials get inspected, fire safety gets inspected, and earthquake engineering gets over-specified, not to code past code. Sasaki warned me politely that this would raise our costs above every competitor in the district. Then we sell higher and we advertise the reason, and if buyers don't pay for it, we make less money. I let that sit. This country shakes. I am not having something of mine fall down. There was a harder reason underneath that I did not say to him. If a building collapses in Tokyo and one of the owners is in Fujiwara and the other is a Chinese man from Hong Kong, I know exactly whose photograph is going in the newspaper. I had tea with Fujiwara, who agreed to run $100 million of gold financing through Mitsubishi and did the arithmetic out loud in front of me, cheerfully. A 10% rise gives you 50 million, 50% on your capital. What he did not say out loud, and what I could see him thinking, was the other half of that sentence. A 20% fall takes everything you have. He was never going to join me in it, and I never asked him to. There is no profit in dragging a friend into a trade he doesn't believe in. If he's right, you've cost him nothing, and if he's wrong, he's your enemy for life. Haruko asked to speak to me privately before I flew, and it turned into the most useful conversation I had that month. She wanted to know what her ceiling was, not her salary, her ceiling. In Japan, I would be making tea until I was 40, she said. In America, I would be told I was on a track and never arrive at the end of it. I did not leave both of those places to be an assistant who is trusted with everything and promoted to nothing. I told her the truth, which was that I had no idea yet how good she was, and that this was the entire reason she had Japan to herself. No favors, I said. None. If you want a company, take one. If you can't run one, I will find out, and it will be very obvious to both of us, and I will be unpleasant about it. She said that was acceptable, and went back to work. 4 years later, she ran more of my money than my own sister did, and I did not once have to be unpleasant about anything. Gundam and Macross had both gone into serialization. Too early to judge. 3 chapters is a promise, not a result, but neither had died, which for a new title in Japan is already unusual. Transformers had finally cleared my notes and was in production. Koyama was managing. The 26th of February, Hong Kong. The 1st of March, Los Angeles. Sophia and Eric met me and drove me to a house in Beverly Hills that I had bought without seeing. $5.3 million. Nearly 2,000 square meters of house, more than 4,000 of lawn. For Beverly Hills, I was told, this was a medium to large property, which tells you everything about Beverly Hills. Compared to the villa in Repulse Bay, it was a different category of object entirely, and I walked through it thinking about a flat in Sham Shui Po with a shared corridor and a walk on the fire downstairs. Staff, a butler called Arthur Cole, a gardener, a housekeeper, and, this was entirely Sophia's doing, without being asked, a Chinese cook recruited out of Chinatown. I assumed you weren't used to Western food, she said, and did not look up from her notes. She was right, and I ate rice porridge for breakfast in Beverly Hills every morning for 4 years. The house was, in fact, a tax decision. The contracts I'd signed at the Los Angeles trade show, $110 million of them, had been signed on American soil, which made them American revenue, which made them taxable in America. After I learned that, I instructed every agent I had to sign directly with the Hong Kong company and never on a show floor again. The accountants had computed the damage at around $8.5 million and then explained, in the gentle voice of people delivering good news, that through investment, purchases, and charitable giving, it could legally be brought down to about $1 million, and then they advised me not to. You are a foreigner, Mr. Lee. A foreign national who pays almost nothing is a very interesting file. My instruction back to them is the only tax advice I have ever given anybody. Find out what number makes me boring. I don't want to save money. I want to never appear on a list. They came back with 3% of operating revenue as a rule of thumb, about $3 million instead of 1. And I approved it without discussion, and in 20 years, the Internal Revenue Service has never once written to me. There was $200,000 left in the legitimately spent column at the end of that exercise. Buy me a car, I said. It's going to the government otherwise. Anything you like, as long as it isn't a woman's car. Sophia bought something enormous and red, and I have never entirely forgiven her. The American branch had 40 shops now, all fitted out. 10 in Los Angeles, 5 in New York, 5 in San Francisco, 3 each in San Diego, San Jose, and Long Beach, and the rest scattered across California. I gave Eric another $10 million to keep buying. He asked reasonably why we were buying premises when leasing is cheaper and faster. Because a rented channel is somebody else's hand on your throat, I said. The day a landlord doubles your rent, your entire distribution strategy belongs to a man you've never met. Owning is slower and more expensive, and it means nobody can ever end my company with a letter. The economics of that branch were, at that moment, terrible, and I want to include them because everybody remembers the successes. Distributing other companies' products earns you 10 to 20%, and a newcomer gets 3 points less than that. February revenue was $2.4 million. Gross profit, $240,000. Then 160 shop staff, salesmen at $260 a month, managers at $350, plus the head office, which was $100,000 a month all in, then utilities. $100,000 of actual profit on $8 million invested, 5 years to break even. At that rate, I was entirely prepared for that. As long as the shops feed themselves, we're fine. In a year, those 3 percentage points come back to us, because in a year, the shops will be selling our products, because that is what the shops were for. Which brought us to the cube. I had a marketing plan and my American assistants dismantled it in about 10 minutes, which is why I'd hired them. My plan was competitions, big advertising, national campaign, immediately. The profit on a plastic puzzle is limited, Sophia said. You'd be spending a hit's marketing budget on a toy that hasn't proved it's a hit. Run the competitions after it takes off, a second wave, when there's something to accelerate. Fine, agreed. 2 words to lead with though, and those I did not let them touch. Develops intelligence, and non-toxic materials, because parents will not pay for a puzzle. Parents will pay without hesitating for their child's brain, and they will pay again to be certain the thing in that child's mouth won't hurt them. The last argument was the price, and I lost it, gladly. I had intended $9.99. The Americans said $20. I looked at both of them for a second and realized that after 18 months of being the most rapacious person in every room I was working in, I had finally hired 2 people who were greedier than me. A cube cost $5 Hong Kong to make it a run of $1 million, $1.20 US. We priced it at $20. New Century Software occupied 1 floor and consisted of 11 people, of whom 10 were programmers between 20 and 30, and 1 was a secretary who was better organized than all of them combined. I'd given Sophia 1 hiring instruction before I ever arrived, and I'd given it in writing so there could be no confusion. Do not hire racists into my American companies. I don't care how good they are. I am Asian, I own this, and I am not going to spend my life managing people who resent taking instructions from me. Then I stood in front of the 11 of them and made a speech I'd been assembling for 2 months. Personal computers are going to take the United States, and then the world. Within 10 years, there will be 1 in most offices in this country, and every one of them will be operated by a person whose job is documents and numbers. That software does not currently exist, not badly, at all. So this company is going to write it, and this company is going to go public, and the people in this room will hold options. Then I said the sentence because I wanted to see their faces. Some of you are going to become millionaires. Let me put that word in its 1978 context because it doesn't land now. The average non-farm income in the United States that year was about $240 a month, under $3,000 a year. $1 million was 300 years of work. Even those programmers on $400 a month and pleased about it would not earn $1 million in 3 lifetimes. The room did not cheer. Programmers never cheer. But I watched 2 of them do arithmetic on the backs of their hands. And there was a real reason for the IPO beyond generosity, which I explained to Sophia in the car. An American company that makes a great deal of money and refuses to list and refuses to share is a company Wall Street eventually takes apart. And a foreign-owned American company that does it is a company Wall Street takes apart with enthusiasm. I shrugged. I'd rather hand out 20% and be one of them. I gave her the company to run. This is your chance to show me what you can do. It's also my chance to find out. The 2 best engineers in the room were Michael Barnes, who became head of development, and George Clark, and 1 more instruction, which every software company on earth gets wrong. Start training salesmen now, in parallel, not when the product is finished. The day the product is finished is the day you need them in the field, not the day you start looking for them. Tom Johnson threw a party at his house, and I acquired a name. Alex. I picked it myself because 3 separate Americans had made 3 separate attempts at Chengxiang in 1 evening, and I have never been precious about it. Robert Greene from Goldman told me it was a name that meant wisdom, which I am fairly sure he invented on the spot. Smith made a confession over the second drink. He hadn't gone into gold when I did. But he'd kept watching me, and 2 months ago he'd quietly put $10 million in at 3 times leverage at 183. He was already up nearly $2 million, and he was embarrassed about it, which I found very endearing. Then he did my arithmetic out loud, which people had started doing at parties. You went in under 165, at 5 times. That's 90% on your capital in under 4 months. The people making the real money are sitting in Goldman Sachs, I said, and turned to Robert Greene, who was enjoying himself far too much. 30 million in interest with no risk whatsoever, and the 100 million I bought it with is theirs too, at 9% for 3 years. $57 million to lend me money for a thing they didn't have to think about. Robert Greene gave me the most perfect banker's answer I have ever received. Alex, you have not put in 1 cent of your own money, and you have already earned 3 years of interest in advance. He raised his glass. Where else on earth does that happen? Then the conversation turned, and I stopped enjoying the evening. Smith's broker said it. Robert Greene said it. 2 other people at that party said it independently. $200 an ounce is resistance. It had turned back at 192 the last time. Gold had gone from 102 in the autumn of 1976 to 195 now, up 90% in a year. And profit-taking at a round number was not a theory, it was gravity. I found out afterwards that Goldman was already short and was therefore delighted to share its opinion widely, which is a thing worth remembering every time a bank tells you what it thinks. Smith asked me, straight out, what he should do, and I gave him the only honest description of my own method that I have ever given anybody. Long term, gold goes through 200 and then 300, and I am completely certain of it. Short term, I know nothing at all. I have made exactly 1 trade since I buying, and I did not touch the position through the last correction, and I will not touch it through the next one. Robert Greene looked at me over his glass and said, there are essentially no investors like that in futures. He meant it as an observation. It landed on me as a warning, because he was right. A man who cannot be moved by a 15% drawdown is either extremely wise or does not understand what leverage is, and there is no way to tell the two apart from the outside, including, sometimes, from the inside. So I did something I had never done before. I asked everybody. Sophia went through her friend at Merrill Lynch and came back with Morgan's View, Citi's View, 3 others. Ma Jun asked Fang Jiayi and both Hong Kong banks. The majority expected a correction, and every single person who told me so added the same caveat, in different words. Their published opinion may be a smokescreen. Decide for yourself. So I laid the whole position out on a table in Los Angeles and looked at it properly for the first time. Goldman, 100 million at 163 5 times. Bailong, 10 million at 182 10 times. Hutchison, 150 million at 188 through HSBC. My own, 100 million at 188.5 through Standard Chartered and 100 million at 189 through Mitsubishi, with leverage $2.35 billion of gold. A 5% correction is $100 million of loss, and I made a decision I'd like on the record because it's the only genuinely difficult one in this entire year, and it wasn't the one people assume. The long trend does not change. Gold goes past 800 in the 80s, I know this. So closing everything, or reversing the entire book, would be betting against the one thing I actually know. But sitting perfectly still and eating a $100 million drawdown because I'm proud of not trading is not conviction, it's laziness wearing conviction's coat. Meanwhile, the London competition had settled. Fang Jiayi's team had bought $50 an ounce cheaper than Xu Hao's. $50. On $750 million of position, that's $2 million, earned by one man being slightly better at his job than another man for 2 weeks. An expensive person is worth what he costs. I paid the $300,000 and never ran that competition again because I no longer needed to. His advice, when I asked for it, was the best money I spent that year. If gold does not reach 200 within 3 sessions, a correction is very likely. If that happens, watch whether it breaks the previous low at 180. If it does reach 200, it goes higher. He shrugged. Follow the trend. Don't lead it. So here was the plan. London, $750 million, and Tokyo, $100 million. If it turns, close the long and open a short at the same leverage. If it breaks 200, stay long. The 200 million through Standard Chartered and Mitsubishi do not touch, at all, under any circumstances, and close the Goldman position tomorrow, and leave the money sitting exactly where it is. That last detail is worth a paragraph. I did not withdraw the funds. As long as the money stays in the trading account and the deal is unsettled, there is officially no profit, and where there is no profit, there is no tax. Withdrawing would also have obliged me to pay Goldman interest on 2 months I hadn't used. The Goldman long closed at an average of 195.80 against an entry of 163. $100 million of capital, $100.6 million of profit. The next day, gold reached 197.46 and then fell to 193.62 in half an hour, under $4, which sounds like nothing. At 5 times leverage, that is 10% of capital. At 10 times, it is 20. It happened so fast that by the time somebody reached me, it was already at 196, and by the time I got a line to London, it was under 195. Fang Jiayi had not waited for my instruction. He'd put our contracts out below the market, offering at 196.5, filling at 196 specifically so that we would be out instantly rather than out at a good price, and then, in the same session, opened the short. I did not say one word to him about acting without authority. He was in London. I was in Los Angeles. The market moved $4 in 30 minutes. A man who has to telephone another continent for permission is not a trader. He is a clerk with a good title. Tokyo sold at market and did worse, as selling at market always does, an average of 196.15, and their short opened later at 195.10 against London's 195.75. The results: London closed the long for about $32 million of profit, 31 after fees. Every dollar of it went straight into the margin on the new short, taking that margin to $181 million, which meant the short could not be liquidated unless gold rose 24%. Tokyo made $3.5 million, with a thinner cushion, 13.5%, and $20 million available to top it up. 2 days later, gold was at 190. And I gave one final instruction that Xu Hao questioned twice because he thought I'd misspoken. Do not add to the short. We're right, he said. It's falling. We're right this month. I am not going to build a large position betting against the one thing I actually know is going to happen. I put the phone down. Shorting further is shorting myself. While all of that was going on, I was spending most of my days in a software office because the software was the thing that could not survive without me. Tank battle only needed steering, the direction was set, the team could execute, but office software genuinely could not be done without somebody who had used it. Think about how strange that is. Computers had been in banks and schools and hospitals and government departments for over a decade, and there was no office software. Not bad office software, none. There was a machine and there was a language. And between them there was nothing at all, because nobody had yet had the specific small idea of a grid of cells that update each other. I knew what the answer looked like. I'd used it every working day of a previous life without ever once thinking about it, which is, I think, the single strangest thing about my whole situation. The most valuable thing I owned was not a memory of a stock price. It was the memory of being bored. Then Sophia came in with a message that made me laugh out loud. John Wallace, the president of Atari, was requesting a personal meeting. Some background. Immediately after Christmas, Atari had asked to license Hong Kong blocks for their VCS console. We'd declined. A month later, they came back with terms that had made Sophia exhale audibly while reading them. We declined again. This was the third approach, and this time the founder was coming himself. Sophia wanted me to take it purely for appearances. If you refuse to meet the president of Atari in person, people talk, and he won't stop anyway. She was right, so he came, with a secretary, and we spent 20 minutes on personal computers first, and it was a genuinely good conversation. We agreed completely that Apple's little machine was going to bury the IBM and Wang dinosaurs, and he mentioned that Atari had bought several Apples for their own offices because they were small enough to put on a desk. Then he made his offer. Atari licenses both games, Hong Kong Tetris and Pac-Man, for the VCS, $8 million on signature, plus 20% of the retail price of every cartridge sold, not 20% of profit. 20% of price. A cartridge sold for $40, so $8 a cartridge came to me. His argument was good and his numbers were honest. The VCS had sold about 400,000 units. Cartridge attach rates are always multiples of console sales. 1 million cartridges was conservative, and Atari would guarantee $20 million over 2 years in writing. I want to be completely honest about the next 90 seconds, because this is the single most expensive decision I ever made, and I made it with my eyes open. I was tempted. Not by the 20 million, by the royalty, because I knew what he didn't. In 1979, Fairchild Semiconductor would walk out of the games business entirely, having decided video games were a fad and would not survive the summer of that decision. The VCS would become the Atari 2600 and sell in the millions, and the cartridges would sell in numbers that make a percentage of retail price a genuinely obscene thing to own. Those two licenses would have paid me hundreds of millions of dollars for doing precisely nothing forever while I was asleep. I said no. 2 reasons, and only one of them was the one I gave. The first, Koji Akira was in a building in Kwun Tong at that moment designing my console. Putting my 2 biggest games onto my future competitor's machine to make his machine the standard is not a trade, it's a surrender with a check attached. The second, which I could never say to anybody, Atari was going to collapse in a few years and take the entire American console market down with it. And every dollar Atari earned between now and then was a month of extra life. And every month of extra life was a month my own machine would not have that market to itself. I needed him to fall on schedule, so I gave him the other reason, which had the advantage of being true. My arcade cabinets are sold to exclusive distributors in every major market. If those same two games appear on a home console this year, I have destroyed those distributors' sales with my own hands. I spread my palms. I can't take one-time money and burn the people who built my market. Nobody would ever sign with me again. And that was genuinely true. An arcade cabinet's golden period is 3 to 5 years. I did not touch those two games on any home platform until the summer of 1980, and I never once regretted keeping that particular word. Bushnell took it well. He admitted straightforwardly that Atari could not go far past 20 million anyway. Warner wouldn't approve it, and the entire VCS development program had cost about 100 million. After he left, Sophia stood in the doorway looking mournful. $20 million, such a shame. You don't strengthen a man you're going to fight next year. And then, because I could feel her wanting to argue, go and headhunt engineers out of Atari and Fairchild, get them to Hong Kong, pay whatever it takes. And Yokoi? Yokoi stays in charge. Unless somebody genuinely extraordinary walks through the door, and they won't, because I've already got him. My parents arrived in March, which took 9 months of persuading. They walked into the house in Beverly Hills, and my mother looked at the butler, and my father looked at the lawn, and neither of them said anything for a while. Then my father said, "Son, you have a life here. Your mother was worried you'd waste away out here without anyone to look after you," he added. "Dad, Mom, with money, one lives well everywhere." The first thing they wanted was not Hollywood or the ocean or the famous sign on the hill. It was my father's sister in San Francisco, whom he had not seen in 11 years. I had already done something about Aunt Li Ming, following my mother's instruction from the new year to the letter. I had not given her $1. Through Eric, I'd transferred a functioning shop, a good one, already trading, in a good position. The family paid 20% of the price themselves at whatever level they could manage. The other 80 was structured as a loan from me, repayable out of profits. On paper, they bought it. That is the entire difference, and it is not a small one. But what if they fail? My mother asked. It's a good location and a good business. The only open question is how much they make. Security for my parents. 4 people from a professional agency, 2 men and 2 women, all armed, plus 2 of my own Chinese staff. I want to explain why agency people were fine for them and useless for me. A bodyguard from an agency is an employee of the agency. I needed men who would be standing next to me in 20 years, whose children's schools I paid for, and whose loyalty ran to a person rather than to a contract. That is not something you can rent. We drove to San Francisco, almost 20 of us, 6 hours in a convoy of cars, which is an absurd way to visit an aunt. She lived in Chinatown, her own house, which she was proud of, and which was small. My elder cousin had left school and worked in a shop. The younger was still in high school. My father and his sister looked at each other in the doorway for a long moment before either of them said anything, and my mother put her hand on my arm to keep me from filling the silence. I did the arithmetic anyway, because that is apparently who I am now. 11 years. A return ticket in 1967 cost more than a laborer earned in 6 months. That's all it was. Not a quarrel. Not a tragedy. A price, and 2 families who couldn't pay it, and a decade gone. I bought them airline tickets, open-dated, for the following 4 years before we left the house. Back in Los Angeles, I reorganized the American branch, splitting the shop network out of Galaxy Games into its own company called Starlight, because the shops were going to sell toys and consoles as well as cabinets, and parked it under an offshore holding for tax. And then Mark Ellison came to see me in person. He was 23, and he made his case standing up, which I have noticed is a habit of people who are frightened of being interrupted. His argument was very good. Apple got here first. There is no serious competition for a personal computer today, which is why we're profitable. That ends the day IBM decides this market is real, so the only question that matters is how big we are when they arrive. Then the ask, and this was the interesting part. He didn't want equity investment. Equity dilutes. He wanted a loan. $5 million through my relationships at Goldman Sachs, because Apple itself could not raise it, no heavy assets to secure it against, and pledging stock would have required every shareholder to agree at once. My reason for helping him was partly noble and mostly not, and I told him the honest half. If you raise a new round, my 30% becomes 22. If I have to buy my way back up separately from you, we end up on opposite sides of a table. A loan keeps us on the same side. We had dinner with Robert Greene, and in the middle of it, I did something Jobs had not asked for. "Steve, if it were 10 million, could you grow faster?" He stopped eating. And I mean every cent into the company, not into salaries, not into offices, not into the comfort of management. He gave me his word in a way I believed. So I turned to Robert Greene and asked Goldman Sachs for $10 million, unsecured, against my personal guarantee. He agreed before the plates were cleared, which was not friendship. I had $200 million sitting in an account in his building. Jobs left that dinner slightly stunned. What he said to his own people afterwards, which came back to me by a long route, was, We went in to ask for help, and he doubled it. He is much richer than we thought. The 10 million went into Apple's own production line. Until that spring, they had been buying components and assembling machines essentially by hand. Microsoft was the opposite problem. They were stuck. The company lived on basic interpreters. And here is the least glamorous explanation you will ever hear of why that mattered. Every computer manufacturer had its own dialect of the language. Microsoft's business was translating between the dialects. It's an excellent business for about 4 years, and then everybody speaks the same language, and you're a translator in a country with one tongue. Gates and Alex knew they needed a second act. They were looking for it in small, adjacent niches, the way clever people do when they're being sensible. I flew to Redmond, which in 1978 was a town of 20,000 people outside Seattle, and which would remain a town of 20,000 people until Microsoft turned it into a city. Their office was rented. There were a little over a dozen employees, most of them hired with my money. I asked one question, which was the entire reason for the trip. Bill, Paul, have you thought about writing an operating system? I watched them both go completely still. Something that sits underneath everything, manages the hardware, allocates memory, decides which program gets the processor and when, handles input, output, storage, and eventually networking. David Scott's eyes came on like a light. Gates went straight to the money, which is exactly what he should have done. Compatibility with every machine on the market is enormously expensive. We can't fund that. I'll lend you $5 million. He started to say something and I held up a hand because the condition was the point. On the joint and several guarantee of all 3 shareholders, proportional to holdings, mine included. That's an unusual condition, and Gates understood immediately why I'd said it. If the loan sits only on the company, then the worst case is the company folds and everyone walks away sad. If it sits on the shareholders personally, nobody gets to decide halfway through that failure is survivable. I want to answer the obvious question, because I've been asked it since by people who assume I was being generous. Why hand the most valuable software franchise of the 20th century to 2 Americans instead of building it myself? Because I could have built it. And the moment computers were in every home in the Western world, an operating system controlled by a Chinese businessman in Hong Kong would have been legislated, litigated, or acquired out of existence, and something else would have grown in its place. Better to own 30% of the thing that wins than 100% of the thing that gets strangled. They took half a month to decide, which I respected. When they came back, Gates had done the work. The potential was enormous. The initial investment was under $5 million, and therefore even total failure would not kill the company. And underneath that, the thing he did not say, and did not have to, he had dropped out of Harvard. He was not going to spend his 30s running a translation service. Meanwhile, the toy factory in Tai Po had been building nothing but plastic cubes for 4 months. Eric's March report on Starlight. 41 new shops opened in that month alone, 80 in total, 5 in New York, and the rest covering California end to end. March revenue, $2.9 million against $2.4 in February, up nearly 21%, Joe, but strip out the cube and the underlying growth was 12.5%. Gross profit about $270,000 at a 10% margin, and after wages and taxes, the owner keeps something like 5% of revenue, which is why owning a channel that sells other people's products is a slow, grinding, decade-long way to get rich, and why I only ever intended it as a pipe. The Cube did $200,000 in March, 10,000 units at $20, an average of $250 per shop over half a month. Yesterday's sales had been 2,000 units in a single day. Sophia and Eric's strategy was to start in the wealthy states and roll outward because $20 is a real amount of money for an average American family with 3 children. I put another $10 million into Starlight. That left me nothing in America. Of the $30 million I'd brought, 10 had gone into shops already, 10 went here, and 10 had gone into the software company and Microsoft. Sophia was confident the shops could be mortgaged for $30 million and more, which was the entire reason I'd insisted on buying them. Target for the year, 500,000 cubes. I did my own arithmetic on that, and it was almost funny. 500,000 cubes is $10 million of revenue, and after the advertising, not much profit at all. And over the next 4 years, that toy sold in numbers I am not going to write down here, because when I say them out loud in a room, people assume I've added a zero. I flew home in April, and Hong Kong had been getting on with things without me. A tea house in Central, a private room, the same 2 men who had sat there in the autumn, except that this time the invitation had come from Wang Dexin rather than Zhou Guangli. "Brother Li," said Zhou Guangli, pouring, "you didn't ask me here to drink tea." Wang Dexin had bought a man. Specifically, he had bought Blake, the head of Hutchison Whampoa's investment department, and Blake had told him everything he knew, which was almost everything, that the chairman had liquidated the company's short-term holdings and put $150 million into gold futures through HSBC at 5 times leverage, entered at 188. Long. Zhou Guangli actually put his cup down. The company's market value is 2.6 billion. He has 600 million Hong Kong at risk. A 10% move against him is half the company's capital. And the second card, which was better than the first, the decision had been taken by the chairman alone. The board had been informed afterwards. He's young, he's had a spectacular year, and he does not care about his fellow shareholders, Wang Dexin said. And then, with complete honesty, which suits me, if he were an old fox, I'd be in trouble. Here is the hole in the middle of their entire conspiracy, and it is the reason for everything that happened next. Blake did not know that the position had already been reversed. The London book had been long and was now short, and inside, Hutchison Whampoa, exactly two people knew that, me and Hayes, and we had been planning to report it to the board at the end of April with the quarterly figures. Their plan was patient and it was correct on its own terms. Wait for gold to fall to 175 or 170, then hit the options market. Wang Dexin's own summary: you do not scratch an enemy, you strike once and you strike to finish it. While all of this was being arranged in a tea house in Central, I was having dinner in Los Angeles with a woman who was about to become the most useful hire of my life. Sophia introduced her. Emily White, Merrill Lynch, running a $100 million book, and she had called both gold corrections of the previous 18 months correctly. Her explanation of how she did it is the best description of professional judgment I have ever heard from anybody in that industry. Short-term analysis is never right. It can't be. What you do is choose the most probable of the available outcomes, commit to it properly, and draw yourself a loss line in advance. A number where you accept you were wrong and get out, decided while you're calm, because you will not be calm later. Her forecast, down to 170 an ounce. My answer? I don't understand the short term at all, but over years, gold rises. So at 170, I'll go long, and I'll stay long, whatever happens next. She looked at me as though I'd told her I intended to eat the table. The idea of a long-term position in a leveraged futures contract was, to her, roughly the same as a long-term position on a burning bridge. I did not offer her a job. 2 correct calls is not a career, and I wanted to watch her for a year or two. Also, at that specific moment, I genuinely could not have afforded her. On the 7th of April, gold hit 175, and I went to Goldman Sachs to clean up. I paid off the old financing. $500 million for 6 months at 12% is $30 million in interest, and you pay for the whole 6 months even if you used 4. That offended me until Robert Greene pointed out that otherwise the bank would be lending at a loss. Nobody has ever got rich by outsmarting a financier on his own paperwork. I paid the interest and deliberately did not settle the trade, because settling means realizing the profit, and realizing the profit means tax, and I wanted that money working, not filed. Then I asked for the new facility, 170 million of my own, and not 5 times. I asked for $1 billion. That's about 6 times, and Robert Greene asked me why I hadn't gone for 10, since I clearly wanted to. At $1 billion, my capital is wiped out by a 17% fall. That's a wide enough road. I shrugged. At 10 times it's 10%, and I will not swear that gold cannot fall another 10% for reasons neither of us will see coming. That is the single sentence that separates the people who made money in 1979 from the people who were right and still went broke. Sophia negotiated the rate. They opened at 10% annualized, and she took them to 9.2. My private ceiling had been 9.5. The bank's floor, I found out later, was 9. 9.2% on $1 billion is $92 million a year. Robert Greene went to get it approved immediately and did not walk me to the lift, and I understood exactly why. He wanted the papers signed before somebody else in that building could telephone me. The money arrived. I did not buy. I sat on $1 billion and waited for 170. Back in Hong Kong, Wang Dexin did his own sum and decided the moment had come. Hutchison's entry was 188. Gold was under 175. 7% down, times 5 leverage, is 35% of capital, so about 220 million Hong Kong dollars. Nearly a tenth of the entire company's market value. Zhou Guangli, who was the most careful man in that room, asked the question that should have saved all of them. And if they're short, then we're the ones walking into the noose. And Wang Dexin produced an answer so elegant that I have used a version of it myself since. We don't investigate. We make a scandal. The large shareholders demand an extraordinary board meeting and ask the question directly. Then we watch how they answer it. If they're long and losing, they'll stall and refuse to disclose. And, this is the part I admire, the shareholders we recruit for the meeting can be brought into the short with us, and when they start selling their shares, the panic does half our work. There was no chance of getting anything out of HSBC. As Wang Dexin put it, a bank that leaks, that pays with its reputation, not even Pao could get inside. The coalition assembled over 4 days. Wang Dexin himself, $40 million. Zhou Guangli, 60. Jardine, through Cunningham, 60. And a British shareholder called Mark, 40. $200 million into put warrants. Cunningham's condition was characteristically self-serving and characteristically effective. Jardine would dump its own Hutchison shares first, and in exchange he would introduce them to the Kaduris and to Mark, and, if it became necessary, would publicly express pessimism about Hutchison Whampoa and dissatisfaction with its chairman. The Kaduris were not brought into the options at all. They were simply allowed to sell shares and were not offered any of the profit, which tells you precisely how much Cunningham respected them. And I want to explain the era because none of this was illegal. Hong Kong market regulation in the 70s was a colander. You could accumulate 20 or 30% of a company through a dozen nominee accounts without disclosing anything. A major shareholder could dump his entire position on a Tuesday morning without a word of warning to anybody. Everything those four men did to me was perfectly legal. Most of what I did to them was too. The first thing I knew about any of it, I learned from a report on the trading of my own shares. Fang Jiayi, in HSBC's securities department, reported to Shenzhou that morning. Since the open, the market had been flooded with put warrants on Hutchison Whampoa, strike price $6, with the stock at 658, Danes betting on a 9% fall, in 30-day expiry. Options turnover on a single Hong Kong stock had passed $100 million. Nobody in that building had ever seen it, and Shenzhou shook his head and said, "What a pity." Because HSBC knew. The bank knew that Hutchison Whampoa's gold position had made money on the long and was now making money on the short, and that when that was announced the shares would go straight up and that every person buying those puts was going to be destroyed. And the bank could not buy a single one of them because HSBC was the issuer of those warrants. As the third party writing the contracts, they collected a premium from both sides, a guaranteed, tiny, tedious profit forever, so they took it out on the shares instead. HSBC had started quietly buying Hutchison Whampoa when gold was down at 185 and had already accumulated 14 million. Shenzhou's instruction was precise, and it is the reason I never fell out with him. Take it to 5%, then stop. Beyond 5 we would have to notify Mr. Lee, and if he works out that we knew this in advance and said nothing, we lose the client. And a second instruction to everybody in the room. Nobody discusses the details of that gold trade, not with clients, not with other departments, not with the bank's own directors. By that week, I had quietly pushed my own holding in Hutchison Whampoa to 49.9%, taking another 11.9% under $7, and the stock was still falling, even with me and HSBC between us buying over 15% of the company off the market. That is what a coordinated bear raid looks like from inside, and I did not yet know it was happening. I was in the United States when the extraordinary board meeting was called. My sister Li Hong sat in my chair, holding my proxy. Ma Jun did the talking. Mark, Jardine's man, and the Kaduri representative moved as one, disclose the state of the investment. Now, in full. Hayes fielded it exactly as he should have. The quarterly report is at the end of this month. It will be in there. Gold has already fallen, Mark said. How can we possibly wait? Ma Jun could smell the trap and simply refused to move. The details are confidential because the outcome of the trade depends on them. So they called a vote. 3 hands went up, and then 2 more. David Zhou and Mike Zhang, both vice presidents, both management, both mine, on paper, 5 votes out of 9. Ma Jun went white and said, "Do you understand what you are doing?" David Zhou said something about the good of the company and the interests of the shareholders. He had already agreed terms with Cunningham and would be working for Jardine within the month. Mike Zhang said nothing at all. He had simply been paid. Arthur Lewis and Chen Mark both said out loud for the minutes that they had been approached the previous day and had refused. And then my sister, who had grown up over a tea restaurant in Shamshui Po and who had been an accounts clerk 14 months earlier and who had never spoken at a board meeting in her life, put her hand flat on the table. "I am exercising the chairman's authority. I veto the resolution of this board. This meeting is closed." Mark hit the table hard enough to move the water glasses. Hutchison Whampoa does not belong to him alone, and Li Hong said, "The chairman entrusted us with his authority. Our position is his position. Good afternoon." I got the telephone call at 4 in the morning Los Angeles time, and I did not go back to sleep, and it was not because of the money. Hayes's diagnosis, delivered down a bad line at 4:30 in the morning, took 90 seconds and was completely right. This was built weeks ago. They didn't recruit 2 vice presidents on Tuesday for a vote on Wednesday. A pause. And if all they wanted was to sell their shares, they'd have sold them quietly, and you'd have read about it in the register next month. They didn't, which means they're short. We closed the leaks that morning. Ma Jun telephoned Shenzhou personally, who guaranteed silence with an edge in his voice that suggested he'd been insulted by the question. Then Fang Jiayi, then Xu Hao, with a reminder to every trader we had, and I told Hayes to keep the 2 of them under his eye until they resigned, and not to fire them, and not to let anyone shout at them. Because in the tea house in Central, the four of them had just received exactly the confirmation they wanted. They stalled. They refused to disclose. Therefore they're long. Therefore they're losing. And they raised the bet from 200 million to 400 in the same proportions, all into put warrants, while the Kaduris, who still held over 10% and had been calmly selling for a fortnight, kept selling. I've always found that detail funny in a bleak way. Every share the Kaduris dumped that spring had been bought by me or by HSBC at prices we thought were a gift. Then I sat down in a house in Beverly Hills at 5 in the morning and worked out that I had no money. Billionaire has no money is the kind of sentence people say for effect. I mean it literally. My gold longs at Standard Chartered and Mitsubishi were underwater. Selling those to raise cash would have been the act of a lunatic. The billion from Goldman was sitting in a designated account under a contract that specified what it could be used for, and it could not be withdrawn. Galaxy Games had money, but it was earmarked for the console, and it wasn't enough anyway. Borrowing from a Hong Kong bank failed on 2 counts. First, it leaks, and the moment the shorts learned I was borrowing to buy call options, they'd simply walk away and I'd have nothing to trap. Second, bank credit takes weeks, and this window was going to be open for about 6 days. I sat there for a while, and then I remembered exactly one man on earth who could hand me $200 million in cash inside a week, and who would not tell anybody. I had Sophia buy a gift on the way to the airport, and I flew to Tokyo. I was in Fujiwara Takuya's office at 2 in the afternoon, and I did not do any of the circling that Japanese business normally requires, because there wasn't time and because I'd decided that bluntness would be more flattering than manners. I have a transaction that will certainly make money, and I do not have the money to make it with. Put it up, and we split the profit in half. He asked 4 questions. They were the right 4 questions, and he asked them in about 11 seconds. How much? Over what period? How much do I make? What happens if we lose? 200 million US dollars. 1 month at the outside, not less than 100 million of profit. And losing is very close to impossible. I paused. Agree first, and then I'll explain why. He agreed first. So I showed him my cards, all of them, for the first time to any outsider. Hutchison Whampoa went long on gold and made $31 million. Then I reversed the position, 750 million short at 195.75. Gold is now at 173. That's another 87 million. About 120 million US dollars, I said. After fees, interest, and tax, call it 90 million. 380 million Hong Kong dollars of net profit for a company with a market capitalization of $2.5 billion. Then I asked him 3 questions in a row and did not wait for answers. Mr. Fujiwara, is that not an enormous piece of good news? Can that share price fail to rise? How exactly do we lose? And I gave him the guarantee that closed it. I hold 49.9% and I will not sell 1 share. The other shareholders hold a finite number, and everyone they sell to us is one they cannot sell again. He asked the one properly professional question in the whole conversation, which was the one about capital rather than about facts. And if the shorts simply have more money than you and hold the price down by force? I gave him the numbers on their side and mine, and he did the sum himself, and then he agreed. He did not take the money from Mitsubishi Bank. He took it from his own father, interest-free, which meant the entire profit was personally his, and no committee anywhere would ever see the file. And the reason he could not simply cut me out and run the trade himself is one we both reached in the same minute, and neither of us said it. Without the largest shareholder, there is no position. If I announce the truth publicly, the price gaps up before he can buy a single contract. He needed the timing, and the timing was mine. I was back in Hong Kong before 9 the next morning. First, the 2 vice presidents. Hayes confirmed that removing them would not damage operations, so I had it suggested to them, privately, that they resign. Not fired, suggested. I don't want to purge, I told Hayes. The second I start hunting traitors, 400 people start wondering if they're on the list, and the company stops working for a month. If they haven't actually damaged the business, I'm not going to chase them. Second, Hutchison Whampoa had over $100 million of free cash from the subsidiary sales. I put every dollar of it into buying our own shares. We know, with certainty, that this stock goes up the moment the truth is published, so we buy it cheaply now, with the company's money, and afterwards we either sell it at a profit or pledge it. That is not speculation. That is picking up money. Third, the contract with Fujiwara was drawn up and signed by lawyers in advance, in detail, because $100 million of profit is exactly the amount that makes previously reasonable men develop memory problems. And I did not meet him. Not once. I was being watched by then, and I knew it. By the second morning, the exchange floors were behaving strangely. Fujiwara's people were buying the puts. The bears were happily writing more of them. Volume was climbing. And the price was walking down in careful steps because the Kaduris and Jardine and Mark were all selling shares, carefully, in small parcels, because if they collapsed the price, they'd damage their own exits. Wang Dexin was the first to smell it. Over $200 million of short positions bought back in 90 minutes, when the entire previous fortnight had absorbed $100 million. He asked Cunningham directly whether they had a problem, and Cunningham killed his own coalition with two facts. The first, David Joe had reported that when I flew in from America, I had not gone to a bank. I had gone straight to Hutchison Whampoa. The second, and this is the one that finished them, Cunningham had checked with Standard Chartered, and my personal gold position there was long and had not been touched since the day it was opened, which was completely true. If he's long at Standard Chartered, they reasoned, he's long at HSBC. That is the entire mistake. That single, sensible, professional inference is the reason 4 extremely rich men lost their money, and I want to be honest, I did not set that trap. I got lucky. I had left $200 million sitting in an unhedged long position out of stubbornness, and it functioned as the most convincing decoy I could have designed. Wang Dexin pulled back anyway, quietly. His share of the $400 million was $80 million, and he had raised it by selling Wharf shares. All of it. Everything he had spare. So he decided not to increase, and instead to buy Hutchison stock below 6, a hedge in 2 directions. If the short worked, he still profited on the options. If it failed, he'd be sitting on a large position in the biggest landowner in Hong Kong, and he could always recover through Chung Kong. He could not tell the others he had doubts because he had convened them. Cunningham set the date for the attack, Thursday evening, not Friday. Too many variables over a weekend, which gave Mark one more day to finish selling. And in the middle of all that, the Taipan of HSBC invited me to lunch and did something I have never forgotten. He didn't hint. He didn't fish. He put it on the table. Mr. Lee, I know your investment is profitable. The bank has been buying your shares for 3 weeks. He unfolded his napkin. I don't want to miss the money, and I don't want you to suspect us afterwards, so I am telling you now, and I am asking your permission to play. I've thought about that a great deal. That is what it looks like when a powerful institution decides you are worth being honest with. It isn't warmth. It's a calculation that you'll be around in 10 years. Don't hoover it up at any price, I said. And when this is over, reduce back to 10%. Agreed. And then he mentioned, without any change of tone at all, that he was aware the British shareholders were selling their stock into a hole, and that he had not warned them and did not intend to. To give up money in order to receive somebody's thanks, he said, is not capitalism. It's philanthropy. On Thursday, Hutchison Whampoa opened at 6:15 and did not bounce once. By lunchtime, it was 5:45, down 11.5% in half a day, $280 million of market value gone before anybody had eaten. Somewhere on the Far East exchange floor, Zhang Fusheng, who by then had $120,000, up from 50 in 6 months, and who was consequently regarded as a genius by 4 friends who had less, bought the dip and told everybody about it. And the dip was real. It came back. 560, 570, 585. And at 585, Mark and the Kaduris buried it under selling. Their reasoning was cold and correct. Never let a bounce reach 10%, because at 10% the people who bought this morning start taking profits and the recovery becomes real. 10 minutes, the bounce was erased. Zhang Fusheng, not understanding what he was looking at, bought more and averaged himself down to 523. Hutchison Whampoa closed at 473, down 23% in one day on over $500 million of turnover. And here's the number that tells you what was actually happening. At that volume, with no support, that stock should have fallen 50%, not 23. The reason it only fell 23 is that somebody was standing underneath it with both arms out, buying everything. That evening, Mark and the Kaduri representative gave a press conference. The chairman, without the consent of the board, committed over $600 million at 5 times leverage and has lost between $300 and $400 million. We do not wish the shareholders of this company to be misled any longer. It was on the evening news on CTV and TVB by 9 and in every morning paper by 6. For the city, that was a dinner table story. The legend of last year finally takes his beating. For anybody actually holding the stock, it was a catastrophe, and those people were not abstractions to me. Hutchison Whampoa's annual profit was a little over $100 million. $300 million lost is 3 years of the entire company's work, and every clerk in Hong Kong who owned 2,000 shares had just been told his savings were on fire by 2 men who knew it was untrue. At 8 the next morning, my car came out of the Villa Gate in Repulse Bay and was surrounded. Is it true you have lost hundreds of millions? Can Hutchison Whampoa achieve a soft landing? What do you say about the disaster you have brought upon this company? I did not get out, and I did not answer. My people held a line around the car, and one of them called over the noise that Hutchison Whampoa would hold a press conference at 11, and there would be answers there. At the office, the creditors were already waiting for me, not the banks, the small ones, the ones who had lent us tens of millions and had spent the night calculating. Hayes and I calmed them down together, 1 carrot and 1 stick, for 2 hours. The company is large. None of your loans have matured, and if you terminate early, you will be returning the interest you have already received. And here is a detail that tells you everything about how that world works. HSBC, the largest creditor of Hutchison Whampoa by a factor of 10, sent nobody at all, which was so conspicuous that I telephoned Shenzhou personally and asked him to send someone to stand in my lobby and look concerned, purely so that people would stop noticing that he hadn't. Friday opened at 4:21, down 11% in the auction. In that era, orders were written by hand and carried across a room, and there is a physical limit to how fast a queue of frightened people can sell. If that day had happened on screens, the gap would have been twice as wide, under $4 within 3 minutes. By 10:30, $3 exactly, down 36.5% on the day, half the company's value, gone in 2 days. And there it stopped, because underneath $3 there was me, and HSBC, and Fujiwara, and a scattering of extremely brave strangers, and because Mark and the Kaduris were themselves waiting for a bounce to sell into. At 11, Hutchison Whampoa held its press conference. The company's operations are normal. The published reports are false. The company will buy back $100 million of its own shares, effective immediately. And I stood up and said that I held 49.9% of this company and that I would not be selling 1 share of it. The obvious question came, and I refused it. Were there losses? That is commercially confidential, and I will not comment. The quarterly report will be published early, next week. To the room, that read as a confession. You could see it land. But 2 real positives. A buyback and a chairman refusing to reduce, plus actual buying, turned it. The price came back over 4. Mark dumped at 4.20. The Kaduris joined at 4.50. Midday close, $4.08. The afternoon papers ran, Lin Baicheng loses hundreds of millions of personal fortune, and will the legend burn out in a year? Legends are made and legends fall, and this city enjoys both equally. I bought all of them and read them in the car. That afternoon, the bears added an entirely separate instrument, straightforward short selling on margin, borrowing stock from brokers and dumping it. Wang Dexon had used options instead precisely because the only meaningful lender of Hutchison stock in Hong Kong was HSBC, and borrowing it would have shown his face. The buying side was me at 100 million, the company's buyback at another 100, the 840 million Fujiwara and I had jointly, and whatever HSBC was doing. And the logic of the raid had inverted without them noticing. The lower a price goes, the less there is to gain from pushing it lower, and the more bargain hunters come out of the walls. An exchange is a machine for finding out who has more money, nothing else. Not who is cleverer, not who is right. In the VIP room, the 4 of them looked at the $3 line. Zhou Guangli proposed the sensible thing. See whether it holds. If it does, break it ourselves with selling, and when the buyers underneath panic, close the short into their panic. His assessment: below $3, the whole company is worth $1 billion. There is nowhere left to fall. We're up over 50% already. Stop. Mark agreed. Cunningham agreed. Wang Dexon agreed out loud and said he had no money left, which was true. What he did not say was that he had already placed buy orders for the shares at $3, and not one of the 4 of them knew that over $200 million of their short position was held by a Japanese banker who had no intention of ever closing it. The battle for $3 took 20 minutes. Zhang Fusheng bought his last 40,000 shares at $3.03, sold that parcel into the bounce above 4, and averaged himself to 4.35, still sitting on 80,000 shares at a third of a loss. He was at that point one of the luckiest men in the building. The mechanism on my side was 2 telephones. Shenzhou and I each placed $10 million of bids at exactly $3, no more, because a bid ties up live cash and I had exactly as much as I had. Mark hit it with 10 million of selling. The line held. Another 10, it held. On the third salvo, $30 million, $3 broke. Zhou Guangli, having watched roughly $20 million of support sitting at that number, got nervous and proposed closing the shorts right there at a strike of 3. Break the bull's faith in the bounce and take the money. A number of long positions did close at that point at a 50% loss, and I have never stopped thinking about those people. Fujiwara telephoned me. They're coming out. I did the sum out loud for him. Their strike was 6. Other hands had taken less than half of the position. The whole coalition would make no more than 100 million between them, and the other 200 million of their shorts sat with him, and he was not selling it back at any price. Let them close, I said, and we'll buy more on the way down. I could have run the price to 5 or 6 that afternoon and strangled them a day early. I didn't, and the reason was not mercy. Fujiwara had positions I'd want him to hold for another week, and a partner who has been squeezed early is a partner who asks questions next time. By Friday afternoon, their traders were reporting something that made Zhou Guangli stop talking mid-sentence. 146 million of shorts closed, 219 million returned, and then nothing. Nobody would take the other side. They lifted the strike to 330. Some more went. Total closed, 180 million, at 88.3 million of profit. $220 million of short position remained, and it did not move at 350, or 4, or 5, or 6. Zhou Guangli went the color of the tablecloth. The remaining long positions are in one pair of hands, he said, and whoever it is certain this stock is going above 6. And Wang Dexin said the sentence that ended their week. With this much bad news and the price cut in half, the bulls will not close even at break-even. He put his cup down very carefully. I do not believe they simply don't know something. Cunningham dug in. He'd checked personally. Standard Chartered. The man's own position was long, and half his capital was gone, and Zhou Guangli made the only correct decision anybody in that room made all month. This is a $220 million trade. Do not economize on information. Buy the truth, and if he is in profit, we hedge tonight because otherwise every one of us loses hundreds of millions. Buy it, Wang Dexin agreed. And when you have it, say nothing to anyone. Hutchison Whampoa closed the week at $3.02, a market value of $1.2 billion. They were up $88 million, and not one of them could enjoy it. That same evening, I had dinner at the Peninsula with a Japanese banker, and we counted. Fujiwara's book, $220 million of options at a strike of 6, plus $140 million bought at an average of 420, $360 million of long positions. And in the shares themselves, 48 million of them at an average of $4.10, $200 million, 12% of the company. Mine. Hutchison Whampoa had bought back 23 million of its own shares at $356, $82 million, with 18 still to spend. And the 100 million I'd scraped out of my own companies had taken 26.5 million shares at $354. Of Fujiwara's 840 million, less than 600 had been spent. The rest was for Monday. Then we disagreed about the target, which was the most enjoyable disagreement of my life. $15 minimum, I said. I'd like it to hold there, 12 at the outside. He laughed at me, properly laughed. Mr. Lee, the company earned 100 million last year and is about to book 500 million of one-off profit. That share price can go to 3 times its pre-crash level, $20, more. 400 million shares outstanding. At $20, this company is worth $8 billion against 2.6 before the raid. I shook my head. The higher it goes, the heavier it gets. And then he explained crowd psychology to me as a professional, and he was right and I was wrong. First, they hesitate. Then rationality stops entirely, and the crowd carries the price by itself, and nothing you or I do makes any difference to it. He turned his cup. The problem comes afterwards. A stock that goes up like that spends years digesting the people trapped at the top. I telephoned Shenzhou that night and made one agreement with him, and it was the most important call of the whole operation. Below $15, nobody sells in size. Above 15, every man for himself. Because the fastest way to kill a squeeze is for 3 friends to take profits in the same 10 minutes. Saturday, the factory was working because Hong Kong in 1978 had no 5-day week anywhere. 1 day off in 7 was already a luxury, and plenty of places didn't manage that. Full capacity was 1,200 cabinets a day, 36,000 a month. Donkey Kong had been finished the week before, and this time we were not going to sell the exclusives the way we had. 500 machines a day were going into a warehouse. Sample cabinets had gone to every major distributor in the world for half a month of live operation in their own halls, with our own observers standing in those halls, counting coins. Because a distributor reporting his own takings on a game he is about to negotiate for is a distributor with an imagination. And in the middle of that, 2 men from the Xinhua news agency arrived at the factory. The Chinese government was, for the first time, formally inviting a group of prominent Hong Kong figures to visit Beijing, to see what was changing. He Yang added one sentence, and they had chosen to come on that particular Saturday when every newspaper in Hong Kong was measuring me for a coffin. Don't imagine we invite people according to the size of their fortune. Even if a man's fortune has suddenly become much smaller, if his heart is patriotic, we are glad to have him. They knew what the papers said. They came anyway, and they came with that sentence prepared. I said yes on the spot. And privately, I noted the other half of the truth, because I am not sentimental about myself either. Patriotism is the same in every man, and a billionaire is more useful to a country than a bankrupt. The date was set for around September. The personal reason I wanted to go had nothing to do with any of it. I was born shortly before the turn of the century in a life that hasn't happened, and everything I knew about China in the 70s came from books and films. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. Saturday evening, in London, Cunningham bought The Truth. There is very little in this world that money does not solve, and buying a senior man at a bank who knows the details of a trade is simply a question of the number. He is reported to have thrown the telephone across the room. Jardine's share of the $400 million was 30%, $120 million. From the closed portion, they'd cleared about $89 million of profit, and their proportion of the $220 million still open was, at any price above $6, a loss of $200 million and rising. They met that night, all four. Mark started shouting at Wang Dexon. "You said he was long," and Wang Dexon gave him the coldest answer of the entire affair. "That was what I was told by Blake at Hutchison Whampoa. You, Mr. Mark, are a director of that company. It was rather more your job than mine to know." Then Cunningham laid out what he'd bought. Long, $750 million, entered at 188, closed at 196 for $32 million of profit, and in the same session, reversed, short, the same $750 million at 195.75. Gold was now 171.15, another $90 million. 120 to 130 million US dollars on 150 million of capital. Zhou Guangli converted it into Hong Kong dollars out loud, twice, because the first time he didn't believe himself. 500 million, not less, on a company that was worth 2.7 billion before this boy arrived. And then, being the only professional in the room, "That stock is going somewhere none of us can afford. Cut it. Tonight." Wang Dexon quietly exhaled. Because of his own 80 million, he'd put 15 into the shares as a hedge. Small. But it was the difference between being wounded and being finished, and he was the only one who'd thought of it. Sunday, I sat in the peninsula with a stack of newspapers and read about my own death. Hutchison Whampoa heading for bankruptcy. Li Chengxiang left with nothing. Li Chengxiang left with less than nothing, in debt for the rest of his life. The only three papers that were sober about it were Stars Daily, which I owned 25% of, so that hardly counts, Ming Pao, and the left-wing press. I remember the specific feeling, and it wasn't anger. The louder they lie today, the louder the sound they make on Monday when they land. Fang Jiai came to see me that afternoon, and I gave him something he had not expected. I thanked him for the analysis in London and for keeping his mouth shut, and then I told him the board of Hutchison Whampoa was being rebuilt. 9 seats, 1 for me, 4 for management, 2 for major shareholders, and 2 honorary directorships. An honorary director manages nothing, I said, and has no access to anything confidential. He may propose anything he believes will benefit the company and object to anything he believes will damage it. And he answers to neither the chairman nor the major shareholders. He answers to all the shareholders and to the company. He looked at me the way people do when a sentence hasn't finished arriving yet. Stay at HSBC, keep your job. Come to the board meetings and think about how to make Hutchison Whampoa better. What I did not say, I intend to watch you work for a year before I ask you properly. He took a week to answer so as not to appear greedy. He'd decided in the room, and both of us knew it. Monday. Hutchison Whampoa opened at 318, up 5.3%, because the buyers that morning included not only me and HSBC, but Wang Dexon and every member of a coalition now urgently trying to buy back a position they had spent a fortnight selling. The crowd read the gap up as a setup, a pump before a dump. Everybody has seen that trick. Then it didn't come back down. 350. Up 17%, $4, up 30% in about 10 minutes. I was not on the exchange. I heard about the $4 print over the telephone and made 2 calls, Fujiwara and Shu Hao. Sweep it, everything. Spend the money to the last dollar. Above 5. And the psychology of that morning is the entire business, and it does not change no matter what decade you are standing in. At 20% up, people wait for the collapse. At 30, they wait for the correction. At 40, they start thinking. At 50, they're frightened, and then, at the very top, they buy, because by then not buying feels like the risk, and they become the meal. Here is the arithmetic that actually mattered, and it had been true since Thursday. 400 million shares. I held 200 million. Between me, the company's buyback, Fujiwara, and HSBC, over 350 million of them were locked in vaults. Under 100 million shares existed in the world for a coalition that needed to buy back 36 million of them. There is one qualification, and it's the one that eventually cost me. 90 million of my own shares were pledged to HSBC under a contract that permitted the bank to lend them out for short selling. That's why more shares were circulating than actually existed. That's why the stock could be shorted at all. I signed that clause myself, in a good mood, in January. At 11 o'clock, I moved the press conference forward. The plan had been to publish after the close, like a civilized company. I brought it into the middle of the trading session on purpose because every minute of silence was another minute in which somebody else's money could buy cheap shares. The reports concerning this company are false. Hutchison Whampoa invested $150 million in gold futures and closed that position last night at a profit of $125 million. I paused. 525 million Hong Kong dollars. The room came apart, and then Hayes, who had been standing at the back of the platform holding a folder, walked forward without a word and lifted a letter of confirmation from HSBC over his head. I have never in my life heard so many camera shutters at once. One honest footnote, which nobody in that room asked for, 125 million was before interest, fees, and tax, because the position had not been withdrawn from the account. I did not volunteer this. A reporter from my own television station asked the question I'd planted, which was why we had said nothing while ordinary people were selling at a loss. Because until a futures position is closed, disclosing its details destroys it. At 5 times leverage, a 1% move is 5% of capital. I let that sit. And I will tell you something we did not have to do. We closed that position early. We did not want to. We closed it because this company's shareholders needed the certainty more than the company needed the last 10%. Then I spoke past the reporters to the people who were about to buy at the top and lose money, and I meant it. Some of you will buy this stock today at a price that will look foolish in a month. If you do, hold it. I am building Hutchison Whampoa into one of the largest companies in Hong Kong, and every high price this stock has ever printed will eventually be a low one. I was not lying. I knew what an ounce of gold was going to cost in 18 months. At the exchanges, people were queuing, not metaphorically. In the large halls where the minimum order was $100,000, there were physical queues of men waiting to buy, which the older clerks said they had never seen. $7, $8, $9, $10. Inside 10 minutes, and here is the strange part. On almost no volume at all. Because there were no sellers. The price was climbing through empty air, one handwritten order at a time. If that day had happened on computers, it would have doubled in 90 seconds. Sellers finally appeared above 12, at a market value approaching $5 billion, and they didn't slow it down. Zhang Fusheng stood in the Far East Exchange and shook. 80,000 shares averaged around $3 at $15. $400,000, more than everything he had ever owned in his life, including his flat. He is the only person in this story who got to keep his money and didn't have to do anything wicked for it, and I include him because somebody should. On the other side of that same tape, everyone who had shorted below 5 with 5 times leverage was wiped out completely. So was everyone at 3 times. And that is where short selling stops being an investment and becomes a mechanism. The shares must be returned. If the short cannot pay, the broker buys them back out of his own pocket, which means the brokers were now buying too. Midday close, 1425. Market value, $5.7 billion. In their VIP room, the coalition counted the morning. $28 million spent. 4.8 million shares acquired, 4.2 million between 3 and 6 at an average of 480 and 600,000 at 1320. They needed over 13 million shares plus the 220 million of options. Mark was the worst off of all of them, and there is a certain justice in it. He had sold his 5% of the company at the bottom and then shorted it on top. The last thing Zhou Guangli said that lunchtime was, "Contact the Japanese again, ask him what price closes it." The arithmetic of their defeat was simple. Strike price 6. $220 million of position. That is 36.65 million shares that had to be delivered. At the current price, over $500 million. Cunningham went to negotiate because he was in the best position of the 4. He was losing Jardine's money rather than his own, though he would certainly lose his chair and might well be sued. Fujiwara refused to name a price at all. Monday closed at $18.60, up 516% from Friday's $3.02. Market value, $7.44 billion, with an intraday high of 2018. Tuesday, it added another 26.7% and closed at $23.57. On Wednesday, it went through 25, and Hutchison Whampoa passed $10 billion. My 49.9% was worth $5 billion. I want to be honest about that number because it is the sort of number that makes people stupid. It was paper. You cannot sell a 200 million share block. The instant you try, the price you're selling at stops existing. Fujiwara settled with them on Wednesday afternoon, 36.65 million shares for 910 million Hong Kong dollars, $24.83 a share, $690 million of net profit on that one position. His other 140 million of options at an average of 420, he intended to release above 25. Call it another 700 million, 1.4 billion Hong Kong dollars on the options alone, split between the two of us, not less than 150 million US dollars each. Cunningham paid $455 million half dollar and asked for a week for the rest. The shares I sold carefully. Of the 27 million the company had bought back, I kept 10 million aside for the management option scheme for years to come and released the rest above 20. The 26.5 million bought with my other company's money went out the same way because that money had jobs to do elsewhere. Fujiwara wanted to hold for 30, and I gave him a promise I had not planned to give anybody, out loud, in a restaurant. I will not sell one share of my own holding for 2 years, and without guaranteeing anything, I'll say this. Within 18 months, this company's results will support a price of 50. Privately, I was being conservative. By the early 80s, gold alone was going to give Hutchison Whampoa over $5 billion, and with the land developed, $20 billion of market value was not a stretch. The board met on Thursday, and not one of my opponents came. Mark wasn't a shareholder anymore. Neither was Jardine. Neither were the Kaduris. David Zhou and Mike Zhang had resigned the week before and taken a number of people with them, which hurt for about 8 days until we filled the gaps with promotions and discovered, as companies always do, that most of those jobs had been done by the people one level down anyway. 5 seats emptied at once, 4 to management, 1 to me, 2 honorary directors. Bang Jiai had accepted on the second day, 2 held in reserve for future major shareholders, if any should ask. Ma Jun came onto the board and took retail, Watson's and everything around it, which meant he stopped being my eyes and ears and started being an executive with a P and L, which is the only way anybody ever learns. Arthur Lewis and Chen Mark were promoted into the vice presidencies, and both of them got those jobs for something they had said out loud in a room when they thought I was losing. Hayes proposed the second honorary directorship should go to a retired senior civil servant. Every large company in the West does it. Their connections work for the firm and cost you nothing but a title. Agreed, I said, with one condition. I want people who will actually be useful, not people who want to be paid for having their name on a list. $17 million of the shares we'd sold went into property and retail, and then Hayes, who had spent that fortnight sleeping about 4 hours a night, suggested we throw a party, the Peninsula, on a Friday, and by then the papers had already crowned me the richest man in Hong Kong because the stock had closed at $33.60. Eric Ma came over to congratulate me, and I took the crown off myself, out loud, with numbers, because in that room a modest lie would have been noticed, and a precise truth would not. 2 things. First, this stock is obviously overpriced and everybody at this table knows it. Second, even at $33.60, I'm under $10 billion. I nodded across the room. They printed $7 billion for Mr. Pao, only because his shipping group isn't listed. If he floated it tomorrow, you'd read 20. Eric Ma looked at me for a moment. He told me later that he'd come over half expecting to find a 19-year-old who had just been told he was the richest man in Hong Kong and had believed it. He said it was the first time he'd properly understood what he was dealing with. Then he did something friends do and rivals don't. He lowered his voice. Your personal gold position at Standard Chartered, it's down more than 10%. A little further, and your capital is gone. He was right. Gold was at 167 against my entry of 189, nearly 12%, at 5 times leverage, with a wipeout at 160. I thanked him properly, and then I went back to the office and bought more, with the money that had just come free, and brought my average down. Chow Jianhong arrived late and called me, in front of 11 people, the richest Li in Hong Kong. For that to be deserved, I said, I'd have to overtake you first. By that evening, everybody in the narrow room that runs this city knew the whole story. That Wang Dexon and Zhou Guangli and Mark and Cunningham had gone short, that a boy and a Japanese banker had stood on the other side of it, that the 4 of them had been broken on both the futures and the shares. To have that grip before you are 20, one of them said, is worth respect. My sister Li Mei got her acceptance letter that same week. I read it twice, standing in the hall, and paid 4 years of fees in one transfer that afternoon. I had promised her that in a rented flat in Sham Shui Po, when the promise cost me a factory I did not yet own. It turned out I did not have to sell anything at all. My father asked whether the school gave them enough to eat. And here is where I'll stop, because this is the exact place where the story turns, and I want you to see the shape of it. 14 months earlier, a security guard put his hand flat on my chest in a newspaper lobby and told me I wasn't even 20 and went back to his crossword. Last Friday, the taipan of the largest bank in Asia crossed a room at the Peninsula to pour me a drink, and every man in that room watched him do it. That is the whole distance. 14 months, 1 novel, 1 factory, 2 games, a television station, and a conglomerate. But I'd like to be accurate about what I was actually standing in. I had ruined 4 extremely wealthy men, and every one of them now knew my name, my methods, and precisely how much I enjoyed it. Wang Dexon was $300 or $400 million poorer than he should have been, and he does not forget, and he does not shout. $200 million of my own money was sitting in a gold position that was underwater, at 5 times leverage, and I had just added to it. The Taipan of HSBC had decided I was a remarkably principled businessman, which was his polite way of filing me under difficult, and had already chosen a different Chinese partner for the next 50 years. And 90 million of my own shares, the ones that made me chairman, the ones I had pledged in January in a very good mood, were sitting in a vault in Central under a contract that allowed the bank to lend them to anybody who wanted to bet against me. I had signed that myself. Nobody made me. So no, I don't think of that Friday as the night I became the richest man in Hong Kong. I think of it as the night I finished loading a gun and handed it to the people who would eventually point it at me.